From 30 teams down to just 3, but only one can make it to Malaysia. You're here for the finals day of the Predator League Oceanic Valorant Qualifiers. Myself, Avril, and Pilsky once again to crown a champion. It's the last day, mate, the final day.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't think that we've ever had a more competitive qualifier for an overseas spot before right now. Oceanic Valorant feels like anyone can win. We've got a bunch of great players, a bunch of great teams, and I'm looking forward to see who goes out on top and who's going to take on some of the best in Asia.
So 3 that we had our eyes on from the start for day 1. You know, we started with many teams here, but there were 3 teams that stood out to us. One of those teams was GG Hao, who both of us kind of looked at as the #1 pick, at least on paper, to go through. Yeah. They find themselves in the lower bracket after losing to Focus in the upper bracket, but these are the 3 teams, right? Focus winning the grand finals to see who wins between GG Hao and ISC.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult to pick a winner out of those couple. I think it's gone back to business as usual. Had a bit of an upset in Stage 2 of the VCL. But at least here in the Predator League Oceania qualifier for the Asia Pacific Predator League, you do see the bracket before you. Focus taking down GG Hao 2-1 despite playing with a substitute. Now are going straight into the grand final. Today we're going to play that lower bracket final between GG Hao and Arena Internet Cafe. It's a bit of a rivalry that's developed over multiple years. The 2 cores of these teams have played each other multiple times in VCL, and both of them have made some new additions going into the off-season of 2024.
Yeah, you noticed that GG Hao as well. You spoke about this off camera, but they had a lot more practice, taking this a lot more seriously. Not that they weren't before, but, you know, bit of a shake-up here in terms of understanding where they are in the tournament now, understand that the threats are real coming through from the other teams coming on in, and a lot to play for as well, given the fact that this is the last day. You are in the money if you did make it to the last day because it's top 3 that get into the prizing, but really, Mitchell, it's #1. You got to be first to actually go to Malaysia to win the qualifier and go to the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, 2 BO3s to be played, so less of a fatigue factor, at least not going to be that best of 5 grand final that you often do see played. It's just a best of 3, not a huge advantage. Here is the prizing though, 6K, 3K and 1K, but the most important prize, as you mentioned before, the chance to fly to KL, Malaysia to compete against the best in Asia. It's not a chance that many players inside Oceania get the opportunity to take advantage of, and to qualify to play in an Asian tournament like this, you'll join an elite group of very few players who have had the opportunity to compete overseas in Valorant, despite it being out for a number of years now.
And most of those players are all stacked onto a single team like GG Hao. They are the team that have all the veteran players that have been to the internationals before, and they find themselves in a really strange situation where, you know, they did already lose this game that we had off stream, but it did go to 3 maps, and there was at least 1 close map in there, 2 not so close maps. We found ourselves in lower bracket watching AIC versus Bobo, which actually ended up being a very reasonably close series back and forth. Another 3 mapper, but one that ended up being AIC's win, with Bobo kind of struggling a lot, especially on that second map, Haven.
Yeah, I think that all 3 of the teams have the potential to win today. I don't think I'm really able to pick a winner. Focus, obviously, doing very, very well for themselves. Ace is looking like the best player in the tournament right now, so he's been a fantastic pickup for the Focus guys. And the fact that they've been able to even win over GG Hao with a substitute, and like you mentioned, the only map that GG Hao won was a close map, and then the 2 maps that Focus win are very one-sided wins in their favor. They seem to be in fantastic form going into today, and they're going to have the chance to put their feet up, kick back, and watch JJH play against AIC. That's going to give them more prep time. That's going to force their opponents to show a little bit more of what they're bringing into today and allow Focus to prepare themselves for that final. However, Focus have done very well to get to this point. Focus is a team that in the past, though, when it comes to the grand final game or it comes to the pressure matches, sometimes they don't play particularly well. So this is going to be a good opportunity for them to conquer some of their demons. In VCL Stage 2, they might have had the chance to potentially win it, but both them and AIC did not play well against JFT. Last year, the core of this team also could have qualified for the Acer Predator League over in Philippines. However, they did lose to the core of Bobo, which is not even a team that was really practicing very much. So they might have been the favorites to win that. They've gathered more experience over the years, though, and I'd say that these players in Focus are looking better than ever. So they'd never be more poised to win an international qualifier spot. It's just a question for me of whether they can deal with the pressure.
Yeah, it'll be a really good opportunity for a team that doesn't quite have the same experience as some of the other teams here, or particularly in looking at GG Hao, but a team that's going to have to go through, maybe GG Hao again, a team that's going to have to go through maybe AIC again. And the journey from Focus, if you remember how they came through the bracket, they actually had to beat every other one of the top teams to get here. So they've already taken down, obviously, GG Hao in that upper bracket game, but if I remember correctly as well, if I check through, they had a win versus AIC.
13-5. That's a pretty dominant best of one. It's only a best of one.
Versus Bobo as well, which was the other team that found themselves in that top 4. So Focus had to literally take down everyone else.
Yeah, had to run the gauntlet. They've looked good doing it. I'd say very, very close map against Bobo in OT, a very, very close map against JJH in OT. But the other 3 maps against AIC and 2 maps versus JJH, they've won 13 single digits, like 13-5s, very, very dominant one-sided scoreline. So that tells me that in this tournament, Focus might be the form team to beat because on some of these maps, they're not just winning, they're blowing out the best teams in the country.
Yeah, but, we got a week gap between where we last saw them to where they are now.
Yeah.
Bit of time for other teams to maybe do a little bit of catch-up, specifically JJH, who really, they're taking this, final with a little bit more effort now, given that this last week was a bit of a wake-up call for them. AIC as well, knowing that they will potentially have to play through 2 different games here, but Focus, they've only got the one best of 3 to play through.
Yeah.
And, they can't really leave anything on the table here because they've beaten every single team at least once. But I do expect the gap to close a little bit. We got Crash here, live and shooting. He mentioned we could go to 6 maps today.
Yeah, I wouldn't really be surprised to see 6 maps today, to be perfectly honest with you. And like I said, think that all 3 of the teams that are participating today all have the chance to go overseas. And actually, I think all 3 of them could probably do decently. I could see all 3 of them potentially going through a group stage of a Predator League. So, I think that shows you that the field is not only competitive, but we also have a lot of pretty strong teams. Really, the question for me with a lot of these Oceanic teams, and this goes for all 3 of the teams, JJH included, because honestly, they've been losing a lot of games. They lost out in Stage 2 as well. They made some roster changes and they picked up even more good players, is how these teams deal with the pressure and how they play when the spot is on the line. Because traditionally, JJH was considered that team that they're the veterans, they have experience, they have done the best out of some of the other top teams in Oceania, both Akana over on JFT getting a top 6 at Ascension, but also the Monkers core doing very, very well at Ascension previously. These are the guys inside Oceania that have proven that they can play well overseas, but can they play well enough to qualify? Because, not only this upper bracket game against Focus did not go the way that they would have wanted, but also Stage 2 wouldn't have gone the way that they wanted. So I think today's going to be a bit of a defining day for JJH as far as I'm concerned, because if they can't come through and win this qualifier, then all of a sudden that's multiple tournaments in a row domestically that you're losing after being the top dog for quite a while. Yeah, well, you're no longer the top dog at that stage, right? You lose a couple in a row. Maybe one time you give them the benefit of the doubt. Could just be a singular underperformance, but a couple times in a row start to really question things there. But you mentioned that the teams are very close at the moment. We're seeing that in the results. I would even extend that beyond just the top 3. Boba had really close runs against most of our teams here as well. A singular map that we actually saw on the main broadcast versus Focus was a 14-12. Yes. So we had a situation where you go to even Kebab Clan, you look towards the top 4, top 5, top 6. You're getting some really reasonable results across the board between all of those teams. But certainly the deeper you get into the upper echelons of the teams, the closer the results seem to be in many fashions. So anyone can actually win today. I don't say that often, and it's one of those things you might say just to, try and raise the stakes for the people watching. 100%.
But genuinely today, it seems to be the case. It's not even a lie. It's actually what is reality.
Across so many esports, how many domestic qualifiers have we casted and been like, this one's going to be a whitewash? One team will absolutely dominate. I've been casting Counter-Strike where there's been a team that's been winning for like 5 years now in a row, just winning over and over and over again, core of these same players, winning all the time. And it definitely gets old, but here in Oceania, at least for Valorant, that's not the case at all. Echo exactly what you said, not only about the top 3 teams, but like you said, Kebab Clan, that's the core of JFT. They add a player or 2, or they get their roster together a little bit better. That could be a very competitive team. The Bobo guys, despite probably not putting in very much prac, they showed that they could be competitive. So, we've got up to 4, 5, 6 teams, potentially, of very, very strong players that could be contenders inside Oceania. It's a very, very competitive period right now. But, you know, it all comes down to this qualifier. And look, there might not be many other opportunities for quite a while for an Oceanic team to go overseas. We're in the off-season right now. This Acer Predator League is one of the only opportunities for an Australian team to actually go overseas until whatever happens next year, whatever happens next Ascension, or, you know, I don't even know if there is another off-season tournament that'll give you an opportunity like this. So you need to take advantage of this opportunity. You need to be on your game today, or you're going to be waiting a very, very long time to be representing your region overseas.
Well, Mitch, let's zoom into the match ahead here. We're going to start out with the lower bracket, of course, a lower final to qualify team into the grand final. And starting with the first team here, GG Hal, talked about them a little bit, and clear favourites in terms of where we were from day one. However, they did end up losing to Focus. And in that particular game, it was a 15-13 on Split that they won, and then a 4-13 on Ascent, followed by a 7-13 on Sunset, which both of those times they lost, and you're rostering your screen here as well.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of an all-star team as far as I'm concerned. Tix in the controller role, Akana in the initiator role. You've got the core from the Bonkers guys of Blue Dragon, Minimize. This should be a team that dominates inside Oceania as far as I'm concerned. However, that has just not been the case, Kev. Like, these guys have been struggling. AIC, teams like Focus have been giving them a run for their money, if not beating them pretty consistently. So at some point, you've got to say, this is a team that's, you know, not really putting the pieces together despite having the pieces to win. And you got to start to question why that is.
Next team coming up is their opponents, AIC Arena Internet Cafe. Now, we saw them on broadcast last week on the Sunday, 3 maps versus Bobo. Pearl did not go their way. That was their map choice, 6-13 versus Bobo. Bit of an upsetting one, but they then go on to beat Bobo in their map pick, 13-2 on Haven, followed by the finale, 13-9 on Sunset, which ended up being, you know, pretty competitive, but ultimately an AIC win as well.
Yeah, I think Bobo have proven that they can beat Focus, they can beat AIC, so it's a questionable result for sure to lose a map against Bobo, to potentially look like you could lose a series against Bobo. We'll go through some of the highlights of that game here on your screen. Actually, no, this was a game against Hornswogglers, but I'm sure there'll be other highlights from AIC. I think AIC, obviously a very strong core and a team that, you know, has historically been kind of the number 2, nipping at the heels of the Bonkers core, and showed that in Split 2 they had the potential to win, but unfortunately they just did not deal well with the pressure. I think they were the favourites to beat JFT in that final, but coming through in the lower bracket, losing that 2-0 and losing veto advantage was very difficult for them. Now coming into the off-season here, they've made a couple of changes. I think Kadiri has been a fantastic addition. I think Zork on paper should be a fantastic addition as well, and actually I was waiting for a top team to pick him up for quite a while, but I don't know if he's necessarily shown that he's like that incredible player that he was coming up on the Who and coming up in previous off-seasons and things like that. I think that, you know, this is a very, very solid team. These guys have the potential to win today. And for me, it's just going to be 4 very, very solid players across the board. Feta has shown the ability to dominate GG Hal. I've been on the receiving end of him just running around, killing absolutely everybody in an important game in the VCL Split 2. So I know the potential that he has. Sinaway can be very, very solid. But for me, the make or break player here for AIC is probably going to be Kadiri. This guy's been fantastic all tournament long. A really, really promising up-and-comer to be watching, and I'm keen to see whether he's going to step up in the pressure games.
And a player that's also quite flexible as well, because, you know, rare are the days now where we start to see people go between different roles. Kadiri's been playing both Duelist and also Sentinel, moving between the Phoenix and also the Cypher that we saw from last week, and some of the other games that were played during those matches on and off stream. So a decent amount of flexibility to be seen on this team. Sinaway as well, moving between, you know, the Smoke role and also Sentinel. So a decent amount that this team can actually pull through for a best of 3, and strong fragging ability across the board as well. So it's a team that is certainly a threat, and you know, we see this on all 3 of our teams that are in this top 3, but exciting stuff to be able to look at some newer, younger players and see the potential in them.
Yeah, I think these 2 cores of teams have played each other so many times. There's going to be such a huge degree of familiarity playing across multiple years. They know each other's styles inside and out. So really the question is, who's going to have the better read today? And a lot of that comes down to the veto. Abyss, Haven, Sunset. You're getting pick of Abyss for GG Hal, and they're going to start out on defense. So that means that AIC have opted to start attacking side of Abyss. That's an interesting one.
AIC actually have banned out Pearl, which is a map that they chose versus Boba. It didn't go quite well for them. It seems seems like they're doing the opposite of, they looked at what worked well versus Bo, but what didn't. They won on Haven, which was, a 13-2, something really disgusting like that. So they didn't do well in Pearl, did extremely well in Haven, finished off with Sunset, which I think they're happy to have. Split was an interesting one as well, because we spoke about Split being a map that could be quite good for AIC, but one that's also really, really good for a team like GG Hao.
Yeah, I think Haven is an interesting pick for AIC. Historically has been a poor map for their core, even losing in upsets in VCL back in the day. But I guess, new players coming into the roster, they're feeling themselves, they want to try and push it on that map, so we'll see how that goes for them. Sunset going to be the decider. It's a map that used to get neglected quite a bit, actually, and left out of the veto, and actually was a bit of a defining map in Split 2 coming into that old map pool. But now that a few more maps have swapped around and you've got Pearl coming in, it seems like Sunset has started to see a lot more play than it used to. So we're going to see that as the third map decider, and we'll see who's got the better read on the veto today, because like I said, these two cores have played each other so many times. There's so much familiarity here, despite a couple of roster changes, that they know what maps the other teams like to play. They know how they like to play stylistically. They've both got a good feel for each other. It's just a question of who's going to have the one-up today, who's going to be in good form, and who's going to have great reads. Also notice that, some of the bans and picks that we saw there as far as the map veto went, also in the way that GG Hao wanted to go about it, maybe informed by the recent result versus Focus, where, they did win Split versus Focus. It was a one map, probably ended up being why it was banned out from the opposition AIC, who didn't really want to go there. But then Ascent was a map that was banned away by AIC as well, given that fact that it was a really strong showing coming through. Oh, sorry, it was banned away by GG Hao, given it was a pretty weak showing from them versus Focus. 4-13 was what GG Hao brought to the table on Ascent, so getting that one off the table to make sure they don't have to go through that again. Yeah, I just can't wait to see what's going to happen in this matchup, honestly, because I think we're in the off-season right now. The map pool's swapped around a lot, and like you mentioned, the reason why you're bringing up these results is there's inconsistency in terms of what these teams are performing on. They've made roster changes, so, usually you have these rosters that play Split 1 into Split 2. They get very comfortable with a map pool, right? And they get, they know what their strengths are. But unfortunately, every team has made roster changes. Every team is swapping around in terms of the map pool. They're also getting comfortable with which agents they want to run. The meta is not clearly defined because we've had a map pool swap in the off-season after champs and things like that. So it's not like pro teams are really showing you what the meta is really at this stage. So everything's kind of up in the air, and that's why you see teams kind of swapping around the veto a lot and changing up what they want to be doing. And maybe a little bit of a case of like doing some punish picks or trying to, get a leg up on their opponent in terms of getting a bit of a veto advantage here. Whereas traditionally, in the more stable kind of on-season period, you'll have a little bit more of an idea of what your opponents like to play, what you like to play, and things are a bit more clearly defined across a whole season. Just checking some more information on my Predator Helios laptop here. But we have some previous results, 13-3 from GG Hao versus a team called Rub Pug, which, actually one familiar name on that team, Yifang from NZ. But something I noticed about that map is some of the choices for agents, and I'm going to get into the draft for the agent select in just a short moment here as well, but a Yoru to be brought on board potentially from Minimize. Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. I think Minimize is not traditionally a player that frags particularly hard, so I think Yoru, you're putting him on a secondary duel list, but at the same time, Yoru is a bit more of like a pseudo-initiator a lot of the time. He's a space-making agent that you want to put on the entry, and I think Minimize is a player that loves to play those flash initiators. You've seen him on the KO in the Sky in the past, so he's probably going to play that a little bit more in that style. As you mentioned though, there it is, the Yoru for Minimize, double duelist for GG Hao, no Senti, so no Cypher for them. AIC going to lean on the Cypher, Kadiri on the secondary duelist. We saw him styling out on the Phoenix over on Pearl, so he's going to be well and truly within his comfort zone. Very similar agent select for both teams. The only difference being a secondary controller for GG Hao versus a Sentinel for AIC. Yeah, so, we definitely see the Astros come through here, but the lack of a Cypher is going to be really interesting on the GG Hao side. Mentioned the fact that we are potentially going to see the Yoru come through the Minimize, but that's also been picked up by Kadiri, so flexible players on both ends coming back through with the extra duelist coming on in as well. But, for Minimize, he's a bit of a flex player anyway. He mostly is playing some initiators, dropping in whatever the team really needs at that stage. And not too much different here in terms of what he'll be bringing to the table. Just initiating on a duelist instead. But Mitch, here we go. It is map 1 on a best. BO3 here on the final day
of the Predator League, Oceanic Valorant qualifiers versus AIC. Let's jump into it.
AIC choosing to start out on this attacking side, so let's see what they prepped for this. You've got Lu in a high-low setup here with Akana, ready to take first contact on B long. AIC creeping up on the line, caught off guard. Akana and Lu, it's a high-low with two Sheriffs, duel in middle, taken by Feta. A lot of damage applied to minimize. Is going to throw the gate crash over towards middle to potentially reposition in the mid round, but AIC already pretty far behind at this point.
A heavier commitment in terms of the buy compared to other maps, and something to pay off here a little bit, and even more so given that Tix will also clean up Cineway. And down to just the two members now. Explosion on both sides of the map, but without anything really done for the side of AIC. This pistol is looking all but done. See if GG Hal can maybe clean this one up in a flawless or not.
Yeah, I think it's coming down to a case of trying to get orbs together at this point for AIC, because this round is not going to be coming together. Fed lurking out on the site, punished immediately by Tix, who's on for a 2K here. All onto Biggie Cheese, who is Civil Lime for anyone who's wondering. Kadiri is 0-0-0-0-0-0. And look, man's just trying to
just three
potentially...
just the three of them, actually. But
nah, that's all right. And
tell you what, 0-0-0-0 is the scoreline right now for AIC. So at least for the first round, unless Biggie Cheesecake gets something, he's all the way into spawn.
He's in spawn. There's 20 seconds. It's not happening. Stop trying to. You're not that good of a salesman, Kev.
Trying to see if he gets a kill. He's not winning the round. I'm seeing if he gets a kill or not. But unfortunately,
oh, the plant is huge in that position.
In a round where you should just be losing straight up, to get a single planting is actually decent money.
For sure. Well, Dragon not found there. A lot of damage onto him. Unfortunately, Biggie Cheese couldn't see a thing.
He was shooting the sky at the end there. That's definitely not what your opponent is, unfortunately.
Yeah, pistol won by JJH. It is a flawless, as you mentioned. Akana starting off strong and given the defuse for 3 ult orbs towards his Hunter's Fury early on here. And GG Hal already showing the propensity to try to deal with AIC playing a little bit more contacty. That's what that high-low is designed to deal with. You can see it very intentionally, GG Hal playing these committed angles where they're waiting for AIC to contact into them and taking those aim duels confidently.
Silver lining is not the worst possible result for AIC there, and looking into where we are now for round number 2. The anti-eco. We also saw a couple of sheriffs, I believe, on the AIC side as well, so you know, slight lack of money. I mean, they're definitely not going to have the money, but even less so than they would have liked. However, the plant, as I mentioned, the silver lining maybe just helps them slightly, as they're all stacked pretty heavily for A main.
Orb given to Kadiri here, getting him closer to an early dimensional drift if possible. Cage to limit the information that GG has about that A main control being taken. And with Biggie Cheese on the lurk over towards B, they're once again going to head over there. And once again, it's a high-low setup here for GG Hal. Just holding the line, looking to farm up those ecos. But there is the progression smoke, the nebula obscuring the view and pushing GG Hal off the line. Second orb picked up by Kadiri here.
Well, they're definitely farming that one up. That's one win for them so far. Pay attention to where that gate crash ends up moving through, and maybe not really expecting it to be taken at this rate.
Well, Akana can see that now, so that's a bit of a tell that they might think it's going to be a B, and in fact it is going to be a B fake. AIC walking back to where the cam is. Both of the controllers looking to hold A here for GG Hal.
Let's see if they can hold this one off as well. First shot running on through. They know it's going to come through at any moment. They're hearing all the utility flowing in, but Dragon's got it locked down. Takes on the back as well. Guardian singing through. And the only player that is not picked up is going to be Biggie Cheese, who was still over towards the B side, maybe just laying it through, trying to sell the fake a little bit deeper. But this attack has gone about as well as the first one did, which is not at all. It's still a flawless.
Yeah. This attacking side hasn't really shown us anything for AIC, but they haven't had a gun round yet. This is a pretty scary looking bonus for GG Hal though. 4 Guardians and an Outlaw. So they have the propensity to do a lot of damage to AIC's economy here. It's going to be a pretty difficult first gun round to work your way through.
On a pretty long range map here as well, so expecting a lot of work to come through from this.
Down to 2 light armors as well. Minimize has got a couple of players that are right for the pick in here in Biggie Cheese and Kadiri.
Well, unfortunately, they couldn't plant the second time around, so no bonus money from that. And the light armors is going to cause some problems given the fact that Minimize does have the Outlaw. So as you mentioned, light armors is definitely problematic for more than a single reason. But at least it is a gun round. We're going to see some more action coming through from AIC this time.
Yeah, taking some mid control. Recall in combination with the Yoru Flash to be able to take control with the Dart. There's the Nebula onto the right side of middle. They saw Dragon jump spotting over there. Gate crash is there. Dash forward here from Feta in combination with the gate crash through from Kadiri. AIC take mid control with force, but what will they do with it?
See what Dragon does as well, because he's actually rotating away from one of the entrances. You do see a lot of movement from GG Hao to be able to have some eyesight around this mid area.
GG Hao giving them nothing. Just jump spotting, confirming that the attackers are still residing in middle. Kadiri dropped off in the middle of the map. Door broken, and AIC regrouping for a 1-4 here. Leaving Kadiri on the lurk, droning out B and making their way up.
Yeah, A's been spotted out though, and that is going to give the gate crash over to Minimize, teleport all the way back over towards spawn, and now for the potential retake. And that is if even AIC can get onto site, which they're struggling with at the moment. Kadiri finally, the lurk is activated. He's up against 2 though. He's going to miss the shots, and Minimize will not miss the outlaw coming on through. And that was one of the light armors, by the way. Kadiri was one of the light armor players. Plant secured. Player down though. 3 is the only number alive for AIC, and it doesn't look like it's enough. Not at all. This gun round's got awry.
Down to Zork. 1-on-4, looking for damage, looking to try to make a bit of a hero play here. Completely surrounded. Here's Tix making his way down connector. Just a little bit of a jiggle, and Lou's going to wrap him. 3-0 for GG Hao. Bonus converted, Vandals picked up. This game could not have started worse for AIC, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, that was an opportunity to take down Tix as well to really make things potentially possible. Lou had the drop on him. This moment I think was very important, because you need a Kadiri who had that lurk in top mid to be able to maybe activate on a player rotating. He had the drop on at least one of those 2 players, but couldn't get any of those kills. So I think a couple moments there maybe slipped through the fingers of AIC.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the right lurk timing, to be perfectly honest with you. After you've spent that much time and utility taking middle, it's very obvious you're going to drop someone off there. And GG Hao was ready for it. They were not hard holding the site. They were very much looking for the lurk there. A main control going to be contested here by AIC. Outlaw on the line once again. Forced off. Nice flash. Just to be able to pressure, minimize. He's going to be forced to TP away, which means Tix is alone here on the site for the time being.
It's a good round for an Outlaw, knowing that AIC is going to have a low buy again. Stingers are on board. High control has been found for Dragon. He loses it. That's going to be a gun upgrade for Feder as well. That's a player that you want an AIC getting a gun if possible.
Sure.
So things actually start to become a lot more doable here. Tix does take 1 down on the opposite end. And our full retake 4 members coming through from the back.
Ooh. Falling back in towards main side, wanting to play the crossfire, in with sight. In comes the flash. GG Hao starting to attempt this retake down. There is the recall. BG's trying to force things forward, but punished for doing so. Zork on the drone. Feder with gun in hand. He gets 3, and Zork going to punish 1 on the cross. Down to a 1v1 now. Ikana going to half it. There's the dart to confirm that he's still on the site. Half has been tapped. Zork playing things patiently, swinging out on the line, but a stinger is not good enough at that range, and Akana going to punish a good attempt on the half-buy from AIC, but not quite good enough.
Wrong gun, wrong range, not enough HP. The HP difference there meant that for Akana, just a single whisper of breath, it's got to be enough to take down Zork, but they got that one close for what was a super light buy, basically only stingers in hand, made that one very competitive, and it starts with that, you know, high ground play coming through. Dragon dropping a rifle over, I believe, to, who was it, to Feder. Yeah. And that really opened things up, and Feder got, what, 3 kills on that post plant as well, really giving opportunity over, and I do believe if Zork had a little bit more HP and a slightly better gun, he actually wins that scenario.
Money is rock solid for GG Hao. Already the AWP coming out here for Lou. He's posted up in middle 2-1-2. Out comes the dimensional drift. Kadiri going forward, trying to create some space. Gate crashes in spawn here for Minimize. He's just looking for a pick and looking to try to get out, hiding inside the nebula. Spotted out. Akana's going to pick 1 on the cross.
Dragon also TP'd into this as well. 1-on-1 so far. Both the Sobers are going to go down. Dragon not long for this world. Started out on top, he's going to go down. Feder with another 3 for this round, and a much better looking round for AIC. Just a plant to come on through now as they're waiting for a final member to regroup with them, Sinaway. And now it's going to be down to only Tix. So a lot invested into this round. We saw that Kadiri got given a lot of orbs, and he makes it work with the ultimate. 1
kill will give him the Cosmic. Tix spending some time clearing out the flank, but that's going to be more time ticked off the spike. Feder playing forward, and AIC both playing inside of main. There goes down the nebula onto the spike. Feder biding his time, waiting for contact or waiting for a tap before he comes into play.
If he kills Feder, yeah, that's when you can see the Cosmic Divide come through. Obviously, he doesn't know where the rest of the plays are. He's got to drop it down.
Surely.
He hasn't done it yet. He's running out of time. He's got to make some choices here. 2 versus 1. He knows where both of them are. But he's locked into the duel, and he needed to drop the Cosmic, I think. But again, he just didn't quite know the position of the last 2 plays, which does cause a bit of a risk.
And even if he does, like, there's no guarantee he's going to be able to close that round with how much time is ticked off the clock. So There was potential there, but I could see the argument for holding on to it. That was another fantastic round for Feta. Back-to-back 3Ks for the man with Vandal in hand. Cast your mind back to Split 2. This man was the defining player for AIC to dominate the GG How court. I literally witnessed it firsthand, and if he can heat up today here, he can be massive for AIC.
Let's take a look at the pleasure in GG Hell this time around, moving all the way down mid. And includes the operator as well. Oh. One scan, it's enough. The Cage not going to save Cinnaway's life.
Back over to the B side now. AIC, a player down, losing that lurk in middle makes this a little bit more of a one-dimensional play. Out comes the Hunter's Fury from Zork, not hitting on anything. JJH quite happy to wait out the Cosmic and play the man advantage.
All right, well, let's see what we can do now. GG How going to look through for their own Hunter's Fury. Unfortunately, this one goes about as well as Zork so far. Maybe, no, not even going to get a single tag. But they have their own Cosmic device, so Mortimer's being expended here for the retake, and they've got all 5 on site here. Lurk coming on through from Feta, or rather just a big flank, and Icana's going to take one down. This flank needs to work out really well. Feta has to do it all at the moment. An operator from the opponent, I believe, and no, can't do it, like you say.
Yeah, 5-1 for GG How, and I think bit misplayed from AIC there, given that they did lose Cinnaway in middle, which probably did put a bit of a dampener on their plans. That was a really nice opening pick. GG How changing things up, disrupting with a little bit of mid push. They have changed up their setup on defense multiple times here, but AIC, knowing that the opponents had Cosmic online, playing way too much towards B main there. I think that's a case of them not really adapting to the ultimates that their opponents had online, and you could kind of forecast what that replay was meant, what that retake was going to look like if you were AIC before the round even started. And I didn't really feel like they were playing in the right positions in the post plant. We'll go into attack pause here, and look, I hate to point out the elephant in the room, but Kadiri has been fantastic in this qualifier, and in a make or break game here against GG How, he has not shown up at all.
Yeah, well, the one player that has shown up multiple times is going to be Feta, the player I'm talking about here. He's stayed alive in that last round, despite not being able to really do too much on that retake. Maybe activated a little bit too late. He went on that very long flank, and you talked about the post plant potentially being the issue there for AIC. One player at least wasn't going to be impacted by the Cosmic Divide, but just came in so late when the rest of his team was being ripped apart. During that post plant, he'll at least walk away with one weapon and a life to give them something to work through, because money situation is looking bad at the moment. Zork is definitely not going to have a real gun for this next round.
No, definitely going to have to be the ult making some plays here. Money starting to get a little bit battered and bruised here for GG How. AIC have been keeping these rounds close, but had a very difficult time resetting the defense economy after a momentous start, winning the bonus and going 3-0. What will AIC have for us in this round? Not too many ults to speak of. The op is definitely the key piece, as you mentioned here.
Some money back-breaking round. This is going to decide the economy for potentially the entirety of the rest of this half now. An important one for them to get something out of. They're not just down rounds, but they'll be down further rounds without being able to really squeeze through any potential buys. 1 in 5 to start things out.
Yeah, Drone going through middle. Gate Crash has just run out here for Minimize, so he's going to have a tougher time getting out. At least he's got the dimensional drift, so he's feeling a little bit more comfortable about sticking around for now. After the drone into middle and a little bit of mid pressure, AIC contacting their way in towards B main and looking to make their way on over there. Lose on the off angle, and Tix is going to play inside of his Nebula.
I think Minimize altered here as well, potentially. He's running through really quickly. Yep. See what he can find with this one. But the defense is ready to go, and this is where Tix is going to be able to get to everybody that he needs to. You noticed it, you mentioned it, and unfortunately AIC, they will be the team on the end suffering, and they're not going to let Feta get away with the operator this time around either. Yeah, he'll just drop off the map. Zero chance he lives in that situation. He was not going to be allowed to take away the gun again.
I mean, not even looking to farm up any Blade Storms, I guess. Just wanting to not give the operator over to the defense, but they're going to have fantastic economy regardless. AIC, this map has not gone the way that they would have wanted starting out on that attacking side. GG How are definitely here to play today.
Yeah, this is looking, I don't want to say over, but it's going to give the half win over to GG How in terms of 7 basically confirmed at this rate. So you're looking at AIC. If they can finish with a 3 and a 9, I think they'd be quite happy with that for that first half. That's what, in terms of at least recovering something from this.
That round is exactly what Tix has been doing for years and years, even in his first international event over in APAC. Locking down the site and site anchoring around his own smokes has been a big, big skill set of his. And that's the perfect example of it. Another slow round from AIC. They really have not been varying up the tempo very much.
Well, Minimize is in position to maybe get some advanced sights here. I actually do know there's some GG How presence, shots being heard. Now, outside of the one round where the Euro was dropped in deep, we haven't seen too much out of the mid, and this time around, Feta will make it happen. 2-2 though. It's not bad, but it's not really what you want to see. Feta has the only acceptable weapon here. Can they recover something out of this? There's 2 guns, drop for AIC, but maybe a little too hard to get to.
Drone has been dodged. Feta breaking the door, applying more pressure towards this A side. AIC still sitting around in A main, thinking about whether they should wrap back in towards middle. That's a key duel for Lou to win. That's going to deny access to the guns and the neural.
Well, they knew that there's somebody in the vents there because shots were heard and the vents were broken. So Lou just lined that one up and waited for the player to drop one out. That was the only acceptable weapon taken care of. And that means that now it's just Kaderi.
30 seconds left.
Flash is going to make things interesting, but not enough to get any kills.
AIC is just playing way too scared right now. Like, Feta's the only one who's taking any agency, taking any duels on the map. You can see the 2 players with Sheriffs just walking around in A main, walking around in spawn. They need to play with confidence. Historically, AIC is a team that, when they have a good read, when they have, high confidence, when they're getting themselves pumped up, that's when they can take the fight to GG How. But this is not looking like that game today.
It was at round number 6, I believe, after the timeout. That you really need to see something special out of AIC. It was the one that Feta got away with and operated despite losing the previous round. And now another gun round. This will be required, I think, for AIC to be able to recover this half with any semblance of an ability to come through the next. And Dragon gets scanned. It's death on the B side as well. Ooh, Bigger Cheese surely has a drop, certainly does.
Yeah, this has worked out perfectly for AIC. I mean, they haven't really even done anything too special in this round. It's just JJH trying to change things up after how far ahead they've been. Minimize tucking himself into the back of the site. He's got 5 players running at him. How much can he get away with here? Not too much. Well traded by Zork. Plant over on the left side. AIC given a little bit of a lifeline, and I say given because, like I said, all they did was default, and they had defending players just run into them.
Minimize maybe catches a second there. Things become really scary for AIC's ability to win, and GG How, you start to believe in this retake. Still definitely possible now, but 2 versus 4-1 is off the site as well. And Akana instantly down to 4, scanned out. He's in a rough position here. Needs ticks to be able to come through from main as soon as possible.
They need damage. Every gun they could take away from AIC here is huge. It's not looking like too promising. Oh, a post plant in this 2-on-4. So much time ticked off the spike. Shorty gets pulled out. He's strapped, but he can't finish it off. And nice damage. 3k from Zork. But 3 guns taken away, as well as 1 set of armor here. It's going to be a heavy rebuy for AIC.
Yeah,
very costly round.
The money is definitely not comfortable yet, but that was still a much-needed round. It starts with this. The catch on a Dragon, super unlucky, trying to TP into his own smoke, and unfortunately caught out. Minimize, not able to do enough damage yet. And like I said, maybe just a single more kill could have made the difference, but a very much-needed round for AIC that finally will put themselves into their second round.
I mean, the round, it got close. It got close still. And it's just a case of people not really shooting back on the majority of AIC. That's a 3k from Zork. Him and Feta are the only ones really doing too much in this game right now. Flash coming through, drone to follow. 2 players set up to contest middle here. It's a bait setup between the Omen, the Yoru as well as the Jet. And as soon as AIC see 2 players committed to holding middle, they're going to fall back, drop the gate crash off in middle, which will be seen by Minimize here. Over towards that B side of the map.
Minimize.
He's going to destroy that.
Wary of it, and so will Ikana now. 2 players set up on this angle. A little bit of pre-fire happening on there. Paranoid caught a couple of players. Dash coming on through for Feta and instantly collects it. Ikana as well. Brilliantly played. Can Tex get a little bit more? Not quite, and that's going to be the site opened up. And as you say, the spam coming on through from AIC. The fact that Feta picks up their first kill as well, so clean.
AIC need to convert this round though. Man advantage and Hunter's Fury to play an open plant. Feta very low. Nice crossfire inside of Heaven. Zork playing the pivot position inside of the site, still with a dart to play with.
Kateria saw a decent amount there. Used the dimensional drift.
Oh, come on.
Surely Sinaway has his shot ready to go. 3 versus 1 now. Lou has some decisions to make, and he's not going to get a chance to make them at all. Sinaway in a great position to collect the final, and a 3rd round picked up for AIC. So now we're in a position where if AIC can ride off this momentum and bring it to 5, a 5 and 7, given how poorly they started, would actually be an extremely good recovery.
Totally agree with you. I think the aggressive round, pushing all the way down middle and B long, has kind of backfired for JJH a little bit here, and then a favorable trade over on this A site. AIC has been given the opportunity to start to get themselves rolling in this game, Kev.
Yeah, especially in a situation where they won a round, but then if they instantly lose a round again, their money goes completely out the window. So you kind of have these situations where you're only winning every other round, especially when your economy is not good.
Big aggression. Dash straight down, B long. Opts out here for Feta, so it's going to be hard for him to respond. He's going to pull his own plates, but it's too late to save Zork.
A stun came through there as well, so difficult situation for AIC to start things out with Zork. Unfortunately, be the first one down. Can they punish? So they will. Lu is dead. They see more players. Dragon. It's going to go 1-for-1 in that situation.
Good trades.
Could be, though.
Yeah, has space been taken elsewhere? It has. Biggie Cheese lurking all the way through middle. But it seems like Akana's kind of aware of it. No, he wasn't positioned correctly with his crosshair. He was sitting behind the box. I thought he was just camping that retake angle in through his form. Minimize slipping through the Cosmic Divide. Punished immediately by Sinaway. And Tix is in another bloody postcode. Man's headed to Malaysia nice and early on, and he's not going to have the time to get back in time.
Yeah, he's walked over to Malaysia. Won't be collecting that free flight unless he wins first place in this tournament. Despite GG Hao being in the lead right now, AIC are picking up a lot of momentum. Very important opening where Lu goes aggressive but is punished.
Yeah.
And now Tix, decision-making, he's going to opt to potentially a save, or is he just going to run through the spawn here? Either way, this round is done for.
You just save the Vandal here for sure. You're heading into round 12. Definitely want Vandal and Armor online with enough stars to play with. Maybe drop something over. There's good ults in this next round for GG Hao as well. Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury is a great combo. Cosmic can help you with a lot of those post plants.
Final contact? Possibly. Nearly ran into each other.
It's not really worth it for Tix here at all. Like, he's already got his Cosmic online. Doesn't want to lose the Vandal. The only thing that helps is maybe giving AIC some ults, but even Kadiri and Biggie are nowhere near their ults, so it's probably not going to matter too much.
I said 3 and 9 would have been a pretty good scoreline for AIC, but now they're on board for the potential 5 out of 12 here. But you also mentioned this, a lot of ultimates on board for GG Hao, and an aggressive defensive round not going their way. Very important kill. I believe it was on Ikana, who was sitting in, the nest, B nest. And if he had the potential kill onto Biggie Cheese, could have been a different story, but that was a kill for me that made the difference. Outlaw actually online here for Feta for the final round.
3 light armored players that he could potentially find. One of them being minimized at top mid. If he overpeaks, he could go down early. Once again, you've got this high-low setup, spotted out by the drone of Zork. Putting pressure on this B side early. That's forced a gate crash over towards B. So Minimize biting that factor on the rotation back through. This has been read so well by AIC, but shot not connected.
And Minimize now aware as well. And Feta had enough money to also have the extra gun here as well. So the fact that they've won like 3 rounds in a row now is just giving the economy that needed boost.
That's
has
great.
The Outlaw to play against the light armor, but then has the capability to swap back over towards a real gun as well.
Yeah, it's a great read from AIC, understanding how the gate crash interacts with the Yoru rotations on defense. Now applying some pressure back towards this A side of the map. Dimensional Drift going to be coming out. The Hunter's Fury is still there for AIC. Remember that. That could be a kill here on this A side.
Yeah, Minimize is, he's out of that Dimensional Drift super early. Gate Crash going to fly on through as well. Falling back is going to be most of the members of GG Hao, but unfortunately not all of them can make it. Tix and Dragon falling over. Minimize can't even get a trade. It's disaster. The list is looking like 5. They needed something to come through from that retake, or at least the 3 members that were on towards A. Hunter's Fury is also going to go awry here as well. Does Lu have a single shot? He doesn't! My goodness, that's actually a flawless for the final round. And with that final round, Mitch, we're going to go to a break and come back soon. And with that, 7-5 half has been confirmed for AIC from 1 and 4, 1 and 5 to 5 and 7.
Was a very dominant start for GG Hao, and I think it really comes down to the aggression round, and then that was all AIC needed to get some momentum back. 4 in a row at the end of that half there. What a resurgence from them. Couple of the individuals started to get fired up. Once again, big main contact between both of these teams starts to go beautifully for GG Hao. 3-0. And that's 2 pistols in a row, 1 off the back of B contact.
It's looking very much like what we saw in the early pistols. On the opposite end, GG Hao won that one cleanly, anchoring B with their sheriffs this time around, stacking cleanly onto B. to punish the early aggression. And once more, AIC on that pistol just can't manage to get anything done.
Yeah, they're trying to play disruptive and confidently, but they're not really hitting their shots very much. Sinaway and Biggie Cheese put in a terrible position here. Lurk not even needed here for GG How. Reactive Paranoia gonna zone Biggie Cheese back, and there's a crossfire between Lou and Backside, which is not even needed because Lou connects on both. So 3K for him, getting himself close to an early Blade Storm, and once again, another great start to the half for GG How.
Sinaway makes it slightly more interesting, but realistically speaking, the chance was just not there. It all came down to this, and I think baited a little bit by the flash. They thought they had Dragon Flash a lot more there, but just doesn't really do much for them at all. And Lou, as you mentioned, in a perfect position to punish both of the final rotators in for the defense.
Yes, this should do.
Hey, I see now. Once again on Eco early on here, GG How, they got off to a 3-0 start and won their bonus. I think they might have even gone up to 5-0 early on. That's not a position you can afford to put yourself in as AIC here.
Right here.
Flash going to push at A main line.
I think it was 4-1, and then eventually went to 7-1 or something like that. So, yeah, 4 rounds, then lose 1, and then win the next 3. We saw a bit of advanced movement there from, I think it was Kaderi, who's now away from B.
This is such a cheeky position from Feta, with not really anything to play with, just a classic on the off angle, trying to catch a player. Creeping up the stairs here. Minimize has taken that A main orb. It's just a slow default on the anti-eco here for GG How. Dark cover, trying to obscure the fact that they're crossing back towards this A side of the map.
Feta happy playing it, hoping that a player's going to walk through, but not going to end up being the case. He might have heard some movement.
Yeah, these steps could be heard by Feta. They have. Look at that rotation from B.
Exactly, and he might even catch a player in the rotation again. Wrong gun to get a punish, but such insanely good information. And a situation where...
No trip. They don't have a senti.
Exactly, no Cypher, so he's going to be able to walk through uncontested here on the flank. Super important position, gets Dragon. Mid-smoke potential or mid-paranoia, something utility pulled out. He's been spotted, but it's going to pull attention away. It's going to force Tix to at least walk backwards a little bit here.
25 seconds. They have to go. They're still stuck in A main here. There's only pistols for AIC, but this round is getting very difficult. No smokes despite both controllers being present. Sinaway with the right click, 10 seconds on the clock, right up above him. Makata can't get it done. Massive play from Sinaway, but more so from Feta. That information inside a middle wins AIC that round.
Just walks into the smoke. He's hoping for potential player to walk in and challenge him, or walk past, and obviously that didn't happen. But he got more information out of that. He got more out of that situation than he bargained for, because he just saw, or heard rather, so much information, forced team's attention away, and then as time starts running out, they're walking into a high-low setup, 2 players in heaven. A couple of missed shots there from Kaderi, but still manages to get a kill. Leaves it down to a single 1v1. It's Sinaway who did a pretty good job, despite odds being against him on that first pistol. Ends up being the player that saves it and finishes off AIC.
Yeah, and funnily enough, JJH had a tough time after getting eco'd in BCL Split 2. Ended up losing a couple of games after that. There's a nice kill trip from Sinaway. Neural Theft immediately popped, and look, you've got to reserve your expectations in a round like this for GG How. It is an eco. They're just looking for damage or a plant, but AIC playing around it very well. Plant's still going to get in there from Mikana, so look, job done for JJH. Anything on top of this is a bit of a cherry on top.
One last play to go through. They're going to lose him. That's fine. Sinaway did his job here, committed the Neural Theft just to try and get themselves as flawless of a round as possible. It's not going to be the literal flawless here in terms of 5 alive, but they'll take 4. Economy is going to look much better. Extremely good after this round. Operator even in hand for Feta, so they're in a great position. Look, AIC have closed the gap now. 7-8 is about as tight as you want.
Bro, it was 7-1. Like, this is a completely different game. They've ecoed them in the second round. Momentum is well and truly with AIC here. JJH had a great start to the first half, and this is a completely different game now.
They had a great start to the second half as far as the pistol went, but the anti-eco falls apart so quickly. They needed to be able to convert that as well, which they were able to do in the first half, because they got at least 3 in a row, if not 4 in a row.
Yeah, I like this. Look, I don't want to go into too much depth about any of the JJH players or anything like that, having coached them previously, but I think this is the perfect timeout timing. They're a team that they never don't have enough ideas, and you've even got Akana pulled into the team as well. Tix has done some IGLing before. You've got Minimize. There's enough tactical ideas. Coaching JJH is more about managing the mental and making sure that they can keep themselves on track, that they keep the spirits high and things like that. So this pause timing is perfect. They need to change the momentum. They need to recover from losing that eco in the second round and just get themselves on the right page here again.
Speaking of recovering mentals here as well, it takes a lot for AIC to bring themselves back from a 1-7 situation in that first half, and now they find themselves potentially evening up and maybe even taking the lead if GG Hal cannot pull themselves together for the following round, their first real gun round for this half as well, which is why they go for the tag pause now, just before the gun round comes on through. Full rifles abound as you'd expect. One ultimate for now, but very close to a couple more ultimates. I can't in particular, one orb away. So good opportunity here for them to, especially out utility AIC, given the lack of ultimates on AIC.
And for AIC, I mean, this is the same win condition that won them the game against JJH in Split 2. Feta and Sinaway both popping off in tandem. You have a player to open up the round and a player to close it down in the sentient duelist positions, with the rest of the boys just playing roles. Mid pressure taken here by JJH, running those double controllers. Full information denied to AIC. They have no idea what's going on, but this info line inside of A main is so important. Dimensional drift being forced out here. Minimize going to clear out all of A main and set up JJH for a very easy A site take.
And look at all these
so
stars
that
here as
makes
well.
you ask, what does AIC's retake look like?
Yeah, forces Lou all the way back, and rather Feta all the way back, who has to just run for his life here. Fake out coming through as well. See what it sees. Full retake situation. Note that Lou is still on the flank for the moment, so have to be considerate of that.
Oh, so many reactive flashes here. Paranoia, Yoru flash in towards heaven off of Lou's contact, and Hunter's Fury with the grab well. Oh, Lou gonna peek out and just be able to take out two very easily in that position.
Yeah.
On for a 3K on heaven's side. That is a beautiful post plan for JJH.
Heard the situation where Hunter's Fury comes on through, a lot of footsteps being found, and Lou, we talked about him being posted up in vents, gets the perfect timing to catch the players who were falling away, and GG Hal, tactical timeout successful there. They got themselves onto A. Notice what ultimate advantages they had. Dimensional drift forces attention. AIC have to respect it. I mean, Feta drops off the line and runs all the way away into a full retake. Triple stars being dropped on the attack.
Tactically, that was a perfect round. Denying information in the middle. Sets up Lou in towards vent. Dimensional drift onto the A site, and perfect utility usage in the post plan to disrupt it.
Perfect defense or attacking situation where Lou, again, has the perfect angle to be able to punish, and now runs straight into Feta, instantly picks up a frag there.
Yeah.
This could be the last gun round for AIC for the time being, given the money situation.
Yeah, this is JJH taking control of the game after the attack timeout, and this is where they're going to start to feel very confident that the momentum is well and truly with them. Lou winning that head-to-head duel over the opposing duelist as well is a big gun loss for AIC. And JJH, with a pick that early in the round, are just working the map and waiting for a mistake.
It's also been the highest fragging player of AIC as well. The most dangerous member on the team has gone taken down, but given that being said, Sinaway has been slowly catching up. He's solo anchoring A for now, but just with the lack of members, AIC struggling to really know what's happening on the map right now. They did play a couple members mid previously, but at this point they're split evenly 2 and 2.
I don't like this at all, especially like leaning towards the Cypher side with an extra player. It is going to be the B execute here, and it's going to be down to Biggie Cheese and Kadiri having a massive round. There's the updraft on towards the top of the side. Oh, look, scanned out. That's a really good hold from him. Kadiri up from up high, able to take one with him as well, so that's fantastic. A man advantage now for AIC, and the dimensional drift coming through. This is a great looking retake.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that was really nice. Kadiri getting a drop there as well, but massive from Biggie Cheese. They've spotted the last player. They know where Dragon is, or one of the last players, 2 of them. See if they can get anything done here. HP's not bad for some of these last members.
Kana just waiting for someone to make a mistake. A lot of time ticked off the spike here. AIC punished, crossing 1 or 2 for Sinaway, but there's just no time here. He can't even get the half. There is the scan, and Dragon going to deny the half. 3K for him. And JJH winning themselves a 3-on-4 there. AIC, it's a good side defense. Biggie Cheese anchoring on the Astra made a huge difference, and Kadiri picking off his contact, but they just really, despite having a 3-on-2 with the dimensional drift, like how did they not put the pieces together in that post plan?
It looks pretty good for a while, but a situation where I think it was a 2v2 where Dragon ended up getting the kill off of Icana's contact in heaven. That was really important, so Icana falls away and Dragon peeks for it. And that is what swings the 2v2 their way, with Kadiri falling over. Very important round there for AIC, because that was, like I said, potentially their last gun round for just a moment. And they did start with a 4v5, to be fair, which is never amazing, but given how much work Biggie Cheese put in, you expected a lot more.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, but when you're in a 3-on-2, dimensional drift to give you full info, that is a post plant you should be closing.
And they had that info onto, I think it was Icona they spotted, or maybe it was Dragon. They did spot somebody on the spike itself, on the actual, the backside area, near danger, but they just struggled to clean that guy up, and in the 2v2, that guy should have died, so.
Half bite for AIC. Money's already pretty strong for GG How. If they can just avoid losing Vandals, they have the economy to close out this game. Drone going up over the top as well as the fake out. They know exactly where Feta is, but they don't really want to push the issue too much. Going to fall away back towards the B side of the map where Zork and Biggie Cheese lay in wait for now.
Concealment.
They're all moving. They know something is up here, so all the defense from AIC now running over towards B. And here comes the cavalry. My goodness, they've actually done so much so already. Two of the anchors have managed to take down two on the attacking side. And can they get more work than that done? They so far have been able to. GG How now down to only 2 members and low HP on Icona as well. The only one, remember, is now Tex alive versus 3. He'll at least get the plant down, but a much needed round going potentially the way of AIC.
Tex is usually pretty good in the clutch, but flanked out by Feta. The second time in this half alone that GG How have been ecoed, not to mention on a situation where they were looking to close the game there. They had strong economy on the attacking side. All they needed to do was get through that anti-eco. They'd be up 11-7 with a strong economy to boot. And now they are going to be forced on a lighter buy with the Vandals. It'll still be a gun round, don't get me wrong, but handing over 3 Vandals to AIC swings the economy so much back in the favor of the defense and gives a lifeline here to AIC that they didn't necessarily have.
It was Zork and Biggie Cheese again that were really, especially Biggie Cheese, doing so much work anchoring. But remember this number, Mitch, 18. That was the round number where I think things could turn around. If AIC pull this one into either an OT or indeed win this map, I think round number 18 would have been the critical round that gave them that opportunity.
They got great ults to do it as well. Neural Theft, Cosmic, and the Hunter Sphere are great tools to be able to, you know, approach the mid to late round in terms of the retake or just reading the rotations. TP forced out there for Kadiri as GG How take a little bit of mid control. Sinaway is playing inside the vent here. Scan coming through from Zork. He was looking for a span through the nebula, but isn't able to find it.
We did see a little bit of action for GG How in the vent previously with loot, so Sinaway hoping to get something off the back of that one, and will be to Neural Theft the one play he kills if something does indeed happen. Minimize, meanwhile, has made his way all the way to the back of sight, and he'll dodge the drone as well. Super important. In fact, the drone, actually, he fired a couple shots here. Might have actually reeled himself.
Yeah, it's just mid-pressure, though. He's really just trying to drain some resources from AIC in combination with the multiple smokes that they've deployed inside of middle.
His fake out's gone as well, so he's now committed to this position. He has no exit option, has to play into it, and he's going to get collected, you'd imagine. He's at least got the 1 kill, but stunned up. He's got to get 2 out of that situation. 21 HP, still alive, and now everyone walks to the meat grinder that is Civil Lime and Zork once more. And it's going to be great. Zork will pick up an extra one. Tex, once again, the sole survivor on to B. They'll at least have the extra membership with Minimize still surviving again. How did he live through all of that?
Orb was picked up by Minimize. That's surely been heard by Sinaway as well as all of these steps. That's an easy kill for him. Neural Theft comes out, so he knows exactly where Tix is. Spike plant goes down. Cosmic's team being deployed. There's the Nebula from Tix as well. Sinaway biding his time, trying to read the positioning of Tix. Gonna walk his way around the left side. Tix behind the Cosmic as it fades. Had an opportunity to end the round right then and there, but patience from Sinaway. Massive clutch to win from AIC there. That round started so poorly from them, losing 2 picks inside of middle, but again and again, this B-hold keeps delivering.
I mean, Minimize just couldn't link up with Tix in time. He was still kind of running around in B main in the nest as well, just couldn't quite get back to his teammate. Puts it down to a 1 versus 1, and even had a situation where, honestly, like you said, Tex had the drop. He had the situation where he could have killed Sinaway. He had that shot available, misses it, and offers the opportunity back over to the other side, falls in the other court, and unfortunately for Tix, ends up being a slam dunk from Sinaway. Perfectly played in that final 1v1, given that Neural Theft was also available. Honestly, GG How had that round, in my opinion, pretty locked up. Minimize doing so much in mid, not dying.
Bro, they were 5-on-3, but again, they walk into the meat grinder of a B-hold. Half buy for JJH now. Drone going on through Feta looking to punish anybody who puts a single toe out of line, but this time GG How, no one getting caught on the cross into B. They've been given the site.
Yep.
So we're going to end up in a 5-on-5 retake, and JJH looking to push forward.
AIC are fully here now. All members a little bit concerned to send away for a potential of the flank. As the fake out will time itself out. Reveals there. Drone being dodged out by Minimize. Good positioning for him, but it might not be enough. He'll at least be able to get the one here. 3 so far for AIC. The retake looking pretty damn good. 2 alive now. Lakana on the side itself. Ticks with the Marshal. Can only hope to do something. 0 will be the answer there. That is nearly a flawless for the retake. And finally, after 20 rounds, Mitch, we've equalized.
Yeah, AIC being given a fair few lifelines. Multiple ecos won. JJH letting their foot off the gas pedal in the first half, but they are here to play well and truly now. You've had Feta opening up the game and being the opener of a lot of these rounds, and Sinaway being so clutch, but the person that's impressed me the most has got to be Biggie Cheese. The B-side anchoring that this man has been doing in a couple of these rounds has been absolutely key.
And some of those rounds, not even with a rifle, just a sheriff in hand is enough. And a situation where, which round was it? Was it 18, I believe, was the one that they had the pistols? It was the pistol round that they won with basically only the sheriffs.
Yeah.
Super important round. Those are the back-breaking rounds that GG Hell can't afford to lose. And a couple times, you felt like GG Hell had the round in their hands. It just slips away. When you're up 7-1, you can afford to lose a couple of those rounds.
Yeah.
When you're only up by 1 or 2 rounds, it's more like a 10-9, 10-8 situation. That's when AIC pick up steam.
Attack timeout now. This is where we saw GJH organize themselves so well when they had access to the Dimensional Drift before. It was a perfectly constructed round with the smokes into middle, the Dimensional Drift through A, and a perfect post plant set up on that A side of the map. Now with the chance to prepare it, how well will they put a plan together and execute it? But more so, AIC with the momentum behind them. 3 rounds in a row, won on the post plant every single time. They have the opportunity to respond. They've seen a couple of these Dimensional Drift set plays for JJH, and they've got some great ults for the retake.
Exactly. Really, really amazing retake ultimates. Cosmic Divide into Hunter's Fury. So that combo itself will be pretty important. But you mentioned Dimensional Drift. That was super important for Minimize previously on the A site. Yeah, I'll do a little bit of exploration in mid so far, but if they do another really hard take onto A, you can imagine Dimensional Drift would be part of that for sure.
Mid pressure early on here for GG How. Not rushing themselves into a set play early on. 2 players set up inside the vent here for AIC, playing retake on the A site. Gate crash committed on over there as well. It's retake B with the off on the line. Drone going into A main. This will be heard here by AIC. What information will Lakana gather here? I don't know if he's even going to be able to see that it's a Cypher setup. Indeed, he won't. There's the Hunter's Fury going through A main, looking for information, sees absolutely nothing from Zork, and GG How now prepping themselves for this B hit.
Yeah, they have to burn the Hunter's Fury early, which won't be comfortable for the retake, and it's looking like it'll have to be a retake. Feta would like to get anything done on the opening gate. Dimensional Drift is going to see him straight away. He's going to be forced off, and now the offensive Hunter's Fury, they want him down. They'll get him down. Minimizes, chases him with the Dimensional Drift. It's 5 versus 4, straight away with the plant.
Yeah, I don't even know if you're going to be able to get back in here as AIC, and look at GG How intentionally playing forward, not wanting to let the Cosmic come into play. Duel on the flank, one by Sinaway, but over towards Heaven's side. There are so many players here. Almost everyone in the server residing around this dark cover.
This is going to be really interesting once the smoke drops. Secondary smoke dropped in there as well. Zork is just going to get taken down through the smoke indeed. Flash is not going to be really good for Lu. Oh, he doesn't get Flash. Get a kill off the back of that one. 1 versus 1, and it's going to come down to Minimize. The player with the first blood is going to get the last blood in the round as well. GG Hell hold on to their lead, but only by a hair. 11-10, and it ends up in a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift and the Hunter's Fury to convert that opening kill onto Feta, and it comes down into a 1-on-1. That tells you how strong AIC's retakes have been on B. In a 4-on-5 with 20 seconds ticked off the spike, it still comes that close.
Yeah, maybe expect a little bit more of the players in Heaven as well. But yeah, Lu, despite he had to turn away from the flash, but still managed to get the trade. That first kill, though, minimized Dimensional Drift, landing directly on top of Feta's face. We haven't seen much of the operators by either team so far in this map.
This is such an important round. Big swing round. Both teams almost out of money. Close to some big impact ults here for AIC. Walking into middle behind the smokes. But AIC already responding to this. 3 players. You've got 1 in the vent as well. It's a mid-crunch here from the defense, and they go 2 for 1.
And they crunched indeed. Defense have been able to spot the last 3 players out. They know they're going towards A. And this is where things get really tough. Everyone's been spotted. Good discipline being shown there. Knows that that one's the fake. And Biggie Cheese will collect the two-piece that he requires, and it'll be a cleanup from Feta. It's an important round that goes AIC. We're 11-11. It's looking on board for a potential OT, or someone's going to finish this one.
But JJH's money's broken here, Kev. Down to 2k. That might have just won AIC the game right then and there. They've got the Dimensional Drift coming off cooldown as well, or rather coming online. That was a big read from AIC. You've seen that slow mid-control as the early round set up time and time again for GG How, and this time AIC was ready.
It's perfect. I mean, Neural Theft in play there as well, giving all the information over. Another clean anchor from Biggie Cheese with a lot of help, but that's what you need here.
Oh, they're playing around the orb control. They know that Lou wants to go for the knives. They're trying to punish him doing so. There's the flash through. Knives pulled out from Lou. Minimize is going to hit someone with the classic. Down goes Biggie Cheese. A man advantage now for GG How.
Yeah,
potential to get their hands on some rifles. Feta forced off the line.
And he's going to get forced off potentially further. He's actually locked in the line pretty deep at the moment. He'll take down one. But around where GG How, you mentioned their money was bad. Well, guess what? Free guns on the ground is going to be amazing. Sinaway with the singular on a minimize. Picks the right play in terms of Yoru's there. And Sinaway now getting even more. How has that happened? AIC Sinaway, he's been able to clutch through some very important rounds on that defense.
Yeah.
And once again, a big triple to push them to match point.
I don't think he's lost the clutch, honestly. One off the Cosmic now here for Biggie Cheese. After a couple of kills in that round, I believe, or going down, Kadira's got access to his Dimensional Drift. So AIC, Kev, have got the tools they need to win this game. You're going to get the buy coming through here from GG How as well. Dragon has to go down to a Sheriff because he went for a Hero Vandal in the last round. A lot of light armors here.
If you watched the first half, you would have thought this would have been GG How cleaning up already.
Yeah.
Imagine this going up to 24.
Great resilience has to be said from AIC here in this game. Darts being exchanged. Not scanning anything on either side here. JJH just contacting their way in towards A main and taking control over there. There's the drone through, looking for information from Zork and spot out multiple players.
There we go. Multiple players are going to walk on and lose straight in towards the smoke. Both players in heaven can't really affect the round at the moment, but they are at least in the correct position.
It's a fake. They have sold them so well here. Lou is the only one on the A site right now.
They've moved off. They moved off. Hang on. Is it a double fake? Because you have a situation where actually on the middle map, it looks like AIC have started to move away.
Oh, it's so messy.
Kadiri got cleaned up there. Did he ult? In fact, he might have. But yeah, this is certainly... God, it's very messy in a situation where AIC...
Yeah, JJH have set up this B after plan here. It's a retake setup here from Sinaway. They're completely out of position. This is a fantastic round from JJH so far. This duel on the flank going to be very important. And AIC now prepping themselves for another B-site retake. JJH playing quite disruptively on the right-hand side of site.
Dragon was part of that play on A as well. Managed to pick up one of the weapons dropped by either player that died and has managed to make his way over now. Retake has players coming from multiple angles. First up is probably going to come through from Tower. Silver Lime does not have line of sight. I think he's going to go down here. He has been seen now. Both players from AIC down, and it's just going to go to Zork. And it will not go very far, unfortunately. 12 and 12 OT has been found. Like I said, this one was looking like a potential OT. GG How not out of it yet.
There's so many layers to that round. AIC is this team that in the past they've been known to over-rotate, and I think that's GG How playing off of that tendency. They just throw that A fake so masterfully, and it's something that you can do with the From the Shadows, with the global presence of the Astra. Fantastic round from the attackers there. Attack timeout as we head into overtime here. This has been a fantastic game so far. Very back and forth, which is exactly what you expect from these two cores that have had a rivalry for such a long time, and both of them making some new additions here. Have to say, it hasn't been the most fantastic game so far from Kadiri. He was 0-10 at one point. He started to pick things up a little bit. So far throughout this qualifier, he's been one of the better players, but in this big pressure game here, these additions from AIC, you know, they haven't been super impactful. At least in their comeback, though, after the 0-7, both of these players have kind of been picking things up a little bit more.
It's really on the defense has been Sinaway's game. Feta was the player that was doing the most for AIC on the attacking side, but once we swap sides there, Sinaway winning those clutches. Silver Lime as well, Biggie Cheese, a.k.a. has been picking up a decent amount of flags, anchoring. But dare I say, this has been a map so far that should have been an extremely tough one for AIC, but I feel like GG How with a team that were definitely sweating more.
See how GG Hard go, moving back over onto the defense now. Looks like the name of the game is going to be that mid control once again here from AIC, and they know Minimize has been around. JJH not really changing anything up. Once again, it's going to be the double controllers towards A, the high-low anti-contact setup on B, and Minimize just dancing around in the middle with a gate crash to get out.
Shallow stars all around for everybody. Minimize, as you mentioned, gate crash in effect. Do they know that he's there? Well, sense something is potentially up. One-way smoke could be extremely good for Minimize. He's making a little bit of noise. Could be dropping off a couple of players here. Spike is actually kind of committed into mid at the moment.
Nebula create a little bit more space for AIC, as well as the Cloud Burst to try to help them get across. Gate Crash forced out as both of the duelists on AIC take mid control in tandem.
Just a little bit of minimal damage on a Zork and Fedder's HP bar. Nothing really truly to write home about at this stage, but full mid control is now, as mentioned, gone.
Yeah, Drone's going to come in here from the defense, looking to re-clear mid in tandem with both of the duelists here, I'd imagine. Oh no, not even really pushing behind that Drone, just scouting out where the AIC still resides in middle.
Drone at least saw two there. You got a lick of a vision piece onto Fedder before a different player on AIC took it down.
Minimize leaning back towards that A side of the map here. Dragon playing from backside, ticks from heaven. In comes this AXQ.
Here we go. At least there's plenty of players on the defense here to resist against it. Paranoia will slow things down slightly.
30 seconds.
We'll see what happens when this smoke fades away as well. Fedder will be the first one going in deep. Dragon is up for a lot here. Sees a barrel, sees a player, gets just the one. It might be enough. We'll see if it is. Multiple members going down there, and we're going to go down to a 2 versus 2 full retake plant yet to come on through.
Kana's got an Odin in hand. 10 seconds on the clock. They're going to be able to plant backside. Both of GG Hao coming in from spawn side. Darts there.
Oh, he's got a
dimensional
drift.
drift. Yeah, multi-frag here for Kadiri. He's going to see both of these players in heaven.
Massive.
Now Sinaway can reposition towards backside here. All of these steps knows that they haven't gone left side. Gate crash back in towards A main, but that's not where it's planted for. Sinaway had to get both there. GG Hao thought that the Yoru had gone back into spawn side. Kadiri was a little out of position, but Sinaway comes up clutch yet again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of position where you plant for essentially defender spawn. And obviously then you are looking at a situation where you have full information in the post plant with a dimensional drift. And GG Hao, they're assuming that the default, or rather the post plant, is in their own spawn. That's why they're all looking there, and that is where Sinaway swings. They have everything going for them. They have the post plant full info. I mean, the crazy thing is, as mentioned, Kadiri and Sinaway weren't even playing off each other. That was just info from Kadiri and the Sinaway. Basically at 1v2, and he'll easily win that one.
Yeah, man has just been winning every XVX, every clutch has come up huge for AIC time and time again. Make or break here for JGH, moving over onto the attacking side. Cam is in position, multiple kill trips in the back of the site here for Sinaway.
Just a purely info diff on that round. Massive ultimates coming through as well. This time, Sight once again. We'll take it early on. Full 5 members coming through for the retake.
Yeah.
Not going to do too much with the fake out there. First on play is Sinaway. Taking down the big carry on the defense has finally been eliminated.
Yeah, 1 for 1. Fedder's coming in on the flank here. Minimize is pretty ready for it, holding over towards that ropes position. See what the timing's looking like. AIC now starting to make their way back into the site. That's a big duel to win.
Still 3 alive here coming through from the defense. Can they get anything done? Tex so far has been saying no to that answer. One Biggie Cheese. He needs to do more here. He actually gets one. It was minimized. It looked like he was pretending to be a fake out almost, but he is vulnerable. He has very low HP. He's running into a double swing. And GG Hao will hold on. They get themselves a free site. They get themselves down to minimal numbers on both ends. But they'll still have a really nice post plant.
There we go again. AIC back onto that attacking side. Both of the duelists of GG Hao winning opening duels that were pretty important, or winning duels that were pretty important rather. And disrupting that retake from AIC that has been successful multiple times in a row.
Well, this one is going to go to 28 rounds minimum. Feeling a potential 30 here. I don't know if you're going to see the same sort of magic coming through from the dimensional drift of Kadiri on that defense again, but we'll see when we get there indeed. First of all, Spee again.
Trying to play that same position as previously. Saw the gate crash going past his head, and he's going to be able to punish the Yoru accordingly. Lu hiding inside of his cloud burst, but forced out of the site, almost caught on the updraft.
Yeah, he was lucky to get out of that situation as well, because he was in the firing lines of the entire attacking side, and Fedder now will punish Minimize finally. So with Lou getting away, Minimize not so lucky. 3 for the retake here, up against the 4 of AIC in a brilliant position. Drone, unfortunately, doesn't really see too much there. They have to assume that one player is in the backside, and Feta activates on top of Lou. Feta's getting himself a second here as well. Blaze still available, 2 versus 1, only Dragon alive. This post plant is looking so good for AIC, and Dragon still has so much work to do. 2 players, and they're both together. How can he even do this? The smoke will help.
He's going to try and get on it, but the grab, well, going to secure the fact that there is no half. Vulnerable comes out, and this is where the right click on the blade should finish him off. There's no time. Doesn't matter. One-on-one's been won despite a 3K from Dragon. A nice round from AIC. They've done a lot of these slower paced, more contacty rounds in regulation, and that time just a 1-4. Sinaway keeping an eye on middle, straight up B execute, and we see once again Feta thriving in the early to mid round. You put him in these weird situations where you get into these duels on the site and he comes up with multi-frags in multiple times. These 50-50 duels that really could go either way. They're so round defining, and Feta keeps winning them on attack.
You can't really win these situations post-plant versus, or rather defuse versus a still alive Astra that's got a grab wall that can slow things down and really just burn that timer down. So
yeah,
AIC putting themselves once more back in towards match point, but GG Hal were able to pull it through last time. They were down 13, or rather they were down 1 in a match point situation.
Every time that they've taken attack and going into a attacking round, they've won it. So we'll see how this goes. AIC with the potential to close here. Their defense has been pretty fantastic, mostly when Biggie Cheese has been on that B side of the map. When they've had the Cypher there or killed trips, it hasn't been as successful. So I'd like to see them once again run the Cypher on the A side of the map, probably Astra on B. Wouldn't mind maybe a bit mid-crunch in the mid-round once again.
I remember that Sinaway was one of the early members down. He might have been the first blood from GG Hal on their attacking side of OT as well, which definitely had an impact.
Once again.
And you mentioned, you said A for Sinaway round. He's got to go over towards B. He's actually going to be starting things out with his Astra and Biggie Cheese.
Oh, he's playing to hold the side this time though. He was going for kill trips on the retake. This time playing to hold site. Once again, AIC taking mid control. Kadiri going to have to sit behind multiple smokes, and it's going to be a fast mid to A split.
Caution here.
Feta got nice and deep on A as well, but they're smelling something over towards Vance, as you say. A side split. Drone first. Here comes Paranoia. Feta down early. You need to see Zorg hold on. He's at least got the single so far. He's trying to run through the smokes. The Dragon catches him through that. Potentially a lucky headshot, but he'll take it. He needs that, and he's got it. Plant coming up through 4 versus 3 for the retake, and unfortunately for Sinaway and Biggie Cheese, who would have liked to have had all of GG Hal run into their setup, that's just not going to be it.
Yeah, GG Hal playing inside of the site, looking to disrupt. Biggie Cheese flanking late through Vent. AIC are only now making their way into heaven, and there's so much time ticked off the spike.
Minimize as well, has a fake out ready to go if he gets into trouble. He's tucked in deep, he's looking for an opportunity, he's got it, he's got a kill, he's got a second one as well, and that's going to be the round. He wasn't even forced off of his corner, but a post-spawn situation, so many still alive. GG Hal had 4 alive at that stage. And the setup, the massive setup in terms of both of your strong defenders, both set up on the same side of the map, particularly the Cypher, who, as you say, wanted to really lock down the defense. With the trip setup that he had, just didn't get lucky there.
Yeah. I think JJH have won every round post-hack, so coaching staff working overtime right now for the boys.
Here.
As we head into round 29.
Where was this when you were there?
Huh?
Where was this coaching staff working overtime?
I think it might have been like a 30% success rate off of TAC most of the time. Definitely a bit of a coach diff. No disrespect to Eno, I love that man. Feta looking for that opening duel, and he'll win it again. Early to mid-round, you cannot fault this man on attack.
Early advantage is so good here. AIC, they've been good on these attacks so far. Both teams, you have to say. Both teams have been good on the attack so far. Paranoia actually might catch a decent amount of plays here. Is he going to be able to get the swing? No, he's not. Biggie Cheese will get that opening pick so easy. Minimize, though, coming through from the spawn, slowing things down. There's a bit of action that might happen over towards the mid side as well. That could actually decide the round, depending on who wins it. Sinaway looking great, and Minimize can't get more done there. Team Ace coming through from AIC, another attacking round win. At what point are we going to break the spell? Because both teams have won these OT attacks. No one has won the defenses.
AIC, map point for them yet again. They continue to put the press on GG Hal. How will they respond? Looks like it's going to be Cypher Astra again over towards that B side of the map.
Surely this time GGL runs into it.
Maybe. 1-4. Looks like mid-control is going to be the name of the game first and foremost. 2-1-2-1 yet again here for AIC with the Yoru in the middle of the map.
Feder with another deep setup onto A to start things out with, so not spotting anything.
Taking that A main line, getting info on there nice and early on. Zork playing inside of the vent this time is a bit of a change up, playing a bit more of a forward position, which may indicate that AIC wants to yet again crunch mid in the mid round.
Well, they didn't have that information last time, rather they lost vent control entirely, so...
Kadiri spammed out, forced out, low HP, Feder re-clearing A main here, activating the dash. Looking for contact, but can't see anything, which is information in and of itself.
Looking like a B finish here. This is what Sinaway's been waiting for.
Yep.
3 members lined up, ready to go.
The longer they stall, though, Feder's got a great flank timing here. The longer that it takes for GG how to organize this B execute.
Minimize as well, though. This is contact being found. Minimize on to Zork, and Zork loses. Spawn has been compromised, and he's going to be able to gate crash his way to safety as well.
That's heard by Feder. He knows that the Euro's repositioned back towards bottom middle. There is still a chance here for AIC. 3 players inside of the B side. The execute's coming in. The flank timing's fantastic, and the Astra and the Cypher are both here.
Okay, let's see what happens here. We did have a little bit of an early stun coming through. Feder's timing is something important. He finds himself on the take straight away. That's going to be it. The defense locked in. The defense locked strong. And AIC, from 1-7 to 16 and 14, took them 30 rounds to be able to make the comeback come true for Abyss. That was not looking comfortable in the first half, but really, as I say, a little bit early on now, seems much early on now, considering how deep we went into this map, but the end of that first half, and basically the entire second half, it was a huge struggle for GG Hao just to keep their head above water.
AIC. They start out on attack. They opt to start attack on GG Hao's map pick here. Doesn't start out well, but all they need is a chance to start to get themselves warmed up, and their defense was rock solid. That B hold was fantastic. And Sinaway coming up time and time again in the clutch. Feder, the ultimate opener for AIC, and Sinaway, the round closer. It is the same win condition that won them the upper bracket final.
Well, Feder was the one that was holding the game together in any way that he could in the first 7 to 8 rounds, where AIC were getting cooked and cleaned up. But it was at the end as well. He started the game strong, he ended the game strong. He got that first blood in the final round of the OT, and he secures it mostly, the advantage for the side of AIC to be able to get this round in. I want to be able to say as well, it was the defense. It was the defensive side which allowed this AIC team to finally catch up. We didn't see the equalization until round 20. 10-10 was the first time the teams were able to equalize since the start of the entire map, and it took all the way 10 more rounds after that match before you saw the AIC win, and it was on a defensive OT.
Bro, O's Valorant has never been more competitive than it is right now. This is the lower bracket game. It's gone all 30, multiple overtimes, just to see who's going to take on Focus in the grand final. Like, this is fantastic scenes. You know, this has been a region that in the past has been a bit of a whitewash at times in multiple different games. And in the off bloody season, Kev, we've got so many contenders.
I was going to say, without much to play for, but I lie. You got a lot to play for here for this event, particularly. You have it all to play for, because it is qualification time for either of our two teams, and an opportunity now being found where either team can win it. We said it at the start of the broadcast, but I didn't know if it was going to be a reality until we saw at least one of these two maps, or one of these maps coming in for one of these two matches. And map number 1 doesn't disappoint. 30 rounds, and in a situation where maybe one of the better comebacks, one of the best comebacks that we've seen in the region. And I agree as well. I remember O's Valorant back in the day, first couple of years, quite a lot of blowouts. It was very lopsided in terms of where the heavy hitters were. But nowadays, looking at this particular tournament, looking at how things are shaping out, everyone's been beating everyone for the most part. Games have been close, and that has remained true throughout the entirety.
AIC, they win their opponent's map pick there, and they're going to go on to their own map pick of Haven. Interesting one to pick into this series, given that historically it's been a bit of an up and down map for them, but they did absolutely destroy Bobo on it the other day, so I dare say they're feeling pretty confident. We'll
see if AOC can do that again. They won Haven versus Bobo. Can they do it versus GG Hao to clean things up 2-0? Find out right after this break.
enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Team Ace. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back to the Ace Predator League Oceanic Valorant Qualifiers. Final day here, Mitch. Map number 1, 30 rounds, 16 and 14. Probably our most competitive, our most, back and forth map that we've had so far in the entire tournament. And I say that with confidence because I would hesitate to think that any other map this entire tournament, including the off-stream games, went to 30 rounds.
Yeah, not quite. There was a pretty back and forth similar game that we saw between Bobo and Focus. We got to see that on stream, but Bobo didn't come back and win that game. They did a fake comeback, and we all hate a fake comeback, but that was a real deal comeback from AIC. From down 1-7, they bring the half back 5-7, push through into OT, and they were always kind of the team since bringing it back from the start of the game that was a little bit, had their nose out in front. They had multiple map points in regulation and in overtime. They were often winning that first round in overtime, in each overtime, I should say. So AIC, they did their hard yards there. Good stuff from JJH, though that game really could have gone either way. Very competitive series competitive map to start off the series, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Haven goes, because this has been a bit of a flip-flop map pick for AIC. I guess they're still getting used to what their map pool is with this new roster coming into the off-season, and this shouldn't be a map that JJH is too adverse to playing either. They have liked to play it in the past, coaching the boys. I remember going into one of the series and kind of convincing them to pick Haven, and they were quite comfortable playing it because when they were a very strong team, the core of this team was when Haven was in the map pool, and it was a map that they were very comfortable playing. It goes really well into their roles as well. You can stick Ikana onto that Sova. Minimize can play the flash in it, playing the breach. So I feel like the map itself is a map that historically all of these players are very comfortable with, but it also really well just playing the meta comp.
I mean, speaking of roles, you're going to have some change-ups here as well based on history, what we saw in Haven from AIC in the past. The game versus Boba, the 13-2, that dominant 13-2, which was just a steamroll, if anything. Obviously, you do see Kadiri moving over towards the Sentinel role. He goes to the Cypher. Feta stays on the Duelist. He probably moves over towards the Neon.
Yeah.
But then, you know, Sinaway looks over towards the Smoker instead. He's got himself a controller with that Omen. So there's a couple of swaps in there, but nothing absolutely gigantic. Bigger Cheese moves from Smokes over to Initiator with the Breach. And this is what we talked about in the pre-show with, you know, what we can expect from a team like AIC with members that can switch and move between different roles. And we saw how effective that was versus Bobo. Now, obviously, GG Howard, a completely different team.
Yeah.
They looked extremely comfortable on map number 1, then it started to fall away from them. If Haven ends up being a fantastic start for AIC, you can imagine that GG Howard are going to be straight away struggling to keep their heads above water.
Yeah, at least they played the roles a little bit, and I love the discussion around role flexibility, and I think it's something that people talk about how flexible someone is in terms of what roles they can play. But I always ask the question, what roles should they play? Because I see people flex into other roles a lot and then they play pretty poorly. And I think, you know, we've seen Katiri play Flash Duelist and we've seen him play Sentinel. And he's played pretty well playing both, but then obviously in that Abyss game, he didn't have the best start to it. Maybe nerves and getting himself warmed into the game. I'm hoping now that he moves over onto the Sentinel, I'm assuming for Haven, he's going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable. I'm expecting a pretty similar comp from both of these teams. And I think regardless of the fact that ARC has picked this map, I think this could go either way. And actually, really, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw multiple OTs still to come in this series.
Yeah, for sure. And Kadiri is the play for me that I want to see step up as well because he had a bit of a rough one in the last game.
But they still won.
Exactly.
It's Feta and Sinaway, and it's always been Feta and Sinaway for AIC, regardless of who's playing on the roster. Like I said, you've just got such a good opening player and such a good round closing player. But I agree with you. Kadiri, having him come into this roster where traditionally you've had a weaker individual player in that slot and in that role, he can add more firepower to this AIC roster if he's popping off like he was in the previous games.
Let's take a look at where our agent slate comes through. We have basically outlined where we expect the picks to be. And
Mirror
there
match.
are the role swaps to come on through. Mirror match, tease it up. It's the favored composition on both ends.
Yeah.
I see no problems here. I think everything is about where you would expect it to be.
Neon, popular pick on Haven these days. I hear that nerfs are coming though, so enjoy it while it lasts. I know that Lou's going to be happy with that. He doesn't mind playing the Neon, but I know he would probably prefer to be on a Jet at times. It is his more comfort role.
I think Doctor is on focus, waiting at the grand finals, looking for the last opportunities to break through the Neon as best he can before things come in, and maybe the nerf hammer just slaps Neon out of the meta.
Similar to JFT qualifying for Ascension, playing ISO almost every single time. In my opinion, it'll be a bit tragic to see someone who's only a Neon main and then Neon nerfs happen and then they're going to go overseas and play. That might not be the best thing for the Oceanic region, but you got to give credit where credit's due. Focus have been the most dominant team in this series. And now we turn our attention here to Haven to see who will take them on in that final.
Indeed, well, let's focus on Haven now. AIC versus GG Hal, map number 2 out of potential 3. And if last map was anything to go by, GG Hal have certainly got an opportunity to make it 3. But AIC, the history on Haven, at least versus Bobo, was that of dominance. Can they do it once more? As the Neons fly on through Lou on that Neon. So a player that you actually mentioned previously hadn't played a lot of Neons, so.
He plays it a little bit. He's pretty flexible in terms of his duelist pick. Can left behind by Dragon inside of Grass. Will spot out the mid push. A main control taken by GG How early on. So both teams feeling each other out, trading map control. Zork inside of the back of the site. Trip will keep him safe for now, but as it gets dealt with, he will drop a shock there. That does a little bit of damage. Very nice chip damage onto Minimize.
Everyone actually moved over towards the seaside first until the plan actually came on through. Zork going to take Heaven positioning. Now the full retake comes on in. Drone is going to see a couple players.
Darts there for Ikana. Dart cover onto spawn side. There's the relay bolt, but Paranoia reactively stalls the retake for now.
See where the Paranoia comes on through the attack side as well. Late is going to be Dragon for a little while, but that might be fine. Okay, 2 opening early. 2 more players to come on through. Locks down the play in hell. Now Dragon, a 1 player to try and break on 3. He finds a solo Kadarius Sinaway. Locks himself into the spike. He nearly got the full defuse as well. Maybe he should have stuck it.
Always.
That's hindsight 2020, unfortunately.
No, he wanted to wait for the ping of the camera to show him in the crouch position, but he mistimed it by like 0.1 second. See, you know how the camera pings and shows you the outline of the player?
Yeah, sure.
When you're on the half, you want to make it look like you're sticking it through to bait out the peak from the Cypher, but he waited half a second too long, and Dragon was kind of in a position where he's like, should I push, should I not? He sees the Omen standing up, and that's enough for him to adjust his crosshair, reactively flick to the head, position himself and anticipate that peak from the Omen. Really, really unfortunate. JJH win that pistol. That's 3 from 3 pistols from them.
Well, it's 2 versus 1 as well, so even in that situation, AIC probably could have played the 2 players a little bit better.
I mean, they did well. Like, the way they waited out all of that reactive utility from JJH to wait for their right time to swing in on the retake. It was a good attempt from AIC, who are now on the pistols. They've taken all of A lobby control here, and they've got JJH right around the corner.
Well, they're going to break on through, though. They are at least going to get the 1 player down. They haven't even caught the trip just yet. Feder and Biggie Cheese managing to get a lot done here. 2-2, but considering that there's no guns on AIC, this is extremely good for AIC so far. Dragon wins that duel versus Feder, who, if he wins that duel, I think actually AIC are in a strong position for the defensive win.
Yeah, good attempt on the paranoia. On through from lobby side. That was thrown from middle or A-Link by Sinaway to try to set up Feder for that pick. Another 1-for-1 means that GG Hao with a 1-player advantage. Gonna call the audible, go back towards the C side of the map. Cam being tapped, that's dealt with by Sinaway, who wants to try to get his hands on a rifle, but they're both waiting for him to push.
Well, Sinaway made noise, so easy pickup there for Dragon, who's got another multi-fragment. Look at this, in the last 2 rounds, 5 kills for Dragon, giving himself 5 out of 6 for the ult.
I think in the games that GG Hao were losing in the lower bracket or previously to this against Focus, Dragon was the standout player. He was having very, very good performances. So I think he's kind of the main consistent in-form player for GG Hao, despite swapping from controller to Sentinel, which is not a huge change, although he did play controller on Abyss, to be fair, but he is kind of that Senti controller flex, which, to be fair, he's played Senti in the past as well, so it's not a huge departure from what he's used to. Here's the bonus for GG Hao, though.
Yeah, AIC, first gun round. Let's see what they can do out of this one. Guardian on board for Zork, though, doesn't have the full weaponry.
Don't know what that was from Lou. Relay bolt. In comes the fast lane into this C site. GG Hao not pulling the trigger, though. Just pressuring Garage. Thinking about committing to that C split, but now calling the audible and going back to B.
Well, they have Tex locked up as well. He's kind of just hanging out right now.
Yeah, trying to wait for the rotates to come through. Plant onto B. Able to be secured for free there from GG Hao.
Yep.
This is a very tricky retake now for AIC with the active lurk in play.
Biggie Cheese would have liked to have spotted someone, but it's actually going to be Tex. So that was the 1 player that had been waiting for a while to activate. Still a retake required, though. They have multiple entries here. Lou is first up. He's got himself 1 kill off the back of the Bucky. Possible player in spawn to be located as well. It's Minimize, though. That'll collect 2. Minimize getting the work done indeed.
Aftershock's going to delay the defuse as well. Out comes the relay bolt from Feder. He can't get on it.
Dragon?
Yeah, Dragon's in a position that's going to be completely unchecked here. Fast lane trying to obscure the defuse.
He's missing 2 shots!
He's whipped all the Guardian shots, but Minimize is going to close it. Huge 4K from him. Massive performance on the breach. Aftershock delaying that defuse for long enough for the wrap to come back through grass. And bonus again, Kev.
That looked really, really tricky for Dragon at the end there, but Minimize was there in a good position to be able to lock it through. And really, I thought there was going to be more done by Dragon, given that he possibly had a drop on top of... Who was that? That's Feder as well. But no, it was Minimized with the 4K in that particular round, and really most of the action happened around that sort of B to C link.
It doesn't get more impactful than that. 4King on the bonus to put your team out in front here. Here's the half buy yet again from AIC, and there's the ult secured by Feder. So this one could start to get a little bit more tricky. You've seen so many Neon ults just straight up win the round.
Ult secured also for Minimize, though, off the back of getting a 4 in that last round. Massive difference maker. So 3 ultimates currently online for GG Hao, including a very important one that you'll want to use for the actual attacking side. This 1v1 is looking like it'll get locked up in just a second. 2 shots available. Kadiri needs to hit it. Sinaway from downtown will be the one to actually get it. And Neural Theft now reveals the entire team walking through mid, but no one's there to really stop this. No one's there to punish.
Oh, Paranoia ripped early by Sinaway, punished by Lou. Aftershock can't delay that flank coming through. Sliding on in, ult popped, but instantly tapped in the head by Tix. Any attempt at making this eco win a reality from AIC swatted away by GG Hao.
I know they lost 2 there, but this is a very heavy commitment coming in from GG Hao. 2 ultimates played into what was basically an anti-eco. So in either case, if you're AIC, you lose this round, but I don't think you feel that awful about it. You got a lot out of that round.
Yeah. Kana's going to lock it down. 2 off his Hunter's Fury now. 4-0 for JJH. Yes, it was expensive in terms of the ult economy, but at the end of the day, they've got plenty of money to back this up, courtesy of winning their bonus, and they're still in a phenomenal position on attack.
So this is where we need to see the same thing from Abyss come through again. AIC won this next round, number 5, on Abyss versus GG Hao. Unfortunately, they then lost the next 3. 7-1 is the magic number that we saw on Abyss. You don't want to see AIC in that same precarious situation. You need to see them be able to string through more important rounds. That early first quarter of what we saw on Abyss was extremely painful for AIC.
Let's see if AIC can show us that same resilience. Lou spotted out, taking control of A main. I think he got hit by the dart. There's the flashpoint to push out onto that A line. Space taken behind the dart cover of the attackers to deny info to the defense.
Biggie as well, 2 away from ultimate, so we'll see if that actually happens.
That's just not an off angle that you see anyone play anymore. Sinaway is bringing back the off angles back from late 2022, mate.
Just on Gong. I mean, yeah. Long gone the Gong setups. Speaking of, placing and taking down and setting up.
All right.
Sinaway on top of the box.
Yeah, dude's just gone huge on the Omen. Found 2 opening picks. This is where Dragon trying to be the contingency plan here for GG Hao. Applying pressure towards this C site, but spotted out by the spy cam. Lou's in middle. Tix has joined Dragon on C long here, but AIC clearing the middle of the map, just setting up for a retake. They're quite happy to play the numbers together.
Yep. Well, they have the retake C available. So many members alive. Slow walking, no noise. First gun, second gun run really for AIC.
Trip on backside as well. Another kill trip in the back pocket there for AIC. For GG Hao, someone just has to individually go huge to win this round. Otherwise, it should be AIC's.
Okay, plant coming on in. Tix taking control of garage. Players on the other side. We talked about how heavy this retake was going to have to be with 5 alive, and Dragon going to play nice up close as well. Flash coming in, dodged by Tix, and he'll get 1, 2. Is it going to be enough though? Tix managed to get something done there, but unfortunately the rest couldn't quite get it in. 5 alive, down to 2. You'll say that was good damage, though, especially when AIC had barely any money.
Yeah.
But AIC needed to win this round. I mean, again, this is the best situation again. It needs to at least be a 1-4. You don't want to see a 0-5.
I like that from JJH, though. Like, 3 players swinging off the Gary contact. Like you said, Tix got 2. If that's a little bit more of a broken up retake from AIC, that could have gotten a little bit more hairy. But literally, all 5 defenders in a tight pack, contesting garage, contesting spawn side. They all just stuck together. And JJH, if Tix goes 2 for 1 there, and then the trade comes on to get back Gary, and you have someone flanking or someone grass, that's a very winnable round.
Yeah, pulled Tix's crosser away as well, but he instantly just is able to get himself back in. Okay, that's a lot of players stunned up. Fed up for it.
He dodged that bolt line by a millimeter. Did you see how close that was?
I was expecting him to get stunned. I thought it was going to be 2 stunned neons staring at each other, but one of them was not. And now Sinaway has got himself a freebie, maybe a secondary as well. Not quite clean up Akana. But still, player advantage looking good. Maybe not for long, though. Akana's managed to do a lot of damage here. Got himself a free gun as well. Akana should have died, and in fact, somehow stays alive versus 2.
Someone just needs to put a bullet in him, dude. Like, I don't know what Kadiri was doing, jumping up onto the mid-box there. 3-on-2.
Give him a chance is what he's doing, unfortunately.
I mean, Dragons walked up through the middle of the map. They know that the Cypher is going to be an active lurk in play, and AIC, once again, just sticking together, walking their way back through spawn side. Dragon on the off angle. Could go massive for GG. How Tix did it over in Garage previously. Takes the first. Trade was potentially there, but able to at least take 2 with him. Puts it into a 1-on-1 between Akana and Biggie.
Now he's got himself an ultimate. He has no clue where Akana is. So this is now dangerous. Akana, by the way, on minimal HP, is going to have the first sight, and he's got him. It's all he needs. A single couple of shots. Well, a single opportunity, I should say, to make a couple of shots connect. And for Minimize as well, he had to pull... it was Civil Line. was Biggie Cheese.
Yeah.
He pulled through the fault line, so unfortunately for him, I kind of knew where the play was coming from.
I mean, that was a round on a silver platter for AIC. How did they lose that? Honestly, in middle, just an absolute meal made of that tool onto Akana, and that's where Dragon walking through the middle of the map, multi-fragging, and you lose yourself an unlosable round.
Akana did it, didn't he? Akana really just rescued things there and stayed alive for way too long. Didn't go down in mid, got himself 2. Locked it down to a final 1v1, and even a final kill over towards the A to B link.
It should never have been given that opportunity. And AIC, like you said, after taking that damage in the 3-on-5 previously, their money has been picked clean after losing a massively advantageous situation for AIC. They just cannot close these rounds out cleanly enough. There's the lurk cleaned out. So 5-on-4 here for AIC. Retake situation. Rolling Thunder's there if they want to commit it.
Yeah, Biggie Cheese had it last round as well. He'd be disappointed that unfortunately Dragon didn't actually have a gun to upgrade. So, stuck on the Spectre for now.
Akana's playing that Hunter's Fury. They're really trying to run down the clock here, JJ.
Ooh, even a TP out. No, that's a fake. That's Ultimate being used already by Tex. Ultimate's coming on through. First time coming on in, but it's all GG House so far. 3 down 4. And the round is done.
Yeah.
And honestly, not any weapons really online for AIC, but yeah, they're just running it. No,
Similar.
I respect that they actually didn't ult there because no guarantees they do anything with that.
I mean, similar to that A-site retake attempt from AIC on Abyss, that was the same story. Fake ult from Tix to make it look like he's not playing on backside anymore. Reactive Hunter's Fury. And look at how difficult this is to get back in. There's the paranoia over on backside. You're not even ready for that because you thought that the Omen TP'd out of the site, and then the Hunter's Fury just rips them apart with multiple players swinging from site. Tack timeout now for AIC. And it's a rough tack timeout to be taking as a coach because tactically, I don't know that you necessarily have been doing that much wrong, Kev. Honestly, these man advantage situations that AIC have been finding themselves in time and time again just haven't been converted cleanly at all.
This is an exact mirror situation of what we saw on Abyss, and I think for GG How they're trying to run it back in terms of redoing the loss on Abyss, knowing that they were up 7-1. This time they're up 6-1, but the 7 could still be there again. We were in this exact same situation. 4 in a row, lose number 5, and then win 3 in a row before it eventually becomes a 7-5. But I mean, we're just seeing a little less out of AIC this time around on Haven. It doesn't seem as convincing the comeback, although you're not going to count them out. But I feel like you saw a little bit more maybe on AIC.
I don't know what to say because they've been ahead in every round and then they're just like throwing the situation.
I guess you can't do more than that except actually win the round.
You
so
need
maybe
to
I'm
convert
wrong. But
these rounds, and that's where like you've got to iron out the details, right? It's not tactical adaptations. There is the Hunter's Fury pulled from the defense. Zork looking for any contact over towards A lobby, sees absolutely nothing. JJH are making their way towards this C side of the map. TP across from Sinaway. Fault line being prepped by Minimize.
see if this off angle works. He's at least up for the 1 so far. Trap is going to catch somebody. And unfortunately, Sinaway can't get away. Lou from Garage will get it done. A single player, Kaderi has to do God's work right now. He's barely flashed up. He'll at least be able to get a couple here. That's actually really, really good for a solo defender. Drops it down to a 3 versus 3. Into the retake is going to come through. Rolling Thunder, they haven't caught anybody off the Rolling Thunder. They need the players backside. They've got it. 1 player alive now. Akana needs to do something really heavenly. 1 versus 1 and through the boxes is going to be Zork.
Yeah, the dart just a second early. Kana does a really good job dodging that fault line, but AIC completing the 3-on-3 retake. I feel like there was a bit of a miscommunication there. Sinaway not ready for players to be swinging up Garage, maybe a little bit tunnel vision on fighting C long there, despite the fact that the trip had been triggered and there was 2 or 3 seconds for him to react to that Gary pressure coming in. Kadiri does really well from backside to get 2 there, and then the Rolling Thunder to close it for AIC, but it's down to 1 player yet again, which is going to really reap a lot of damage to their economy. And JJH, on the other hand, is the complete opposite story. Outlaws even come out for Dragon, knowing that there's going to be a lot of light armors.
Not a lot for Sinaway to do in that round. Very little opportunity to get away once he was spotted. But I think Kadiri actually made a huge difference with the amount of early pickups that he managed to get. So.
Yeah, I just feel like Sinaway was a bit out of position given that the trip and the Gary pressure had been well established at that point, and that might be down to communication or just 1 player tunnel visioning. I'm not sure which it was. It's not really relevant anymore. Round 9, the ult is there for Feta.
The good news is they broke away from that 1-7 curse, although I say it's a curse, they still won the map, it just required so much out of them. Let's see what Zork can get done here. He is going to be first up for contact.
He's the only player on this A side of the map, just a cam with contact on Suicide. He spots out one player towards long, shock, doesn't do any chip damage. He's going to reposition back into the site, but still no rotations from AIC at all.
Yeah, he is still capable of making it off the site indeed. Yep, so be able to get out. Thought about maybe sticking around through short. Thought better of it. And now the full retake coming on in. Still one player lurking through in mid. That's Dragon. And, oh, okay, he still gets a shot. I was going to say, he scopes away at the exact wrong time. This is going to cause Zork to have to stick around for a while. Free plant now on A, and they still have to deal with a player in mid that they're not aware of at this point in time.
There's the Neon ult. Yep, pop just to be able to deal with Dragon. Out in middle, Outlaw picked up by Feta, and he needs to get into this site sooner rather than later because his ult is running out.
He doesn't need any of these guns because, well, okay, I lie. You just said his ult was going to run out. Yeah, he needed to maybe get one more kill, but a Vandal will be a decent pickup. That's what you like to see. Paranoia coming on in. Now the ultimate as well from Sinaway. He's going to go all the way to the back of site, fortunately, rather to main, but he can't finish the teleportation. I kind of locked in a little bit through the smoke. It's actually going to be the shorty from Minimize. As what Sinaway's Civil Line, Big Ishies, it drops out of heaven and dies to the full damage.
Yeah, unfortunate. AIC just couldn't make that retake work. Lost Kadiri in the middle of the map. It took a long time to clear out the lurk of Dragon involving popping that Neon ult, maybe earlier than they would have liked, and then GG Hao just playing disruptively over towards CT side, not letting AIC scale out of the chokes.
Civil Lime did a decent amount there, got 2 kills, but couldn't get more done out of heaven and just dies through full damage. But the rest of the players coming in through a main, or rather a defense from the spawn side, instantly down. Here comes Lou with the ultimate on board. He has been paranoid up though. This is going to give opportunity. It's actually Lou, yeah. Lou still gets Feta. Feta decided he maybe could walk into the smoke.
He got darted. Like the dart was about to scan him, he was forced to push into the smoke. And he's punished for it. He was actually in a pretty good position to try to multi-frag there, although Sheriff against Neon ult sliding everywhere is going to be difficult. This is just free farm for Lou. I mean, this is exactly what you see in your ranked games, just a Neon anti-eco just laser beaming everyone. And in the meanwhile, GG Hao is walking into A for free. And
he's only got a pistol as well, so he doesn't care about dying. If he dies, he drops nothing for the Yemeni team, so that's exactly the type of strategy where, I mean, pull through around, we can just get some freebies, and so far still free so far in terms of nothing being dropped away. Looking like a flawless, looking like it will be a flawless. Kadiri on no HP here at all. So just waiting to die.
I think, again, it's a bit of a flat individual performance from some of the AIC players to start off the map. They need to come into this game a little bit more fired out.
See the scoreboard.
GG Hao, individually, they have better players across the lineup, right? And that's the difference in this matchup. AIC, they need to step up firepower-wise, and then they can beat GG Hao. And that's what you saw things kind of swing back into their favor on Abyss. They started to actually go, you know, blow for blow. Well, but in this map, it hasn't been the case.
I mentioned on Abyss here that Feta was, even in the losing first half, he was able to really pull through some decent shots, some decent plays. This time around has been shut down a lot more. And when you know that Icana's even doing a lot, the IGL top scoring on the opposite end is pretty huge. Okay, here we go. Let's see if Zork can live. The answer is no. He has been tagged up. He's been ulted up. Lou's going to chase him down.
Yeah.
At least be a free sight.
I mean, he's been jiggling that angle this entire game, and GG Hao just say, I don't even care. I'm literally just going to drone just to tag and ult him, and then we're just going to go kill him. Trip cleared on the flank here. AIC, man disadvantage retake. Trying to pressure in on the flank. They've got 2 players coming in on spawn side. Dragon's going to pick up Sinaway though, so no smokes on the retake.
Both players coming through from the flank have been spotted. Their positioning is known. One is coming through short though. One coming through from heaven also. They have 3 players coming through on the entry. First coming through from Kadiri is pretty decent, but he's shut down. Boogie Cheese can't get him done.
He stunned himself. That pretty much says it all right now about this game of Cave and Kev. Literally, if I was to make a meme out of it, it would be the man riding the bicycle, and then he sticks the stick into his own wheel, and then it just says bloody AIC.
Well, I think
like, they're literally falling over themselves.
I think at this stage as well, I mean, it is.
Yeah, there it is.
That's funny. It is a situation where, you know, AIC for sure are making a decent amount of mistakes, potentially just not able to lock down all those rounds that did seem winnable. That wasn't one of them for what it's worth. But I do want to say a lot of that is come through from GG Hao, just preventing it as well. It's like, if you want to stick a wooden stick inside the spokes of your bicycle, how about GG Hao just smacks that one in a little bit deeper also?
Yeah, I mean, GG Hao is playing well, but GG Hao will always play well. They're never going to just fall over and play badly most of the time. So I think AIC, they just need to step up to the level required because they've already shown the propensity to beat JJH multiple times, and this is going to be a difficult situation where it's just a fake with the Rolling Thunder. This is all just pressure to bait out rotations. And it hasn't. Is it working?
It's kind of working. Lou's making a lot of noise. He's just sliding around so far. Okay, he's going to be the one sticking around. They've cut noise, which is a little bit curious. If you are AIC, you're like, why haven't they planted yet? Why is nothing happening? This is potentially a fake. So all these players in mid now thinking about moving their way back. Drones are going to spot one player. They know a player is there, but nothing's happening. Wait, hang on. It's not a fake anymore because they dragged the spike that day.
Oh, no. Zork really trying to isolate Lou there. Pick on A.
Grass.
Bro, this round is so messy. Sinaway's picked the smokes. Spike making its way over towards that C site. Outlaws there for Dragon yet again. All of these players have light armor. That is Freelo.
1v1. Kadiri he knows so much. This round is so messy, but it is a round that will go the way AIC you'd imagine, unless Lou is going to be able to do some real magic here, which 1 versus 2, the possibility is there. The plant is not in there. The plant is not in there, so Lou's got to get it done right now.
He's going to get it. Oh no, Sinaway running through the smoke. Gonna deny.
The smoke was kind of lucky for him there, but...
Bro, literally the most overcooked round I've seen in a long time for GG Hal. And look, we're going to give some more time for you to mull that over as we head into a lovely commercial break. See you in a minute.
So there's the 9-3 coming through from the first half. As a reminder, this is, I believe, AIC's map choice. Not only that, but they got a 13-2 victory up against Bobo on this map. It won't be a 13-2 here, but a 13-3 is possible.
No, I think this veto is extremely questionable from AIC. I'm not going to lie. This is a map that they've, like I said, they've on with this core in the past. Fault line coming through onto Suicide. Lou, it's not going to be Suicide for him. That's a freebie onto Kadiri. Man advantage for GG Hal.
Maybe they got baited by the Bobo win. They got overconfident from that one. Bobo kind of fell flat on this map, and now they're experiencing much of the same.
Legit.
Paranoia in, forcing Lou away.
Yeah, GG Hal just going to play the retake.
Huge
They've
flank,
taken the middle of the map.
Flank.
Yeah, and the Cypher's dead. No trip.
Okay, here we go. Breach. What do we got here? Biggie Cheese falling off. Next up is Zork. They know something's happening on the flank. They know that for sure. Dragon is struggling a little bit to get through here. He's got a cam in there. Sees maybe 1 or 2 players. Takes down to Zork, and Feder will collect the secondary. This is going poorly for the defense so far. Couple left to play in, and the attackers are flowing on in. Wow. They really got themselves back in there.
Yeah, it's just really good disruption from AIC. Cypher was dead. It was a multiple flank from GG Hal. And this is what I was talking about previously, where... Remember that 3-on-5 on the C site where GG Hal, they played disruptively? And I said they would have won that round if the players were retaking split up. That's just exactly what I mean. AIC fighting in towards spawn side, take the duels onto the weaker side, with the flank being the strong side. And even with a man disadvantage, they're able to win enough duels to break up the retake enough and put GG Hao into a bad situation, despite the fact that they have numbers.
Well, I think that might have been their first pistol as well so far, because they've lost 3 pistols in a row now. So the 4th one is what breaks the curse. Very important for a team that's this far behind. They'll have to get themselves to 5-9, assuming they clean up this anti-eco. In fact, we've got players that are really locked into big rifles here as well. Biggie Cheese and Sinaway, both on Vandals.
Fighting inside the dark cover. And as it elapses, AIC punished quite easily. Looking like a very clean start to this anti-eco.
Dragon's trying to go on the prowl here with a shorty. Drop that now, actually. He did have a shorty hiding away in garage. So only player there is Minimize, who probably doesn't have a lot to do here. Really on AIC looking towards a clean round, a super clean round here. I mean, assuming you have 2 alive, you'll walk away with your best guns, which is not an issue.
Ooh, yeah, flank cleared out there. Another ult orb going the way of Biggie Cheese. In fact, all of these players that are getting the kills are the ones that you want farming up those ult orbs so far. You're getting Sova ult, Breach ult, and you're getting yourself close to a Neon ult.
Yeah, which means something competitive maybe for the gun round. Free kill? No, not a free kill. That'd be disappointing if Kadiri just like dies there. He had a flawless on board and just lose an extra play for no reason. Okay.
Very winnable.
Good round. 2 guns picked up. Competitive now, I think, for the gun round. You actually have some firepower to bring on in. 5 to 9. Starting to close the gap a little bit. Leaving slightly for AIC.
If anything, Theory upgraded his gun. He went from a Ghost to a Sheriff, which is going to have much more punching power in this first gun round. Well, bonus for AIC, but like you said, a competitive bonus at that. This is the start to the attacking half that they needed after such a poor defense.
And you also mentioned as well players that need to get ult orbs through either kills or otherwise have managed to get those now. Most of these players are still too far away to really have any impact, and that includes even Fed. Has to get a couple here and probably won't get the orb at all.
I mean, I've seen a multi-frag or an orb and an entry from a Neon, then you pull the ult and the rest is history. The Neon ult very, very strong at the moment, but when you're copping a shot in the side of the head, spam through the wall by Akana to start the round off, that's probably not something you're interested in anymore.
You want to go aggressive with the Neon ultimate? That is probably off the table now. So these tiles, these bricks are going to be cleared.
GG how not playing the same anti-contact setups that you saw on Abyss, despite the same slow playstyle from AIC. Forcing Akana off that info line. It is an ace stack behind that. GG how are trying to make it look like it's a Sova playing retake A, but committing to the A hold. Meanwhile, playing quite reliant on the Cypher setup in the middle of the map and over towards C.
Well, Tix will see this one. Extra player now coming through from Minimize as well. A couple of traps. Trips rather on B itself. Gotta be careful about that. Okay, Smokes will help things out, but Lou doesn't care. He'll still get himself a single kill. That'll help the retake by a decent amount. Let's see what else they can get here. Tix going down, even scoreline up slightly, but it's still just pinstripes on the kill feed so far. Big stunned up as Kadiri can't see anything. Rolling Thunder doesn't even matter, isn't even required. And I was like, probably not going to see this ultimate, but actually, no, Silver Line. Big G's got that in there.
I mean, it shows you how important it is to win the bonus. Even a 3-on-1, you really want to commit a big ult orb like that.
Yeah.
It looks like an overcook, but in a bonus, I actually think whatever, you just send it. And actually, you can really tell that Biggie Cheese at that point was feeling himself. Man was on a 3k. He also took a lot of HP off Lou that Sinaway cleaned up. Well, Biggie Cheese just took over that round, man.
But it's, yeah, but you're right, though. I think necessary round because if GG Hell lose that, which they did, I mean, their guns are all gone now. Their economy is cooked once again.
Well, this is the thing, bro.
Strong.
This is the thing. GG House had a great start to all of these halves. Now AIC has actually won the bonus and is front-running this half.
Yeah, what is that? 3 rounds in a row now. Fedder's also one away from ult, so you can see a similar round where Fedder just picks up a single kill, a single ult orb, then runs through his ultimate, laser beaming everyone on the opposite end, and they've already got that opening pick as well.
Drone on into Garage.
Don't want to get shortied or buckied in this situation.
Nah, not interested in that at all. Dart trying to clear a potential shot, trip that wasn't there. Good shot from Tix. He's always sharp on the Sheriff, man.
Yeah, Zork caught pants down. I said before, you don't want to get buckied, but they're walking into it now. Lou's got the bucky ready to go. They're actually checking every single angle very cleanly at the moment. I don't think Akana's got the right weapon for it. Possibly, he needs to clean up a shop. Lou hiding. Tix again. Tix has got a secondary now. Lou activates Tix with 3. This is falling apart. Kadiri's the only one alive. He's the only gun, but the guns have been upgraded. They've been walking as sheriffs and buckies and everything else, and now they're going to walk into a round lost. They won the round. They being AIC, the one they probably shouldn't have won, considering the level of equipment. And now, with the superior weaponry versus just pistols, they're getting picked apart. Tix at 3 this round.
25 seconds. Kadiri got to try to pick up the pieces and complete a 1-on-3. Lou on the off angle. It's very sharp from Kadiri. Doable now. 15 seconds, pushes through the cage, and he will save AIC. GG how. They have thrown that one in the bin. That was a 3-on-1 that you should close every day of the week, and multiple players are just peeking into him, Kev.
I'm surprised they didn't get weapon upgrades as well, because a bunch of these players in GG Hell got all these frags, and then you should see Dragon at the end there, Sheriff running in, trying to save the day, but Kadiri, so sharp, couple of shots in there. I mean, Dragon didn't even have an opportunity to swing with the rest of the team until right at the end.
Lou playing the Bucky angle up close. Tix feels the need to trick him, and Dragon wasn't even really ready to fight that long angle, which is not what they should have been doing anyway. You got to force him onto the side.
I don't think that should have been winnable, unfortunately.
It shouldn't. It wasn't meant to be winnable.
No.
And GG Hell are experienced and good enough players to know how to close that 3-on-1, and they missed a big opportunity.
We're starting to see the pendulum swing now. This is similar to what we saw in Abyss, right? You get a very rough first half AIC, and then suddenly things start to change. The winds start to shift in the opposite direction. Mistakes start to come in through for GG How, a rare mistake that they wouldn't often make.
And GG How were prepped and ready with the reactive utility for a garage trap there, but AIC don't fall into it. Dragon retaking that space now. Smoke towards the bottom side of C long there from Tix. Trying to push them into Lu. See if Lu can get a pick and get out of dodge here. Smoke over onto Sewer's side.
Not supported though, it's just Lu. He'll see your shoulder, he'll see your head, and he'll see enough. Stun's coming on in, can he get more than that done? Fault line supporting from the team, but he is just stuck against so many rifles, now paranoid out. Still needs a little bit of help, he can actually, I was going to say, can't get a second one, but he does, he falls away. Posthumously will drop in an extra frag, and to be honest with you, a single player tucked in that deep, probably on his way to dying. Actually getting a second kill is huge.
AIC trying to force their way into the site here, but being denied the reactive utility from Tix, the dark cover and the paranoia, closing the door on the entry back into the site, which is being opened back up by Biggie Cheese. Huge 2K from him, and Kadiri to win it again. Another 3K on the A side to keep AIC going in a round where yet again they had a disadvantage.
Took them 20 rounds to equalize previously, now they'll potentially do this one in 18. Amazing so far on the second half. Attack is what they needed. And it was a good start from Lu. Remember, Lu actually got 2 here. GG Hell, they'll take a tactical timeout to sort of work things out.
This shouldn't be winnable. That should not be winnable.
It's 2 rounds in a row that shouldn't have been winnable, and yet here we are. Very unfortunate.
Wow. Biggie Cheese is on one as well. 19 and 12 on the breach.
You said you want to see more fragging. You said you want to see more fragging. You got it.
On the attacking side, he started to really fire the hell up. Like, this man has had so many multi-frags on the breach. You know, supportive, flash in it, agent. Forget about it. Bro is cracking this game open single-handedly. Kadiri in the mid to late round has come up with so many multi-frags, switching over onto the Cypher after a poor start to this series on Abyss. 8 and 9. Momentum firmly with AIC. Make no mistake, they might be behind in rounds, but they are so favored to win this game of Haven now.
In the last map, it was Sinaway on the Cypher on the defensive side that started to pick up steam now. Kadiri on the offensive Cypher actually winning multiple clutch situations, and particularly that 1 versus 3, which probably shouldn't have been his win, but he managed to get it. That is a defining characteristic of AIC's ability to make the comeback happen.
This is where GG How, they need to recover their mental. It's another tack pause where they need to get their heads screwed on. They need to get the momentum back in their favor. They do have Lu's ultimate online in a round like this with Sheriffs and Armor. Players this sharp can win you around every day of the week, but Dragon under a lot of pressure. Only with a Sheriff spotted out, bombarded by utility and picked off relatively easily.
Let's see what we can get defensively. Hunter's Fury so far 0 tags in. 0 tags shall remain. No damage done in terms of the HP bars at all to AIC. Now 5-man setup ready to go. All on site so far. One plays the TB through. Biggie Cheese, he's been big before, he'll be big again. And it's all done now. That's it. I mean, they were only on pulls, but hoping for some damage.
Yeah,
Hope has been snuffed out indeed.
That is so much momentum for AIC as well. You don't even get a kill post-tack. For GG How with the Neon Ultimate online, those are the kind of rounds that you would like to consider winnable. And it wasn't. 9 apiece.
Just a farming round. And by the way, look at Biggie Cheese's ult again.
Yeah. Strong attacking side economy. A lot of big ults coming off. Coming up in the next few rounds for AIC, Hunter's Fury and the Breach Ultimate. Op is out for Minimize on the Breach. All agents. He's taking that over towards C, posting down C long to set up Lu for the push down. AIC taking A main control in the meanwhile.
They really want to get something done here, and the operator given over to Lu, headshot onto Kadiri. That will be one of the top players so far in this half, taking down Feta will reply on the opposite end of the map. These defenders could be in big trouble now. Arcana, he's been stunned up, still gets a kill. That's what the Oda can do, just spam through the stun, no worries. Lu wants a secondary, overdrive, unlocked. Rolling Thunder as well. Lu onto Sinaway. 1 player left. Biggie Cheese was big before. He's not big enough now. And that is a much needed round. GG Hell, they bought up big time. Even the op being given over. If they had lost a round, I would have been saying, this map could be over.
Yeah.
But what a start and what a finish.
Good opening pick from Lu. You probably thought Tix would get away with more there from an off angle like that, but Dragon and Ikana do enough in the site to put it into a 2-2. Sinaway and Biggie Cheese fighting pretty hard for that one. as you've seen for the majority of this series, but the Rolling Thunder missing the mark quite substantially, and Sinaway peeking out Heaven's Side, punished by that. GG Hal took their losses in that last round, though. It was an expensive one for them. Operator's been retained, but a couple of these players going down to Guardians now. Long control wrestled by the dart, by the fault line, but that's not where AIC are going. Drone will re-clear that map control from GG Hal. They see nothing in A lobby, and this is where we start to make some moves towards C. The Operator's there for GG Hal, though, and the Cypher setup.
Really shows how, despite even winning that round, it's not comfortable at all for GG Hal. Let's see what the Operator finds. He got the opening first blood before. He might get it again. Shoulder is all you need here, and he doesn't quite get that shot into play. Could be stuck into this corner here. Might have to burn utility to get out. Might need a little bit of support. Players are rotating in. Secondary shot will find his mark. Not going to miss a second time around. Not going to be lucky enough for AIC to get away with that same positioning. And they still think there's a potential that the Operator's still in the back of the site.
Pressure in the middle of the map. Trip broken on B. They got to be worried about the Cypher lurk coming into play, but it's just that. Pressure from Kadiri. AIC cutting noise. But with Ikana on this A-long info line, there's not really any pressure on GG Hal to rotate off of this C site setup.
As you mentioned, A is looking pretty clean because they have all the info. 30 seconds remaining now. It has to be a commitment. It's going to be a C finish. Spike is committed in that location, but the Operator is still looking at it now. They need to clean this player off the line. They're not going to get it. Spike on the floor. Sun coming on through. Slide away. It's going to be Lou giving opportunity for the rest of the players to support. Maybe he won't need it. Maybe he'll do it all himself. Maybe he'll get the 5K here. 3 so far. He's got a 4, but the last kill goes the way of Minimize. A far cleaner round, and a round where they need to rescue their own economy because, as we said, the money wasn't safe yet. The money looks safe now.
For sure. Clean round off the back of massive op kills from Lou after missing that initial shot. The initial jiggle was great from Sinaway, but the rest of the round looked lost from AIC. Like, they looked so scared of hitting that C site into the Operator. Like, what was the plan there? The initial shot gets jiggled on C long, and then they sit in C long for 45 seconds. Like, what was the game plan?
They wanted to try and push Biggie Cheese through there somehow, but they just had no clue where Lou was standing. So
they literally looked like they were posted up with rifles, waiting for the op to re-peek so that they could kill him. But like,
Sinaway died, right? So no smokes for that secondary attack on towards onto C. So that certainly makes things a lot more difficult to try and push the Operator off the line.
They just needed to pull the trigger. Like, they just needed to do something. They were literally along for the ride in that round.
I don't know if Feta still had a his wall left or anything. I don't know if the lane was available.
He used it at the end of the round.
Right. Well, that was one of the only ways they could still get themselves back into that round.
Anyway, missed opportunity for AIC as far as I'm concerned. Lou has been very impactful getting onto the Operator now. Opening pick on C long in round 19, and in round 20 comes up with a 4K.
And we didn't get to see much Operator play in Abyss. I mean, they got bored a couple times, and no one really found any shots off that one. And now into Haven, deep into the map. It's going to start paying some dividends. A couple aggressive moves coming through on the A side of the map. AIC will just make some noise, show themselves a little, walk away.
Control denied. Going straight up the guts into the middle of the map, though. Neon ult popped, and AIC going to speed things up onto B. GG Hal giving respect. Just preparing themselves for the retake.
They're aware of one player, but it doesn't matter. You might be aware. You'll still get caught yourself. Lou takes the shot. That's the overdrive taken down now. They still got a lot of players on the actual... Well, a lot of players now from the defense, I should say, on the side itself as Lou picks himself a second on this particular round. A couple big shots coming through from Biggie Cheese. Is it going to be enough, though, to give Sinaway the opportunity? He doesn't have a good gun.
There.
He doesn't have a good gun. Oh, no, he does. I completely lied about that one. Sinaway's actually potentially got this one locked in. He does have it locked in.
Biggie Cheese and Sinaway again saving AIC. Unreal what Biggie Cheese was getting away with on front B there. That is ridiculous. That round was going so poorly.
Yep.
They lost Zork, they lost Kadiri. That was like a 2-on-4 or a 2-on... That was a 2-on-5.
I mean, look at this. This is
Bro, they won a 2-on-5, Kev.
Biggie Cheese just cleaned up their situation so well. I actually thought Sinaway was still stuck on the Stinger because we saw in the HUD there that he was on the Stinger, but he actually managed to find himself a Vandal. I thought he was going to lose that situation because there's no way on a Stinger you're going to win it, but with a Vandal, hell yeah, you can definitely clean that up for sure, and it's exactly what happens between Sinaway and Biggie Cheese.
This is such an important round. Money is starting to look really battered and bruised for GG Hal. C-Long control taken taken. But that means the overdrive is going to be going down sooner rather than
Six is
later.
surely dead.
Spamming inside of the smoke. The judge could have gone huge, but AIC do their due diligence, clearing out the smoke, and they'll scale into the site.
And now Bettis thinking about picking up the judge himself, runs on through, looks for help, couple of paranoia players, and big cleanup here. Can't get anything done at GG How. We're trying to lock down this defensive side of the site. Lou was at least going to find himself a rifle, but a 1 versus 4. You're hoping for better odds than that.
Blue's been phenomenal.
Just swing off the contact.
Yeah, I mean, dark cover as well. He has the fast lane to be able to try to get out here, and he's going to pop it to try to bait out some kind of mistake, but Kadiri going to spam him straight through the smoke. 11 apiece, but money broken for GG How. This is AIC doing their victory lap.
I mean, we really need to see GG How win that. Not this round, but the one before.
That
with the
2 on
operator
5
kill.
was brutal.
I mean, how many times are you going to see AIC get themselves some sort of clutch here? Kadiri's been good for it for a while, but this time it wasn't even him. It was between Biggie and Sinaway.
Multiple clutches on Abyss, multiple ecos won, man disadvantage situations. Gone from throwing man advantage situations in the first half to winning 2 on 5.
They actually won 7 in a row. When you consider the final round of the first half, number 12, and then 6 more after that. So
The
11 to
resilience.
11 now. We actually had an equalizer on 18 with 9 and 9. We're back over to equalizer 11-11, looking like a potential for another OT here. Tick's going to swing on through. He would like to get some kills, but he can't.
Bro, the AIC is just reading everything perfectly. The trip with the paranoia setup, they smelled that something was not quite right on A-Long there. They haven't fallen into any of the traps that GG How have set from them outside of maybe misplaying against an operator. AIC have looked pretty flawless in the last couple of rounds.
They even pinged the sewer as well, so they know something was up over there. Not going to just walk into it, and that at least is going to give GG How the opportunity to walk through sewers and clean up the rest of A. Some presence being shown onto B so far. Louvre up first, taken down straight away. Nerol Theft is going to reveal all the flankers, so unlucky for you flankers.
Yeah. It was only a half buy for GG How, to be fair, and they did try to go for a cheeky little setup off the back of the Cypher trip towards A-Long. I don't mind it at all, but AIC has been multiple steps ahead.
Multiple steps ahead, they continue to be. Plant now on towards A. I'll remind you of where we are in this current tournament, by the way. This is match point. It was map point before on Abyss. Match point now found. GG How 2 maps they probably should have won. And now 0-2 is potentially going to be the scoreline. Yes, Akana's going to get himself a rifle here. We've seen Akana do some magical things, but 1 on 4, probably a little bit too much to ask.
Biggie G's just sitting there with util in hand. Ready off the back of Zork's contact here. This is an unwinnable. This is how you play man advantages. Take notes. You saw GG How running it down A-Long in rounds previous. That is how you play a 4-on-1.
Let's really sell this home now, because you have a situation where AIX are about to send GG How home in the lower bracket. 2-0 in this best of 3. GG How have one opportunity here, and even in the OT, there's no guarantees. They lost the last OT on Abyss. This is do or die. I mean, we thought GG How would probably be in the finals here. They might get knocked out now.
That's my bias, bro. That's my bias shining through on the broadcast. GG How, they've been getting knocked down a couple of pegs at the middle and end part of this year, and it just continues to be the case that AIC and Focus have been troublesome for them.
Yep.
They've had great starts in both of these games. Both of these games have been so winnable, Kev. But GG How,
I mean,
facing series elimination point, their post-tack conversions have been fantastic on attack side. Let's see what they come up with here on defense. In fact, actually, even on before their tack that they took, getting the op out, they converted that round. So this should be a good round.
We had a very dire situation twice for AIC, and now twice they managed to pull it back through and be in a leading situation when push comes to shove. When rubber meets the road, it's actually AIC in the driver's seat. However, it was pretty shocking in the first half, because you said it yourself, multiple rounds, they should have cleaned up and they were sloppy. But somehow they lock in so hard, and now it's GG How making the critical mistakes.
You're so right, bro. And using the Zuma lingo as well on our Valorant broadcast, AIC have locked in both of these maps when they've been in a deficit. So true. A lobby control being pressured by GG How,
you had it there,
the
but
fault line, the dart cover, and the dart.
You didn't end with for real, on God no cap.
Bro, round 24. Enough of that. Very important round here. Drone dealt with. Minimize is fighting A-Long by himself.
Not what you want to
Hunter's
see.
Fury pulled off the contact and doesn't get anything from Ikana.
So, Possible final round, minimize off the table now. Can't remember if he had an ultimate, but bygones be bygones, doesn't matter anymore. Speaking of ultimates, look at what we have on board for AIC. You can even just save these for a retake if you get your site for free. And
it's a full A stack here for GG Hal. They really want to be holding this site. Dark comes in, Paranoia forced. They're really taking their time here. Out comes the Rolling Thunder.
Icona could be up for a good amount of kills here. In fact, he is, because he's been unspotted. That Dart does not go where he wants to, but it might not matter. Lou takes up for big plays. And the Rolling Thunder catches absolutely nothing. Kadiri, he's got himself a clutch before. Does he have it within him to do it again? 1 versus 1. Neither player knows where the other one is, but Lou has a reasonably good idea because the cage went down. He's tucked away towards a corner. Who's going to peek on first? Time is running out for Kadiri. He's the one that's got to make the play. 14 shots left to go. He reads it! He wins it! And he sends GG Hal out of the tournament as AIC lock themselves in for the grand finals.
Took 24 rounds on both maps to separate these two teams, and AIC, for the second time in a row this year, will 2-0 GG Hal. Wow. Kadiri, multiple clutch rounds. What a performance from Biggie Cheese. Sinaway had a great map as well.
341 as well. Look at that from Lou. 341, not enough.
7-1 deficit, 5-1 deficit.
Twice in a row, by the way.
AIC
2 maps in a row.
back.
2 maps. Oh, I thought we were going to go to OT. I was feeling the OT. I was feeling Lou getting the final kill, but you know what, Kadiri? Multiple clutches. Multiple rounds, multiple maps.
I mean, not much more that Luke could have done in that game. 350 ACS on the Neon. He went above and beyond, pulling out the odd late into the game as well.
It was a 2v5. I think that was the round. I think that's a back-breaking round. That was a straw that broke the Camel's back. The Camel here being GG Hal.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for this Camel, no lane to trip, no opportunity to go deeper in the tournament. I think third place is probably quite a disappointing result for them, losing to both of the other two teams that have the capability of chasing their heels, or just catch their heels, trip them up completely.
Yeah, that's the second tournament in a row where GG Hal has finished out on the top of 2, which is for a team of their caliber with the names on the roster. Not an acceptable result, unfortunately.
Yeah.
This was a very winnable series for them. But you've got to give it to AIC. Incredible resilience being shown by this team. I called out Kadiri. I said he played pretty poorly on Abyss on that Yoru to start things off. He stepped up huge here on Haven. He had multiple clutches on the Cypher, multiple man advantage situations that were turned around by AIC, by Kadiri, by Sinaway and Biggie Cheese. Incredible game of Valorant that we've just seen. Great series.
I just think you have some of the best in terms of mental to make the comeback happen if you're AIC, because this is a situation where I've seen it time and time again. Early Valorant, a lot of inexperienced players, and I'm not even necessarily saying this AIC team is extremely experienced, because none of them were playing during that era. Most of the players who were playing that era were actually on the other team in GG Hal, but we saw a lot of inexperience early on in Valorant where teams would never be able to make those comebacks. You see a 7-1 early, it's done. You lock that one in. That's a bet you place every day of the week on the team that's above in that scoreline. To see AIC not do it once but twice, first of all, it is shocking that it happened to them twice in terms of how far down they were. That's not comfortable. You don't want to have that happen multiple times. But the fact that they had the resilience to make a comeback twice is disgustingly good.
Yeah, I've had a couple of people. I've been asking people, because I've been grinding the Valorant lately. I've been asking people who they think is going to win this tournament, and some people have been telling me AIC, despite the fact that they're in the lower bracket. That's a series that really impresses me. But now they've got to go into that final and take on Focus, who slapped them 13-5 in a BO1 in the upper bracket. That is a bit of a rivalry in and of itself. It's funny how times change. It used to be the rivalry for like battle for who would take second place in a tournament, because you weren't going to beat the favorite. But now it's the rivalry to see who's going to go overseas and represent our country.
Exactly, and the rivalry will be coming up very soon. It is the veterans taken down now. Changing of the guard, the torch passes on, the new kids on the block to decide in the grand finals here of the Predator League Oceanic Valorant Qualifiers. We'll see you right after this.
player standing. Spike down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Too slow. Last player standing. Spike down. C. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. C. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player. Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. C. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Bad move. Last player. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down. C. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down. Play. Last player standing. Planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Too slow.
Last player standing. Spike down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Watch out, homie. There. I'm out of here.
C. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Bad move.
Last player. Last player standing. Planted.
30 days in 3 days. 30 teams in 3 days. Got that wrong. It wasn't 30 days. 30 days, can you imagine that? We'd be here forever. 30 teams in 3 days, down to only 2 here on Championship Sunday for the ASAP Predator League Valorant Oceanic qualifiers here. Avril with Pili. And it is Focus versus AIC. Look at how we got here.
Yeah, it's a rematch from earlier on in the bracket where there was a 1-0 win Focus over AIC. AIC did also beat in the stage 3 groups Focus 2-0, so they've gone head-to-head a couple of times in previous results. So Focus 2-1 over GG How. The 2 maps that they won were pretty cut and dry, so getting themselves into the grand final, playing with a substitute player. AIC ran the gauntlet through the lower bracket after being knocked down by Focus, taking a 2-0 over Hornswogglers, a close game against Bobo, and then a close 2-0 against GG How, going 24 rounds both maps.
And you'll say whoever wins today as we head into the final match, the final best of 3 here, and the final day of our qualifier here for the Predator League, you have a deserved champion, because both teams, whether it's Focus or AIC, have had to run through the gauntlet of every other top team. They've all had to play Bobo. They've all had to play GG How. They've all had to play each other as well. So, yeah, this is every single top team that we have in the final. Basically, you know, it's almost like a round robin where you've got experience versus everybody at this stage. You've had to beat everyone else to get here in terms of all the other top teams. No one's had a free ride. Everyone's had to take down a top competitor.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting prospect in the grand final as well, because I feel like both of these teams in the past have had issues dealing with pressure. Focus were actually the core of this team, the team to try to qualify for Predator League last time around, and they unfortunately lost the grand final. AIC has lost multiple grand finals, including being pretty heavy favourites against JFT, I would argue, in the Split 2 qualifier to go through to Ascension, and unfortunately they threw that one away. So I think both of these teams have shown the ability to choke in grand final situations, and we'll see who has learned from those mistakes and who is going to potentially come out on top here.
Yeah, I mean, just looking through some of the past matchups that we have here, looking through on our Predator Healers laptops here, Focus was able to take down GG How 2-1 in that upper bracket, one of the only other BO3s that we had. And as a reminder, where the scorelines were, it was 13-15 that lost to GG How on Split, then beat them 13-4 on Ascent. Following through was 13-7 on Sunset as well. So there was that result. And if we want to go back a little bit further, you kind of leaned into this already, but AIC did play Focus GG a little bit early in the upper bracket in the BO1. That was at a game on Ascent that went 13-5 in favor of Focus GG.
On your Predator Helios laptop, isn't it? So that, you know, you're getting all those great live results right here with this beautiful piece of technology. Love it. Thanks to Predator for putting this one on. I think they have, yeah, they got Intel processors in them as well. I just thought I'd get all the sponsor plugs out in one sentence so we can talk about the matchup. So, look, I'm looking forward to this one. Like I said, I think the best of 1 win on Ascent is an interesting one in that upper bracket game earlier on in this tournament. I think the more relevant result, though, is probably casting our mind back to the group stage of Split 3 of Challenges, because it was a whole best of 3. And interestingly enough, you said 13-5 on Ascent earlier on in this bracket. It was AIC winning 13-9 on Ascent in the groups game in Split 2. And I want to check whose map pick that was. It was actually AIC's map pick that they won over Focus. So Focus beating them on Ascent in this tournament, but previously losing it against them, does set us up for an interesting prospect in this grand final, which, by the way, is a best of 3. You don't get many best of 3 finals in Valorant. MI12 format means you usually have time for best of 5s, and in fact, a lot of even lower bracket finals in a lot of tournaments are best of 5s. So it's going to be a best of 3. Going to be a little bit less of a test of stamina, particularly for AIC, who really were put through their paces to win that lower bracket series.
What's interesting as well is to go back to the Ascent conversation and maybe wrap that one up, is the fact that Focus did beat both GG How and also AIC on Ascent in pretty commanding fashion as well. It was 13-4 versus GG How, 13-5 versus AIC, so that might be one that AIC potentially looked to dodge this time around. But the drafting has been interesting. I mean, you had a little bit of critique on the drafting that we saw on our previous matchup where well, to be fair, they won both the maps, but they struggled so heavily on them. Like, you sort of question, you know, was this maybe the best choices they could have made? Because even I brought up Haven potentially could have been a bait for AIC, given that they stomped Bobo on that one. Maybe had some confidence to come through. It was looking like they would lose Haven. Obviously, they ended up coming back and winning, but it wasn't comfortable.
Yeah, I think for AIC, They're just a little inconsistent, and I don't think that they have a good handle on the map pool. But what they do have is really good chemistry and team play and great resilience that they've already shown today. And I think those things are going to be really key playing into this grand final, because it shouldn't be an easy grand final. It's a matchup that they've already lost against Focus. And these two teams, these two cores of teams, like I said, are very familiar with each other, because historically, this used to be kind of like a third, fourth match. Like AIC would often be the team that would play their way through this lower bracket final to play the favorite team in the grand final, and Focus would usually be a team that was sitting around the top 4. But nowadays we've seen these teams improve a lot and things level out a lot more to where this is still a rivalry, but this time it's for the grand final. It's for all the beans and for a spot overseas. So a little bit more pressure to some of these games, maybe.
Let's take a look at who we have on board here. First team up is going to be Focus, coming from the winner's side, waiting in the grand finals very patiently, just looking, back through some of the notable members here. In particular, it's going to be Ace, who is 302 ACS overall in the best of 3 versus GG Hal. But a player that you've talked about plenty is Doctor, who, as I mentioned at the start of this broadcast as well, even when Focus weren't playing, this is a guy that's going to be bringing through the Neon probably for every single map.
Yeah.
And kind of a last ride on Neon before Neon gets nerfed, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think for Focus, Bonobo switching into the Sentinel role from Duelist has not really been the easiest transition, it looks like. Like, statistically, hasn't been putting up the same numbers, but just kind of playing his role within the Focus system. Vizsla and Myth, super solid core players, and I think Vizsla, very, very good player inside Oceania, and Ace and Doksha, the two new pickups that are going to be jamming Duelist this whole series long. For AIC, the team that we just saw, Kadiri has been a bit of a revelation. He had a rough map 1 in the series, lower bracket series against GG Hal, but bounced back really nicely on map 2. And throughout this whole tournament, he's been pretty phenomenal. Zork also kind of had a pretty shocking series against GG Hal, I have to say, so he's going to have to try to pick himself up. The core of AIC, Feta, Sinaway, and Biggie Cheese went absolutely ham to win that game over GG Hal.
In particular, Biggie Cheese, I want to say as well, was a pretty big standout, particularly on Abyss.
The
that
B
was a
holds
huge
on
miss.
Abyss, and then the Breach
stuff
on Haven. He was hard carrying on Breach.
Yeah, I think a situation where a couple of the notable names that you would expect to have done a bit more. I think Feta was a bit quiet on that second map in particular, and so Biggie was still fairly solid there. Zork had a couple of quiet maps, unfortunately, but sometimes that's just the role that you are put in. But you did feel like a couple of players, when they needed to step up, you mentioned the fragging power wasn't particularly strong coming through from AIC on map 2 on Haven, and then the second half they started to really pull that through and show that they are capable of fragging, and they started to win in clutch situations where things were not looking good. Let's take a look at the situation. Ascent banned out first and foremost. 2 really good results from Focus. Get rid of that straight away.
Sunset going to be the choice here for Focus, for AIC rather, which is a Neon map, and it is a map that has been left in the map pool multiple times between these two teams and has been played a lot in general at the moment. It's a map that we did see Bobo really push Focus on, so maybe that's why AIC are leaning into there. Pearl, the pick for Focus, which was actually a map that AIC were picking earlier on in the tournament, and they lost quite heavily against Bobo, I believe, on that map. So
yeah, 13-6.
Maybe I think it looks like Focus are trying to lean into that, and Binds to be the decider. I don't think it's a map that we've seen very much at all this tournament.
It's a Focus have definitely played, speak to Bind in a second, but Focus have had some good showings on Pearl as well. Trying to remember if it was specifically in this tournament or not, but a map where, you see Ace definitely move over towards the Phoenix, and that's something that will happen on both sides of the Team's Kadiri as well, looking towards that play. And you're right, Bind is, I don't think we've seen, maybe we've seen one Bind, at least on the mainstream. I don't know if it's showed up in many of the other series in this particular tournament, this particular qualifier, but yeah, I don't think it's been a very popular map. Sunset, if I want to say off the top of my head, has been the most popular map so far.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I feel like Sunset's dead in the middle of the pool. We've seen a fair bit of Abyss as well. This is an interesting veto, though, because it really feels like these two teams are changing up the veto quite heavily from what we've seen previously. We in the group stage of Split 3 of Challengers, that is, did see Ascent, Abyss, and Sunset. So this time, 2 completely different maps. Pearl had just come out at the time that that game was played, though. So maybe neither one of those teams feeling comfortable enough to incorporate it into their map pool yet. But as they've had a few more weeks to practice and get more familiar and comfortable with the map pool, we've seen things change up quite substantially.
Despite this being a 13-9 win for AIC versus Bobo last weekend, it wasn't a comfortable one. I want to say that Bobo actually really pushed them quite far, especially on that first half. It was a pretty winnable map for Bobo, and we were watching that game thinking, okay, map 1 and map 2, pretty one-sided for the respective winners, but map map 3 legitimately could have gone either way here. So Sunset was also a decided map that we had in our previous series that we never got to because it was never forced upon us. 2-0 was the end-up result for AIC. We probably should have been on to Sunset if you had GG Hao playing in their usual way and sort of cleaning up where their leads were. And speaking of those situations as well, you know, I think Focus, if they look back on where AIC's mistakes were, those early rounds, the first quarter, I want to say the first 8 sort of rounds there, not looking clean at all for AIC.
They were very slow starters in those series for sure, so need to try to pick themselves up better. There's definitely room for improvement for AIC. I felt like that last series, they played very well. The chemistry was on point. The game plan was pretty solid, although it's not like they weren't making a fair few mistakes. There were a lot of mistakes in some of those man advantage rounds on Haven. I think 1 or 2 players did have some poor performances. Zork had a poor map on the second map rather. Kadiri had a poor map on the first. So some up and down individual performances. You can't rely all the time on your core carrying you. But again, it is only a best of 3 here at the end of the day. So all you need is 2 really strong maps and people to be in form for a short period of time, which is what you got from AIC in the last map. For Focus, they've had the time to sit back a little bit. That was Abyss and Haven though, so neither one of these maps make it into the pool, which means in terms of relevant prep heading into this series, there's nothing that Focus can really glean from that.
Hopefully they can look towards Pearl, given that that was their map choice. Focus really wants to be to pull through some of the magic that Bobo were able to get versus AIC on Pearl. And a map that you noted was taken out of, you know, pick for on the
they played
AIC
Veto
side.
Chicken with it last time, which they left it down to the last 2 maps, which means you don't want to respect ban it. You don't really expect the other team has played it yet. And then it's left down to Pearl and Sunset, and you'd rather just go towards what you're used to and what you know.
And just to remind everyone as well, this is the final game that will qualify the winner into Malaysia for, you know, the Ace of Predator League, what is going to be the international event there. One of our international opportunities for an Oceanic team and many of the other teams in Southeast Asia to get into. You mentioned this earlier, but either of the 3 teams, any of the 3 teams that we had remaining today, all pretty strong competitors that could get a lot of work done internationally. So hoping for the best out of here. I don't know what I would prefer to see. Like, obviously from an entertainment standpoint, a closed series to finish things out would be really good. Very sad for one team that doesn't make it, but at the same time as well, if one team does break through quite decidedly, that maybe speaks to their ability to maybe really pull through large on the international stage as the solidified best team here with no questions asked.
I think all 3 of these teams could probably do pretty well at the Ace of Predator tournament. I think all 3 of them will probably be better representatives than what we got last time around, which, to be fair, I was part of that team, so I'm not being too, like, not generous or something like that. Look, I'm keen to see what we get here on Sunset. It's an interesting pick to start things off. I think we've seen a lot of picks based off of reads, based off of momentum so far in this tournament, rather than teams necessarily going towards their strengths. Right. You've even seen AIC pick towards Haven because they stomped another team in the map. At least that's what we anticipated was the reasoning behind it. So seeing Sunset picked up first of all is an interesting one because at the end of the day, it's a Neon map. It's a very comfortable Neon map. You're picking straight into a Neon map. As AIC playing against a team with a guy that can only really play Neon, I might really be considering picking things that are not Neon maps, which is what they've done in the past. They picked Ascent into Focus. They picked other maps into Focus as well. It came down to Ascent in the best of 1. Didn't really help them too much, so maybe that's not the right approach.
Yeah, we'll have to see where the picks go here as well. Obviously, you mentioned Neon. I think that's the agent to talk about, given that Doctor's specialty on Sunset, rather, or really every single map. I wouldn't be surprised if it came through every single map in here. I think the only real difference that we saw was the Ace Rays, which is going to be the double duelist, actually, for Focus GG. So not just the Neon, but also the Rays as well.
They just play double duelists on every map. Yeah. Literally every map. Like, on Ascent, their comp is like Rain and Neon. They don't even play Jet. So, like, this is their style right now. This is the direction that they've chosen to go with their team very intentionally. Like, they had Blessed literally on their roster. They would have had to pick at the bunch of what players are we going to pick up and what style do we want to go for. And they have very intentionally gone, we're going to pick up a duelist player and a player who only plays Neon. And those are the agents we're going to play on every map. Yep. And so far, it's been a successful strategy.
Well, if Neon is as good as she is in the current meta that we know, then that is certainly the case. Then Doc's just going to have a lot of fun. At least that is the plan so far. Okay, Time for us to lock in now, Pilski. It is grand finals time. Focus GG taking on Arena Internet Cafe. Best of 3. Map number 1, Sunset. We're all picked up. Focus on the defense, AIC on the attack.
Both of these teams have let international qualifier spots slip through their fingers in the past. So today is going to be a chance for redemption or a chance for potential disappointment yet again for either one of these squads. Big mid-trap on the cards here for Focus with a retake B setup. 2 trips over there. AIC creeping their way into B main. Going to be a very quick rotation here from Focus.
If there was a trap sprung, Theory would have been the only one caught by it, but right now Focus is over towards B, and no, I'm not talking about the team, I'm talking about the players on AIC rolling their way through. Can they find a couple of players? The answer is yes, pretty easy as well. Only one response so far, and Bonobo, the last player alive, falls away extremely fast in terms of dying down.
AIC running in with full momentum. Zork getting himself off to a fantastic start early on after a bit of a lackluster map 2 against GG How. And worth mentioning, especially given the fact that it's not a best of 5 and AIC locked down that lower bracket series in 2-0 fashion, they're the team that's warmed up and ready into this matchup.
Correct.
A lot of people will make that argument of fatigue going into a series like this, but when you 2-0, and you win yourself a lot of big rounds, it's a lot of momentum to bring into a grand final.
I think fatigue is maybe more relevant in like 2 back-to-back BO5s, but let's see where this now next round goes. Heavy movements, Focus now full 5-stack over towards the B side, and Ace3 down, but slide into like 5, or rather 4 final members there. Still a cleanup though, Zork onto 3, and that's going to really accelerate his ultimate charge. Getting that Hunter's Fury nice and early. They thought they had a trap, that's Focus, but actually, I mean, sliding into like 4 players, yeah, I think Feta died there, but the rest of AIC ready to clean up.
I mean, that's 2 rounds in a row that I feel like AIC has run into the strong side. Last round it was into a Cypher setup with a fast flood, and they rolled the B site. Again into B main, into a full stack, and they absolutely roll the defense. Given the fact that it was an eco, but the reactive utility is super on point. You can already tell that AIC is really switched on.
That was 3 players paranoid there as well, and still Zork was able to get the cleanup. So giant stuff coming on through. But here we go, first gun round. And it's crazy that we're already here this early. I mean, 3 rounds in. The first 2 rounds last about 10 seconds each, you feel?
Yeah, a main control going to be contested after the one-way goes down here for AIC, forcing one of these duelists off the line if they can. Ace sticks around, wants to try to create an advantage for Focus before this starts to get too far out of control.
Look at the that rotation situation as well. I was thinking possibly that Focus were looking like a couple players from B wanted to make their way over, but things have slowed down considerably now.
Myth's ready with the reactive utility. As soon as one of these duelists takes contact, you're going to see the pivot back through from the other side. Doksha will take contact on elbow. That'll be Ace to swing from short side, but you can feel like AIC are pretty ready for this.
Yep, here we go. Doksha needs to dodge out a couple of stuns, but he can't dodge out the bullets coming through from Feta. Feta will fall down to Myth. Ace being forced off the angle slightly, but he re-peeks into an easy kill supported by Bonobo coming in on the other side of the point, the site. And as it cleans up, Bonobo with the 4. I mean, yeah, just sliding on in, figuratively, not literally, because he's not the Neon player, but coming in through from the A-Link, unspotted.
That's a huge 4K from him. You had all of the attention on the duelists here, Myth on the rotation with the reactive breach utility, but as you mentioned, Bonobo's the one that does all of the work coming in from short side. To be fair, when you're playing the Neon, when you're playing the Raze, they have such great utility at stalling a push like that. You can see on short side and elbow, trying to make your way through paint shells, through a relay bolt, through a fault line. It takes time. And that's where the window of opportunity is created for Bonobo to actually have some impact.
Okay, eyes over towards B now. Vizsla, nothing to do there. Spots 2, coming through the smoke, instantly dies. Thought he could maybe take some positioning, but caught off guard, and now it's going to call over some rotators. Bonobo in market. 2 more players coming through from defense spawn.
Cage goes up. Trips have not been dealt with yet. Side trip taken out, but there's a fast flood here from Focus. Already so many players ready to fight before the plant goes down.
Ace is coming through from mid as well. Ace might get a timing here, really good. That's the spike carrier, but the bunny hopping is going to throw Ace off a little bit. He sees 2, low HP is Feta. Paint shell's ready to go. Maybe just the chip damage will be enough. Needs to get a kill, but can't do it. Feta on 5 HP will instead kill Ace instead. And now 3 alive for AIC as they force some rotations. Focus don't know where to go, and they've gone back to spawn. They want to rotate to A.
Yeah, the player on the info line's been dealt with, trying to cut the map in half. It's Ace there, and just can't quite get a clean duel on any of those players rotating over towards A. And AIC know as soon as that player's been dealt with, they've seen the breach and the neon on B. They can cut sound, and that's going to force a reaction in and of itself. And in this case, it's a reaction of rotating and being out of position, and AIC now with a favorable post plan.
Ace would have been really upset with the fact that he didn't get the kill there because Feta goes down, Spike is dropped. Suddenly, you know exactly where the positioning is in mid. Things get really tricky for AIC, but instead Feta lives, get this kill instead, and now the post plant. All 3 players stacked up in B main as Doctors tries to find anything, any sort of intel. Overdrive even picked up by Feta. This is going to be tough for all 2 members alive. Sinaway cleans up 1. Doctor will at least get a 1. But unfortunately, still the round goes the way of the other team.
AIC just diving through that dark cover at the start of the round, picking off Izzler right off the rip. Able to deal with Ace at top middle, who he's looked like he's whiffed a couple of duels that you would expect him to win cleanly. He's been the best player in this tournament thus far, but we haven't seen him in a grand final yet, Kev. You know, this is where it hits a little bit different.
Yeah, he was re-peaking, unfortunately, to 3 players there. Thought he maybe had better odds, but re-picked a few too many times and got punished for it. Possibly should have just let that play go, not give up his life.
It just didn't really feel like he was confidently taking a duel there, really, either.
Well, speaking of taking duels, here we go one more time. Myth and Ace over in towards mid. Myth is falling off a little bit into the market, but Ace is committed, and with that committal, he's going to get taken down.
He's had a really rough start to this game. Credit to AIC for isolating and picking him off multiple times, but the way that they're working this attacking side, stylistically against GG How, it was doing well, but I think against Focus it's going to be even better because they're constantly playing these double duelist comps where they're looking for aggression on defense, and that's where they're going to get punished by this slow creeping style from AIC.
Well, they have 2 players focused on the defense, kind of pushed up quite aggressively. I think one of them has fallen off now. Yeah, that is going to be Vizsla, who is all the way up A main. Still there is Bonobo on the B side of things. Rotators coming through now. Again, they have nothing to really work through here. Sheriff's across the board nearly, and Vizsla would have liked to have connected on that one. Try to slow things down with a paranoia, but still, his Doctor actually on the overdrive. That's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it all tournament long. An overdrive can win you a round you have no business winning, and this would be the main man to do it. AIC waiting it out, though. You can see they're not giving him a duel at all. It's the equivalent of playing against a Clovolt. They let the Neon ult run out, and then they hit the site.
And picked up a rifle, though. I'll give him that. He's got something to play through. He was able to slide on in, threaten the overdrive, pick up the gun, dropped over in towards elbow. And now time runs out, so the plant has to come on through. They actually fell off the site really fast here. Focus gave it away entirely.
Yeah, I mean,
Spike
Focus,
planted.
another one of these teams that loves to rotate quite heavily, especially on a half bite. They've been caught a little bit out of position. Reactive utility being held. You can see Biggie Cheese off the back of Zork's contact will immediately drop the fault line over onto short.
See what Doctor can do about this, because 3 versus 4, does he really want to be? I mean, he is the Neon, he kind of has to go in first, but he's got the main gun, he has the frag, and frag he will, but only onto 1 so far. It's Sinaway that will collect the double here, but leaving Bonobo in a really precarious situation. He had the flank coming on through in an earlier round with the gun. He did a lot of work from that position, but with only a Sheriff and no time to play through, he's gone, and another round goes AIC.
Look at that respect being given by AIC, though. As soon as the overdrive gets popped, they just cut sound and hide in elbow. Like, they give him absolutely nothing. They don't let the Neon run around and be a little pest, diving in and out of smokes and doing the Danby highlights like you've seen multiple times. AIC, they just patiently work their way through the rest of the round, and they've been rewarded for it. Focus now, though, into another gun round here, starting to get close to a couple of big ults coming online, especially the Rolling Thunders for both sides.
Yeah, well, we're seeing a lot of these 4-1 starts. I mean, basically got that twice in a row in our last matchup, but here Focus is on the receiving end of it versus a warmed-up AIC.
TP cancelled. Mid control taken by Focus, and this is going to be common from Focus, Kev. They love to play this stacky style.
And deep is now going to be Bonobo, walking up quite far. He's committed into this one.
Yeah, Focus are just waiting to pull the trigger on this mid trap.
And the trap has been sprung. Ace this time will get himself a double. He wasn't able to get a single kill for 2 rounds in a row. Previously, Bonobo activates from that tucked-in corner, and suddenly AIC, they found themselves all ripped to pieces within this midsection of the map, looking like a flawless. It is a flawless, and a much needed one for Focus, who didn't have money. Well, now they got money abound.
It's been a while. We've been waiting for Ace to get warmed up, and that's around where you see that sharp individual skill. Taps aplenty on the Vandal, just swinging out top middle and taking agency of the round into his own hands. That's a lot of pressure on AIC's money now. And in fact, they have to go back down onto a Sheriff here for Kadiri. Have to decide, yeah, they are going to buy up. So
one player's going to be missing. They do have a couple ultimates. Strong ultimate situation. Kadiri can still manage to find himself an ult here if he's a little bit sneaky, but
this is where the game could really swing back in the favor of Focus, though. They've got strong money already. If they can break AIC's money, this is going to be a much more even game. A pressure has come out off the rip for AIC. Fast lane and Dart applying pressure to that A side of the map. Little bit of a trap set up over on B. You've got the Breach ready with reactive utility off the back of Ace's contact, who has a showstopper, by the way. AIC not contesting either of those extremities, though, just working mid-control. And this is what I was talking about Focus's defense. They love to gamble stack. They love to switch up what they're doing. Last round, 4-1. Everyone committed to fighting mid. This time, retake mid and hard fight the extremities. You're going to see that a lot.
Extremity has been given up. That orb is still available in B, by the way. There was a potential there where Myth could have gone up for it, using Ace to cover. Spike is now over towards B. It's looking like a B split. Hunter's Fury offensively. Can we find something? Showstopper surely gets one here. Misses actually. Only gets a single lick of damage. It's not enough to quite get the kill. Myth, though, is able to get a double. That actually might be pretty significant. Allows the retake here is to do something. Okay, Rolling Thunder's committed. Doesn't hit a single
30
player.
seconds left.
Low is Biggie Cheese. Absolutely robbed was that showstopper. Aftershock zoning these players back onto the backside of site, but that's where Sinaway goes on the aggressive slide on forward. Bonobo peeks out market. 1-on-2 for Sinaway. Doctor's already on it. Bonobo just waiting inside of the cage, and he's bought enough time for that defuse to come through. Focus with their third round win, and they will break AIC's money.
Really unfortunate timing there for Sinaway as well. He had the crosshair in the right spot, the gap between the cage and the wall, but pulled this crosshair away ever so slightly. You talk about the showstopper. That looked like a kill 9 out of 10 times, but this is the 1 out of 10 where unfortunately it just does, I say a bit of damage, significant damage, but not enough to get the kill. Worse still, it gives a false sense of security over to Ace as well. He's like, well, no one's there because whoever's there would have died, so surely no one's there. Unfortunately, a player was there. Ace would have been pretty pissed that happened, actually. I think I would be pissed too.
AIC, tack timeout for them. Money is in a pretty poor position there. Going to have to take a save off the back of that one. And Focus have well and truly swung this game back in their favor. The mid stack worked perfectly. And the B site retake was fantastic. And look, I was saying, you know, in my opinion, looking at this Focus team, I rate Myth. He always plays his role well. I think Vizsla is probably the best player on this team for me, but I was really expecting Ace and Doctor to do a lot of heavy lifting, and statistically, Bonobo has not been that great in the Sentinel role looking back through some of their series. Man, this game, this man is going absolutely ham on defense, and it's not even really in the fashion that you would expect. It's not like he's relying on his trips and his setups and holding down sites. It's in the mid to late round. He's just running in and taking duels and winning them.
And one of those clear examples was A-Link retake 4-piece early on, and that was when the first 3 rounds, might have been the 3rd round actually.
But even retaking B side, man, just rolled back into the site and won them the XVX.
Okay, so tag timeout used. Very light buy here coming through from AIC.
Yeah, half bite. They've taken elbow control. Did threaten that control previously with just the fast lane and the dart, but this time they're going to use it as a launching pad to get into A. Trips dealt with, so it's going to be a retake setup, but Fedor. Ooh, I thought he was going to slide forward into spawn, but he's going to bide his time instead.
He doesn't, I mean, if he finds a play really close, it would have worked out for him, but the first time we're really seeing the Neon just go straight for the elbow. That's a play that you would have expected a little bit more on the attacking end. 5 players basically stacked up here for the defense. It's up to Doctor first. Kadiri falls, and Doctor will fall straight away afterwards. Bonobo gets the second one. Neural Theft might just be able to reveal a couple more. A super late Rolling Thunder. There's only one play that can catch. Paranoia hits, Neural Theft hits. It's a bunch of ultimates. But a round where AIC, I mean, they half committed with the buy. That was their tech timeout as well, right?
Yeah,
so,
I mean, we'll see what they have for us in this next round. I liked what they went for. Like, the short aggression was nice. They couldn't play inside of the site because the Rolling Thunder was there. So they either needed to wrap back around elbow side, but at that point they have weaker weapons. I think they had to force short or spawn side there, but the duels just don't go their way.
By the time the Rolling Thunder came out, it was only like one player left, so Biggie Cheese having to eat the whole thing. I don't think he got caught, but it didn't matter. The numbers were fully in favor of Focus there, but it's strong offensive ability to take the site itself for AIC and get the
Shoot
plant,
them.
but
Always
can't
works.
hold it.
For a piece. AIC once again going to take this A control. Kadiri going to be left on the lurk in
Doctor's
towards
ulting
middle.
here.
Yeah, Doctor charging down middle. Knows that the Cypher is lurking around inside of this Cager. Has fallen back to spawn side and he's punished. That's going to be a rifle picked up for Doctor.
Yeah.
AIC have taken control of this A side in the meanwhile. Zork's going to go aggressive on short and even up the numbers. Aggression into spawn as well. Vizsla dropping down out of his one-way. Out of the opponent's one-way, that is. And Doctor sliding through and winning the round for Focus. AIC, they had a semblance of safety for a second, evening up the numbers with that dive through.
But look at
onto
this.
short.
It was actually through the From the Shadows TP, the ultimate being played. They just couldn't quite spot where the ultimate
TP'd
was.
into the one-way
Exactly.
and
He
dropped
went
down.
from B all the way over towards A defender spawn, then drops down for an insane timing, and unfortunately, Feta just didn't connect the shots there. Feta had the opportunity to shut that one down, at least after the first kill. Couldn't quite nail it.
I guess they didn't hear the TP. And no one covering that spawn side after you just killed 2 players there. That's fair enough. You just killed someone spawn.
Okay.
Yeah, A control, it's just going to be both teams trading utility down. AIC, after losing control of that A side of the map, they know that that's the strong side. So they're going to work their way back towards middle top, mid trip cleared. Market door broken.
Right here.
Ace is playing the off angle from top market side, but after the mid pressure, they're going to work their way back towards A. They've pulled the rotation away from that side of the map. Now they want to push the duelist off this info line. Actually, they're going to try and chase him down.
Paranoia, okay, not dodged out. Feta has to eat that one, which will slow things down. This gives an opportunity for Doctor also to fall off from his elbow position.
He only has a classic, and he's already popped his ult. So
His
that
ult's gone now, his ult's dead.
Yeah, he is not going to have very much impact in the round. Unfortunately, he's probably just going to have to be the hard entries.
Okay, they left Zork behind there, so something could still happen over towards A. Could be a split end.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, maybe. It's actually just going to be an A fake with the dart being thrown by Zork. He's actually going to get an entry as well. That's going to pull rotations off of B. This is huge from AIC.
And mid as well. Mid could be potential here also, but you actually haven't got the rotations off. Ace is stuck around. Ace is stuck around.
you cannot
Kadiri
miss that.
just can't get the frag onto Bonobo. Should have been a freebie. Unfortunately, it's going to cost him his life. The plant is going to come through any second now, but Ace is just causing some problems. Losing confidence is AIC.
They're just cutting sound. They're waiting for Ace to make that mistake, but smoke pulled out here by Sinaway. That should have been heard by Ace, but he's not turning around now. AIC re-clearing the site.
he's
Ace
sold out.
will finally be dealt with, but Sinaway gets traded as a result.
Meth as well. Okay, good positioning there. Vizsla from the same angle that Ace was in just previously. Knows Biggie's there. Should be a freebie. He can't get the kill. Covered by Feta all the way in B main. And it's all done now. Meth. 1 versus 3. There's just way too much to play against. 2 players in main. And guess what? Look who's falling off. Zork, who has the 100s. Fury. Yeah, I mean, he's not even going to have to pull it through, but just the insurance policy in case.
Half by 1 by AIC, and Zork is coming up huge for them today. 1-man A fake with a dark cover, getting this entry onto Docksha. Pulls the rotations away from B, which is not what wins the round entirely, but it creates the opportunity for AIC to win on this half by, especially after the Neon ult was popped and didn't get any impact.
Sure.
They should not be getting away with a round like that.
So a 1-4 start now ends up being 5 and 5 apiece. And Focus had to really string through a couple of important rounds. They've done so. AIC now still don't have it completely full by Zork for all of the effort. Still stuck on that
Deploying drone.
Bulldog for now.
Yeah, drone on through. Going to scout out the fact that it's a Cypher setup on B. A main control's been taken over on the other side of the map by Focus, and Bonobo's walked all the way down middle, so they've got a fast flank.
Ooh,
There's the
Ace.
scan through from the tripwire. Ace is going to punish off the back of it, so a man advantage and a lot of map control for Focus.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Still got a lot of offensive utility in terms of the ultimates there. Let's see what they can do with that. They'll have to look for an opportunity, but they do not have B main cleared. They're going to go and try and chase down what is Meth all the way in defender spawn.
He's given them nothing. He's just zoning them with breach util. Market control's been taken by Focus. They've got 2 on the flank. They're completely surrounded, Kev. AIC planting backside, trying to force their way into spawn. and they're collapsed upon from every angle. What a round from Focus.
Yeah, there's just no opportunity to really lock down any particular position on that attacking side. I mean, they got themselves onto site, but as you mentioned, completely surrounded. You saw the full rotations from everybody on Focus all over the map, and particularly the two big flankers in B main. Those are the two that were going to make things happen for the defensive. I was going to say retake, but really, I don't think the plan even came on through. I don't think the attackers even really finished off what they wanted to do here.
The last round of the half now. It's been a pretty back and forth half. Great start for AIC.
Yeah.
Contrast to their previous series where they started poorly both times. It's actually been Focus to spring off the backboard, so to speak.
It's been a fast half as well, Mitch.
Yeah.
I mean, the first two rounds ended in almost instantly, especially that second round was like 10 seconds with the big stack, and speaking of which, happening over towards A.
Yeah, elbow control, TP into spawn that Sinaway didn't commit to last time. This time he's committed to it, but Myth, knowing that that's where he was TP'd last time.
God!
How do you hit that as Sinaway? Myth aiming a little bit low, doesn't hit the head immediately, and Sinaway been sharp today. Bonobo getting away with murder, that he's even able to get one there, but it's still a pretty significant advantage for AIC.
Yeah, okay, Bonobo, that probably shouldn't have been a kill that he got, but he dies for it. And now the information is there. They know that there's players coming through from A main. And the utility's being spent. Ace is good for one. Can he get a little bit more right now? He has to be the one to step up. As Doksha also clean up 3 versus 2. Vizsla on the big flank, and Vizsla's timing here could be extremely important. Biggie G's trying to hold things down, but here's Vizsla finally activated on that flank. 1 versus 3, no HP, has the timing. I don't expect much more here. Nope.
That's it. Focus 7 and 5. Really good comeback after being down 1 and 4. As soon as they got money control, they started to dominate on that defense. We'll be back right after the break for the second half.
Very slow start for Focus as you see the rounds falling through. It was a 4-1 in the first 5 rounds and then 4 in a row for Focus before finishing things out. If you focus entirely, that word's going to get overused in this grand final. In the last 7 rounds, it's actually a 6-1 if you just look at the last 7 rounds.
Yeah, try using AIC in a sentence. So 4 seconds until we kick off this round. Focus looks like they're going to be 2-1-2ing. A slow start to the round. Smoke towards top middle.
How about this? Hey, I see what they're doing, and that's probably about the closest I'm going to get there.
I did not expect you to pull that one out.
You know,
I did not expect AIC to dry walk down mid in 5 seconds into the round, but here we are. Maybe looking for Doksha inside of A, because that's where the majority of the contact has come through. AIC relying on a cam to give them info on the B side of the map, and that's pretty much it. There you go, Doksha cleaned out. Feta going to get that opening kill. Cam spotted out and dealt with by Focus, who have a free sight, but a man disadvantage.
Doksha dies, but he does his job. His job was to do a little bit of distraction against Focus, against rather AIC. And now the plant comes on in. A couple players going to be posted up in market, trying to catch that flank out. And if they don't see anybody, it's everybody coming through from defender spawn.
It's the fault line. Paranoia traded back. Focus have walked their way into the site, so they still have a lot of utility to make AIC's life on the retake difficult.
Kadiri could be good for a couple more, though. He has made his way into market pretty late. Very important duel here about to take place. Neither of them able to get the better of each other. Ace has managed to get down a couple, though, alongside Myth. It won't be enough. Is it Zork? Biggie Cheese at... Oh!
You cannot let that satchel tick down that far. It's not going to matter.
They had 2 players there.
They just needed to shoot the satchel. It stuck to him. Have you seen that before? It's stuck on the player, but they need to shoot the satchel before it does that much damage. That was very almost a round lost to a satchel.
It's going to sound dumb, but can you shoot it when it's attached to the player?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
I've actually seen a satchel land on someone's player cam when I was spectating them and stick to their face. I have a clip of it.
That used to be a thing back in... I feel like that wasn't a thing.
It's always been a thing. It's just very rare that it happened. Like, you see it landed on Zork's head.
It's so rare that I didn't even consider it. Even during the super active period of Valorant for me, I was like, I don't remember that really happening ever, so we'll see.
Big force buy here from Focus. They don't want to let AIC roll through with the momentum after winning the pistol. Elbow control taken. Relay Bolt going to force Sinaway off the line. He's inside of the site with Biggie Cheese.
Finds a stand-up player here. Feta onto 2 so far. Looking good for the defenders. Sinaway with 2 as well. 10 HP. And a Dream His dream is over. The round could still go the way of his team. 2-1, and there is no plant available. Surely the drone sees him. The drone, in fact, does get the vision, gets the tag. No, yeah, it does get the tag. Yeah, goodbye.
He tried to juke it. He almost juked it, but Zork doing his due diligence there. And Focus, Force Buy doesn't work out for them. AIC deals with that well, with a really nice A site hold between Sinaway and Big Cheese there. And yeah, looking at the score lines overall, another rough game for Kadiri, man. Today has not been his day.
He really brought it back, though, I think, on Haven. Second half of Haven. He might be a second half player. That is where we are now in the second half of Sunset, so it's his moment, his time. Also, Cypher on defense.
Yeah,
if you think about any time that Kadiri could pop off, that's got to be right now.
That's what I was saying. Cypher on defense now. And to be fair,
how about that?
He's farming up an ultimate.
Fed doesn't care.
Is ready.
Fed doesn't care whether it's attack or defense or wherever. He's got it locked in. What else can we get here? Doctor will discover Zork's positioning.
Go, go, go.
There's only 2 left here. Look, we're not expecting much from Focus, but what else do we have?
I mean, just damage. That's all it's a question of here for Focus after the last round came down to 2 players surviving for AIC. I'm going to try to take a gun or 2 more away from AIC, which will be remedied a little bit by the fact that they've only lost a Spectre and by the fact that Feta now has his ultimate online. Doksha finally dealt with Ace, trying to get the plant for money and for a showstopper, but will be spanned through by the Guardian. 8 for AIC, a clean anti-eco, and they have a Neon ultimate online heading into the next round.
I think if Ace is close, okay, he's not quite there. I was going to say, if Ace only was 1 off dying, that would have been all he needed. But Feta manages to get his ultimate off the back of that. So, it'll be a very interesting round now moving forward. I also want to bring attention to the fact that, you know, this time around, it was obviously AIC starting out really strong in the beginning, but these last couple of pistols, the scoreboard comes up. We'll be able to have a look at. Okay, so we do have a tech pause coming in, but yeah, Focus, first gun round, as the last, all 3 of the last rounds in this half, going the way of AIC.
I think if we cast our mind back to Focus's game against Bobo on Sunset, yeah, their attack was insane. They went 9-3 on attack after losing the pistol. They force-bought second round and then ran through with the momentum. This time, the force buy hasn't worked out for them, so the momentum will be slowed down a little bit versus that Bobo game, but if they play with the same level of confidence in this game on the attacking side, they should be feeling pretty good about their prospects, because it was actually their defense that let them down against Bobo last time.
So it's been a slow start in terms of getting the money together as well, because obviously they weren't able to get the start they were looking for with any sort of force buys. We're just waiting for a player to make their way back into the game, so
yeah, got a game restart.
Disconnect here.
Could have been a crash. There's also various issues with Valorant that after it's been open for a little while, you can start to get input lag and all kinds of stuff. So a little bit of a restart, just reset things and make sure things are nice and fresh heading into a very important round here. AIC, they're up 8-7. They've got a great economy. They've got a fantastic looking bonus round. Look at that. All rifles across the board. Good money in the bank. They are undoubtedly favored to close this game on defense right now. But we'll see if Focus could get themselves rolling nice and early.
The retake includes the overdrive as well, so a situation where you can be competitive at any point in the game, even with the Guardian in hand. But let's take a look at some of these earlier rounds coming on in as well. This was round 2, which ended in not quite 10 seconds, but about 13 seconds.
What's interesting for AIC today is just the fact that even on maps where individual players are having poor performances, they're still able to win. They're in a winning position with one player kind of underperforming. They won against JJH. In both maps, they had a player playing poorly, so even with one player not playing super well, they're still able to find ways to win. They're still able to win XVXs and clutches. And you know, the overall structure that they play with is good enough to get the game across the line.
And really, Focus as well had a brilliant first half. We'll see if they can be able to rescue that a little bit here, because the catch-up from AIC has been strong. AIC is a team that has been behind a lot in our earlier series today in the best of 3 versus GG How, and they find themselves in the lead here, but struggling to hold on to that lead. And as you mentioned, the second half now where they're able to pull through multiple rounds, have a good-looking money situation for their bonus where, okay, still a competitive bonus, and can they find here with the additional fact that they have their overdrive on board? We got some ultimates maybe coming in close soon for Focus, but it's not amazing for them yet. There's a lot more fragging here. You got a couple of players you mentioned, you know, in terms of fragging power, they're a little quiet here, but Zork, Feder, and Sinaway all looking pretty strong stat-wise.
AIC, today is a chance for them to overcome a string of second places, Kev. They have placed second in every international qualifier in most domestic tournaments, regardless of the opponent when it comes to the grand final. AIC loses.
Would this be their first important win, you'd say?
I'd say this would be their first important win.
Sure.
They've lost the Ascension qualifier in 2023 in second place to Bonkers. They've lost the Ascension qualifier in 2024 in second place to JFT. They've lost Split 1 to JJH. For Focus, last year, they haven't really ever been grand final contenders just yet. Last year, the core of this team was the second place team to try to qualify for Predator League. So they also lost an important grand final and missed out on an opportunity going overseas. So that's what I was saying, opening up this grand final. Both of these teams have missed out on opportunities to qualify overseas, have underperformed in important big grand finals, and have learnt hard lessons. And now will be a chance for redemption, or a chance, like I said, for more disappointment for one of these teams. It's going to be heartbreak or euphoria for sure.
Yeah, with GG Hao out of the way, opportunity now for a team of more newcomers, either Focus or AIC, to find themselves at an international, and for AIC maybe for the first time winning an important grand final instead of always being the bridesmaid. And the player connected back in, possibly will be getting back into that one, but looking like a close scoreboard so far, and beyond that, I mean, if this is a close series, it certainly would be a heartbreak for either of our teams to lose. So
yeah, looking at the stats for this tournament, do have look, Vizslas definitely picked things up a little bit since the initial portion of the game. And Ace has been really the standout in this tournament so far. I think individually, man has been popping off. And we'll see if he's able to hit that same level heading into this grand final. The top two players by ACS are actually both Ace and Vizsla. So Focus having some of the better performing players in this tournament. In fact, in the top 5, 3 of the players are from Focus, and the 4th player in there is Feder. So all of the top players outside of Mycon Bobo, who had a pretty phenomenal tournament for himself, being in the top rated players in terms of stats in this tournament so far. And I think you can see exactly why Focus has been doing so well. Individually, these players have been fragging hard. You're winning a lot of opening duels as well. Actually, they're not really winning that many opening duels. Actually losing more opening duels, interestingly enough, than they're winning, which is not what you see too often from a team that went all the way through the upper bracket, which actually will tell you a little bit about their ability to win in 4v5s. Winning a lot of XVXs, letting a lot of man disadvantage situations.
just confirming as well that neither of these two teams have obviously been to the Predator League. They weren't there in Philippines last year.
No, it was Bobo, the core of Bobo last year that did attend the Predator League. These players have played overseas in like university tournaments and things like that. That is most of their overseas experience as far as I understand it, which is good experience. But maybe, I'm not sure how many people would agree with me. Personally, my own standard, I don't really rate those tournaments as being of a particularly high standard personally.
Tell them about it.
I think that the uni tournaments and the restrictions around who you can play with and qualification and nationality restrictions are a bit of a...
It certainly won't give you the absolute best of the best, let's say, which is what this tournament more is able to show you in terms of giving you the rosters that you're actually looking for. But I'm still waiting for, obviously, the player to reconnect during the tech pause. So, I mean, so far, I'm not really seeing anything that really stands out between the teams in terms of where the scoreline is or anything like that, aside from the fact that it was a better start for AIC with a 4-1 to start things out with, Focus then being able to string through a large number of rounds. It says something like in the bottom 7 rounds of the first half, it was something like 6-1, or was it 5-1 for Focus? So
AIC was 4-1, and then they won the majority of Focus on the way back on through. But AIC, again, with the better end of things to start off this half, they've got great money, they've got a really good-looking bonus, as we said. So it's going to have to be the same thing again, Kev, of Focus starting the half quite poorly. The force buy didn't work out for them, which has worked out for them in previous games. For example, against Bobo, they lost pistol, won force, and then they ended up winning the half like 9-3 or something in that game. So this time the force buy hasn't worked out for Focus, and they're going to have to get it done the hard way in this first gun round.
Yeah, and obviously it's a slow start in terms of the gun round because they did have that force a little bit earlier on as well. So we're 4 rounds deep in the second half.
Yep.
Scoreline being as close as it is, given that, is very interesting. But we are seeing a lot of like some rounds strung together, huge momentum. It's not as back and forth in terms of the individual rounds, in terms of getting a streak, because it's one team getting a streak, the other team getting a streak, and right now, we'll see if the baton passes back over the other way.
Yeah. A pretty good game so far. It's interesting to see these two teams playing each other. I think, these have been the up-and-coming teams in OS for quite a long time. Both of these teams actually did boot camp along with the core of GG How in anticipation of split to Ascension qualifiers. So you've seen both of these two cores, despite the changes, and organizations really backing themselves to try to go overseas to try to really succeed, despite playing from a minor region that doesn't get very much support. And I think that is why you're seeing such a big number of teams that are so competitive in a tournament like this, because you've had multiple cores of teams, GG How, Focus, AIC. In the past, even the core of Bobo and attending an overseas tournament together, you have all these different cores of teams and players who they have gathered that experience playing overseas, practicing, boot camping in the past, and now you're seeing the results of that being a very competitive scene where a lot of different teams have good players, have players who have experience, a lot of upcoming talent at the moment as well, and a lot of teams who have potential. Actually back, usually I would say in a minor region like Oceania, like you send one team overseas and even the qualifying team might not be that competitive. I think the standard in a lot of esports for a team that qualifies out of Oceania is you usually are the worst seed in the tournament. You play the best seed, which might be one of the best teams in the world. You get absolutely stomped, and then you spend more time flying home than you do at the tournament. But
Speedrun Airport, unfortunate.
Yeah, but
happens.
I think looking at this tournament, at the level of Predator League, which, look, I'll be honest with you, it's not the level of bloody Pacific or something like that, but it's like the best of the tier 2 teams. You might mix a tier 1 team or 2 in there. Some of them would be able to get through. I think like 3 or 4 of these teams would be able to have a chance to get through groups.
Maybe an opportunity for a new team to go overseas and kind of prove their mettle as well, because, we've had the GG Hows, we have the JFTs who have, had opportunities in the past 2 splits, and always looking out from the outside in is, a team like AIC, who is second place twice in a row, as mentioned in Split 1 and Split 2 this year for VCL. Focus, who haven't even been to a grand final in either of those 2 events.
No.
Has Focus even played a grand final?
Not
maybe ever.
Only in an off-season. This tournament off-season last year, they played against a team that qualified that I was coaching, the core 3 of their team.
For Predator.
Or 2 or 3. I can't remember if it was Blessed or someone else, but at least 2 or 3 of them did try to qualify for Predator League last year. And they were probably, it's debatable. I think I'm probably biased because I was coaching the team that was playing against them, but given that they were probably the more practiced team, they might have been the favorites in that final, although it's hard to say. But yeah, they didn't do particularly well in that final. As you mentioned, they haven't really, like I said to you before, this matchup between Focus and AIC would usually be like a lower bracket game that you'd get in like the third, fourth kind of position. It's like which one of these teams is going to get knocked out of the tournament and which one of these teams is going to play whoever should be in the grand final. That's usually the expectation.
Yeah, that's basically what we had, we were expecting coming into this tournament, thinking GG will probably go to the grand finals. It's then a toss-up between Focus and AIC in the lower bracket, lower finals here. But interesting to note that, I was just checking through some stuff as well. This team, in terms of Focus, has been to a grand final before. It's the one you talked about, and a couple of returning players from there. It was, it was Myth.
No, it's only one player. Oh, Bonobo did play. Yeah, so it's 2 players. Because I was thinking of Bless, so it's not even the core. It's 2 out of 5, to be fair. So a pretty different team. The coach as well was playing, I think, in that final. Now he's their coach. So 3 of the players participating in the server, so to speak, if you count the coach, did lose this Predator League final last time around. Yeah.
Yeah, so...
But that was a year ago, and I would have to say Focus has improved so much. I think that last year grand final, them and the team they played against would probably be considered like tier 2 teams in Oceania. I don't think I would consider them particularly good.
Fedor was on that team, but he's on the opposite team now, so he's moved.
He was a stand-in.
Okay.
That was
Fair
allowed
enough.
to play, which was interesting. And particularly not a big fan of that ruling personally. But anyway, that is in the past now.
Speaking of things of the past, we'll leave this discussion in the past for now as we look towards the future, which is going to be the resuming of the game. But before then, we're going to take a bit of a break, so we'll see you right after this.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here.
One enemy remaining. Ten seconds. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here. Cover go. Down.
Spike down. One enemy remaining. I'm already on mid.
Gotta go.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here.
Back into action. The pause has finally been broken. Our players are reconnected back in for the gun round. The first of the half so far for Focus.
Yeah, I see on their bonus, but it's a scary looking bonus. V-main control taken by Focus. They're going to use that as a launching pad to get straight into the site. Trip dealt with, and Cypher has been forced off of the site. Scan does catch Doctor, and he takes a little bit of damage as a result.
Zork still has an opportunity to come through market. Currently unspotted, currently unknown. Lots of players locked in together. Let's see what Biggie Cheese can find here. It actually is going to be the Sentinel player coming through. Kaderi wanted to see more out of him. He's got it. Feta with 2 as well, and the retake is completed. Overdrive on board for Feta. Talked about that coming through potentially this round, and a 3-piece for Feta to lock it in.
Yeah, 9 and 7. Bonus round 1 by AIC. They defeat Focus in their own force and win the bonus. Focus are pretty far behind now.
Right here.
Big economy in the favor of AIC. 3 players surviving out of the bonus with Vandals saved over. They are looking very nice on the defensive Sunset now.
Awesome stuff. I mean, that is a back-breaking round potentially. When we look at Focus, they had already bought in heavily in terms of trying to force buy into what I think was that second round, right? And now they're severely behind. They're going to try and put in some more rifles, some more stingers here to try and scrape something through.
Yeah, really nice setup from Kadiri as well. He actually had a trip over towards spawn side, anticipating Focus to fight backside there. Focus just going to run it back on the half bite. They go straight back towards B main. It's a bit of a B main aggression
Everyone's
out of AIC, but it's backfiring. Paint shells and Paranoia catching Feta. He's going to use the fast lane to get out, but Focus have already found a player advantage and a rifle.
No, they got gigantic in terms of information there for AIC, but they lose a player for that fact. And now Showstopper online. Ace needs to find something this time. He missed before. Doesn't quite get anything. It doesn't look like it. Doesn't matter. But Nova with a couple of really important kills. Sinaway will be the final member alive. He's been spotted out. Neural Theft reveals a location, trying to tag his way through the cages. He's up against 2. They know where he is, and they knock him down.
Yeah, nicely done from Focus. After losing on that B site, they run it back. They recognize that the issue was never getting into the site, Kev. The issue was when they forced these onto spawn side in the post plant. This time, they break through yet again, despite some really valiant fights back from AIC. You had that initial trade of utility inside of B main where AIC lost a player. Focus 5 on 4, despite the Showstopper not finding impact and not checking Feta in the corner. They're still able to trade out effectively, and once again, Bonobo with another multi-frag. This might be popping off for Focus.
No risk taken there as well for Focus because 3 ultimates committed in there. Bonobo obviously then threw in the final moments. Neural Theft to confirm the location of the last player in market. Speaking of ultimates online, Doctor gets the final point required, so Overdrive now available. Might not have to use it this round. This is probably not the type of round that you think about.
Yeah, with the A main control, Biggie Cheese gets his ultimate online as well. So both of the orbs giving an ultimate. Cam left behind inside of B main for Kadiri so that they can re-clear that later on in the round. Tiles control still taken here by Focus. Just split up 3-2 around the map. A main info line is still there for AIC.
Nearly contacted through from the market side as well. A lot of peeking happening from Zork.
They just haven't pressured Sinaway off this line at all, Kev. And it's allowing AIC to lean 3B. Until he gets pushed off, they're not going to move an inch.
3B, but also a lot of vision over towards inside mid itself. So here we go, players flying past. The middle coming in through the market side, and Doctor into Zork. Paranoia as well, flying in his face. It's looking like B is taken at this stage. Possible contact found over towards the A side as well. It's Bonobo coming up against Sinaway, and Sinaway doesn't quite connect any shots. Bonobo falls away barely. Vizsla not going to miss versus Biggie.
Yeah, neither one of them were ready for it. Vizsla picking the rotations in the middle of the map, and AIC, both of these players were set up on B. You can see that whole backside set up there for Kadiri. Never even gets an opportunity to get into the round. Pick lost in market, 2 picks lost top mid. And the Cypher who wanted to defend the B site never even got the opportunity to do so.
Now both the players left for AIC will go for a save. It would have been pretty bad, obviously, if Vizsla got that next pick. He was hungry for a little bit more. One less rifle for AIC would have been pretty rough. Focus, the last 2 rounds, they managed to pull it through because when we came back from the tech pause, they immediately lost that round, and that was their first gun round off the half, and since then, they were able to scrape through.
I mean, they just replied by running it back. They lost that B site after plant. They said, well, we got into B. Let's just do that again. Mid to late round, where'd they go? They recognize that Kadiri is playing in the back of the site, and they're saying, all right, bro, you can have all the backside. I don't care. I'm just going to plant front site and control mid, and there's nothing you can do. If I have market, mid, and B main, you can sit backside for the whole round for all I care. We're still going to win.
So at round 17 that I look at, the big round where 3 ultimates committed in by Focus. They had pretty poor equipment that round as well. Really turning things around, converting them further to 18.
There's the change in setup. It's actually a hard mid-hold here from AIC. Focus with a little bit of A pressure. It's just Doksha selling a one-man fake, but look at the Cypher setup this time. committed towards the front side of the site, but once again, no impact found by the Cypher. Focus has taken that site for free.
Sunway's going to TP over just to give a little bit of support, but they're all stacked up together over on Defender spawn so far.
Rolling Thunder could be huge here for the defense.
If they are able to pull it through, I mean, they know nothing's in market, so this could be the perfect Rolling Thunder. You have to get your player up there.
There it is.
Okay, here we go.
Catches 3.
And they get the kill, so Vizsla, oh, the trap is just going to slow things down a little bit. Big and Cheese still converts onto 1. A slide through from Fed is going to be good to take down Vizsla. And that looks like the attack is post-blind defeated at this rate. Doc just trying to overdrive his way through for the rest of this, and it might actually be enough. Bonobo is doing a lot here. One last player. They got him down. That was looking good for AIC, but they couldn't clean up the last 2 plays in B main.
Bro, Bonobo just went huge again. This man just multi-frags in every round. Statistically, he really has not been that great for Focus. What's he even looking at in this tournament? I think he might even be the lowest rated player on Focus.
These 2 players just stacked together in B main in a bit of a crossfire situation, peeking off each other. They were all focused on trying to take down Doctor with his overdrive, considering how much of a threat that can be, especially at that position, but just didn't realize Bonobo was also in a position as well from B main to then swing and pick up the double.
Right, Focus is just running it back on this A side time and time again, and they just win every round. And look, you go back to that dominant 9-3 half that Focus had against Bobo on this map. Despite the worst possible start to this attacking side, they lost the 4-buy, they lost the bonus, they were so far behind. AIC had the perfect economy to be able to win this half with, and it didn't work. Focus, regardless, have just run it back 3 rounds in a row. They've gone big every time, and they just stay winning, bro.
Now after this tack pause, can AIC pull through something special? I mean, right there. They had such a good start. This is almost like the opposite of what we saw in the GG House series. Poor start, but a great comeback. Now they're the ones on the receiving end of that. Yeah. Good start. Ends up being a bit of a poor second half so far. I mean, certainly not too late. 10-9 is a close enough scoreline. You can do anything, but the money situation is bad.
I feel like round 19 was definitely winnable for them, but they just couldn't close a 4-on-2. Bonobo and Doctor going huge inside B main. E-control taken this time for Focus. And this seems to be the name of the game for Focus. There's no fakes, there's no gimmicks. They're just rolling into the site together, taking it, and winning the post plant. And multiple times, the AIC have kind of had to just fall off the site itself completely. Anchor's not being able to hold on at all. I don't know if the drone saw too much there, but here comes the execute, all 5 ready to go. They're locked up in elbow a little bit. They can't actually get onto site. They're a little concerned that players could be there, but there's no one actually on the site. They have no Sova, so they can't just run into the site and clear the trips easily. They've got to make their way in slowly. And they do. Nade doesn't break any of the trips, but they still don't get hit by the kill trips. Out comes the Hunter's Fury there. Going to try to catch the player over on Jenny's side. Zork going to give the man advantage over to AIC. Can they convert with the weaker weapons? Seems like it's been rare to see the Hunter's Fury get a kill so far in this tournament. Every time we see one, it just doesn't really do too much, but this is exactly what AIC need on the retake here. They have still very limited equipment to get through this. Feta, classic only. He's looking for an opportunity. It's actually going to be Big and Cheese up first, but 2 players on the defense already down. Sinaway locks in for a little bit more. Sinaway might be able to clutch this one up. It's Vizsla versus Sinaway, and he's got it. Sinaway comes up big, and yet another clutch. Vizsla almost making the difference for Focus there, Kev. They forced him off of top site with the aftershock, and I'm pretty sure he just TP'd straight back up there, and they really were not ready for that. But the numbers given to them, courtesy of the Hunter's Fury, is enough for them to get through that round, barely. 5 versus 4, and it's the breach down early as well. After all is said and done early on, look at the left side. It's that same sort of A-link. Sinaway abuses it. He was, I believe, one of the only players on that round for the defense actually had a weapon. Most of them did not have guns. Yeah. He had one of the only real rifles. And that half buy being won by AIC is huge, 10 apiece now. And they have a chance to break the economy of Focus now, who are really starting to turn this game back in their favor. Couple of poorer players here for Focus. They're going to work their way in through mid. It's mostly B and A hits off the bat. This time it's mid control for Focus, and they're going to try to force their way through top middle into a crossfire. Yeah, this is tricky though, because 2 players watching this is pretty tough. Stun's going to force one of them off. And the wall as well. It's going to block the line of sight. Zork, he's going to get caught. That's one of the 2 players in that crossfire down. What an opener from Ace. cracking open the middle of the map. Paranoia in towards market, going to force Biggie Cheese off the line. Sinaway still has this A info line, and Fed has pushed through B main, so these players on the extremities for AIC could make the difference.
And they know that there's nobody so far flanking them. I mean, Sinaway's pushed up, but don't get me wrong, the trips are still there, so they knew at least on one side of the map it's been clear. They have spotted now as Fed walks over the trip, but with the extra kill gotten, I think that's been really strong for them.
Yeah, they know exactly where these last three players are. Man advantage and perfect positioning from Focus. Fighting over on short side. This should be their round every day of the week. Fedder picking up a rifle and meeting up with the rest of his team up towards top middle. It's 2 through CT. Cage going to zone him back.
Oh, he actually could just... Okay, I was going to say he'd cross over from the cage. He's going to walk through that one. He's looking for an opportunity. Shut down straight away by Doctor. Now, 2 alive from AIC trying to push their way in. Civil Lime down, which leaves only Kadiri alive. He's only going to be able to get 1 so far. He needs a 1 versus 3. We've seen him clutch. He's only got 7 bullets in the mag. Might be a little tough, and indeed it is too tough for Kadiri to pull through.
Focus 11-10 now. Avoid the economic reset. And I think now they'll be the ones to break AIC's money. That was a swing round, round 21. And the change up from Focus is phenomenal. We've seen a lot of B executes. They've changed it up to A this time, forcing their way through the middle of the map. It's hard for AIC to get a read on what the approach is going to be from Focus.
This is a nice spot.
Now the money's gone for AIC, which means 12 on board for Focus would be really, really strong and almost, I think, guaranteed outside of any minor mistakes here. AIC getting aggressive nice and early, though. It's also going to be like ultimate TP coming through from Vizsla. So B's taken again. Another site.
Full B control, and down goes the overdrive. Fedder gets absolutely nothing done. Punished off the rip by Doksha. So many players here for AIC. Drone going in, trying to spot out how many players are on the site. It's the entire team. Sinaway through the smoke, trying to be a difference maker, but Focus fold the rest of AIC in mere seconds. Map point for them now.
Sinaway had the only gun there as well. Didn't want to waste his opportunity, despite a player being tagged up. Scanned. Still got that one, though. Got the Vizsla kill, but again, just way too much work required. No guns on board at all. We talked about the 12 and 10. It's there. Opportunity now for AIC to maybe bring one back and force an 11. It's, regardless of what the situation, though, is it's 3 close maps in a row now. From the lower bracket final to the grand final.
Kadiri got to be the main man to hold this B site yet again. Focus turning their attention back in that direction.
Ace one away.
Off of the showstopper here for Ace. B main control taken fairly easily. Full mid control is there from AIC, and you can see Vizsla waiting in the wings.
Yeah, he might have a timing here. Oh, he does! He's got 1, he's got 2! They didn't turn around in time. At least Big Cheese will be there to punish, but it doesn't matter because they've lost so many members. Showstopper is not going to get too much done here. Oh my goodness, Ace should have had that kill. That actually might be a difference maker. Kadiri swinging thing 1 back around. Neural theft on is actually pretty reasonable as well. That gives a good opportunity for the retake.
Yeah, you've got the Rolling Thunder, but they've lost another player on the site, Kev.
They're going to Rolling Thunder this. They're hoping they can catch a lot through. And here it comes. Rolling through. It only gets the single 1. And they're not able to push through and punish. I lie. Kadiri is fallen, but it's still a 2 versus 2. Time is a bit of a factor now. Oh, Doksha couldn't slide past in time. And they've got it. AIC.
Yeah, Focus just being a little bit too lackadaisical in the mid-round. You see multiple players kind of freely peeking.
Yeah.
In a 4-on-3, they lost that peek on Ace in towards spawn side. Then I think they lost Bono on the site, and by the time the Rolling Thunder comes through from B main, that's where Biggie Cheese, he only has a flashpoint and a fault line, but that's enough to kind of zone those players back from finding any impact.
That kill, Kadiri onto Ace, I think is a difference maker. Then obviously kills Bonobo as well. So, but the first kill to Ace opens up the second opportunity there. That's what brings it back around, because we saw over in mid, that single kind of lurk from Vizsla should have been closing the book on the round, but was not the case as AIC string through an opportunity here to bring us to an OT, be their second OT of the day.
B main control taken by Arena. A pressure from Focus in response. Doksha can get his ultimate if he takes 1. Orb or gets a singular kill, but he has a rifle to play with nonetheless. Orb will instead be left behind for him. No reason for anyone else to get that. Rolling Thunder's there for AIC, so their retake should be pretty solid.
And they're already leaning over towards A. Multiple members now.
They've got a
making
great
a rotation happening.
Look at this stack towards middle and A right now.
Yeah.
Only Zork retake on B is going to drone through market. They have got the perfect stack to deal with this, Kev.
Yeah, they realize, okay, nothing's in market. We haven't lost B at all. Unless there's a bunch of players waiting in B main right now, it's definitely got to be on A, and they're going to bank on that, they being AIC here, as they research what is happening into mid. They have a
Oh,
great
look at
position.
that.
They're going to get a rotation over mid as well. They just have to get past one trip, but aside from that, it's looking amazing. Here comes the execute finally. Overdrive in play as well.
There's no reason for AIC to do anything but look for picks as they get into the site. Vizsla opens things up yet again, though.
Just found Sinaway. Locked away there, playing through the smokes. Rolling Thunder now coming through from A main. Doesn't really get too much though. Civil Line. 1 for 1 so far. Overdrive. Doctor trying to force Feder away. Feder only on a Guardian. Might just have to wait for the overdrive to be over, but you're running out of time. Yeah.
There's no time. They cannot wait for the overdrive to elapse here. Kadiri trying to make his way in through spawn side, checked by Vizsla. Over on short side, it's a messy duel for Bonobo, but the flank's been cleaned up.
Looking like it might be over here. AIC, you gotta do something. This is the final round. Kadiri's won these before. He needs to win it now. Time is so critical. He hasn't even got a half. You just have to delay things. You might not even have to do that. Nip
Win.
closes the door onto Kadiri and AIC for opening a map. No OT to be found. As we have a 13-11 slow start focus, but it's the end that counts, and they win in the end.
Another 24-round game, and Doksha on a Neon map going to top the charts there for focus. A couple of critical rounds for him, couple of good multi-frags. I think Bonobo was the key there for focus, though. So many big multi-frags. He's a player that, look, statistically, he's been all right in this tournament. Hasn't done particularly well, hasn't done particularly poorly in some of the VCL games as well. Stats have not been great moving over onto that Sentinel role, but in this game, make no mistake, there were so many multi-frags from Bonobo, where he absolutely came away with it in the favor of focus. Very close from AIC, though. Definitely a winnable game. In fact, as we mentioned, heading into the tech pause, when they were going into the bonus, which they then won, they were very much favored to close things out on defense, but Focus again showcased such a strong attack on Sunset, the same as we saw against Bobo.
And remember, it needed to be a recovery twice in a row for Focus because they started out slow on the first half. They started out slow again. 4 rounds in a row, I believe they lost on that second half. They couldn't come through on the big gun round. They couldn't come through on their force buy at all. So took some big risks twice. And, well, maybe not twice, but they certainly did take a big risk. And they were down super big both times.
I mean, all 3 maps today, we've seen the team who gets off to a hot start lose. So a lot of resilience being showcased. That's such a round almost ended me. Honestly, I might have just like wrapped it up after that if someone 1v2'd with a satchel.
After they died as well,
Yeah.
mind you.
I mean, honestly, that is how we lost a game at the last Predator League overseas, is a satchel not knocking someone off of defuse that was expected to, but that's a pretty niche reference even for the most hardcore of fans. End of the day, though, here we go, Focus up 1-0. They're going to win AIC's map pick. AIC banking on that Sunset, banking on picking a Neon map into a team that abuses Neon, and the Neon on the other team top frags. That has backfired a little bit.
That does look pretty bad, but at the same time, I mean, both the Neons, to be fair, actually did end up top fragging for the respective teams, but Doctor is the player that you want to see on the Neon, who has been more than happy to abuse that. Now, Pearl is going to come on next, and Pearl is a bit of a struggle for AIC in their Bobo game, which is something that Focus would love to be able to abuse, and they're going to have to, they being AIC now, going to have to win that map, a map that they were keen to play before, but maybe looking to dodge it this weekend. This could be a potential 2-0 if they can't fix those problems on Pearl, but at the same time, you have a situation where the Phoenixes come through again, and we have some role swaps. So, possibility. Look, we'll talk about all that and more afterwards, though, because for now, give the teams a bit of a break. This grand final is heating up. Map number 2 is on right after this.
One enemy remaining. Team Ace. Spike planted.
A close map to start things out with on the grand finals here. Pilski 13 and 11, both Neon's top fragging on Sunset, which we know is definitely a very good Neon map. But as we head into Pearl in a best of 3, it's already actually match point in a way in terms of, you know, you focus up one map. I mean, we get to the match point when we're actually in the map itself and we look towards the 12, but at this point, you're already backs against the wall.
Yeah,
I see.
You are. But that's the third map in a row that's gone to 24 plus rounds for AIC today. No clean victories, very, very tight games that could go either which way. And I think for AIC, they're going to be kicking themselves because they had hot starts to both of those halves. On defense, they won their bonus. They were in the driver's seat to close out that game with Sunset, and they let it slip through their fingers. Conversely, though, got to take your hats off to Focus. Fantastic attacking side of Sunset, time and time again. Pearl is an interesting pick, though. If you have a good attacking side, then you're in for a treat on Pearl, because a bit of an attack-sided map, but at the same time, Focus has only got one official on Pearl, and it was up against a lesser team, not particularly a competitive team in VCL, who picked it against them.
Yeah.
So they're going to back themselves picking Pearl into a grand final. It's the new map in the pool, a map that AIC was picking earlier in this tournament, has probably prepared, has probably drilled through. We'll see how that's going to go for them. In terms of the comps as well, it's going to be an interesting discussion as well.
Yep.
I'm anticipating the comp that Focus is going to run. They're not going to have anything for breaking trips, but it's not going to matter as much because you're running the Killjoy usually on the side of AIC. So I would like to see AIC swap from Killjoy to Cypher this game, because I think the trips are going to get a lot of value versus the Killjoy utility, because looking at the comp that Focus likes to run, they would have a tough time dealing with a Cypher, but we'll see if that's going to actually end up happening when we head into Agent Select.
One thing that is definitely commonality here, which is the expectation, is both teams will come through with Astra. It's a large map. It's Pearl, but also Phoenix has been good on this map, and most teams have picked Phoenix. We've seen Ace play Phoenix here already. We've seen Kaderi play Phoenix here as well. This is one of those opportunities where Kaderi does roll swap back at a duelist specifically for these moments. So that is going to come on in, something that AIC probably are banking on. I believe in previous maps that we've seen from Pearl, Kaderi on that particular agent of Phoenix has been a top frag. I think that was the Bobo game where he really came out on top.
I'm honestly pretty surprised at seeing Focus picking Pearl into this matchup when AIC, it's a map they were picking earlier in this tournament. You know, they put some level of prep, and coming into this tournament, AIC showed the willingness to play this map. So Focus, they better be pretty well prepared on it. When they did play it, they 13-3 gigastomped one of the teams that doesn't make the top 8 of VCL. So, look, that's a good result. Looking at the Agent Select here, we're not going to see the change of Sentinel here for Arena Internet Cafe. They're going to back themselves with the same Agent comp. For Focus, they're going to back themselves with the same Agent comp as well that they played against one of the lesser teams. It's going to be the double duelist like they do every map. Like you said, Ace on the Phoenix, Doksha's going to be on the Neon. Like I said though, Myth on the Sky. It's going to be a lot of flashes, and it's going to work a little bit better against the AIC comp that they're bringing. Like I said, I really would have loved to see the Cypher, given that you're not playing Sova on Focus, especially against a Neon Phoenix comp. I think that could have been a bit of a hard punish if you're a bit more heads up, but respect what AIC is bringing. They're going to back themselves with the comp they're used to playing, and they're going to back themselves here on Pearl.
Yeah, we saw a 277 ACS out of Kaderi when they played up against Bobo, and that's despite, by the way, AIC losing. So he was sitting at 17 and 19. To be fair, he did die a lot, but he was putting up numbers, one of the only members putting up numbers for his team in that particular performance, which is why this is a huge map potential for AIC to be able to make that comeback happen.
And I'm glad you mentioned that series, because Focus is picking this map against AIC based on the results of that series versus Bobo, perhaps, or at least factoring in. But you're not playing anywhere near close to the comp on Focus that was beating AIC. Bobo was playing that double init style. and very flexibly. It's going to be a different story for Focus. They're going straight into the hard execute on B, and there's not going to be any players here at all from AIC.
So a free site to be taken, and just for what it's worth as well, it was AIC's attacking side that was weak up against Bobo, so they're going to start on the defense here, which hopefully will be good for them. They get to have a big flanker in Feta early on, has to go through a trip. Actually might not just go through mid. Everyone's going to come through essentially from mid though. It's that B link that we're looking at right now.
We'll see what the reactive flashes look like for Focus. May have a star or two to play with. There's the progression smoke from AIC to help them get out link.
I'm out of here.
Okay, there's the first flash. Straight away through the smokes as well. Bonobo up first. A lot of kills back and forth, 2 apiece at the moment. Kaderi coming up a little bit extra though. Kaderi, a player that we've highlighted already, is going to be on for 3. We'll probably have the defuse here, which will enable 5 out of 6 for the ult points.
Yeah, that's huge already. You're getting your Phoenix, the ult, going forward early on. A 6 ult orb ultimate. That's why you see Phoenix have any level of popularity. It's not really an agent that gets picked very much except on specific maps, and Pearl is one of them. I agree with you. Kaderi is a player to watch. He's been a player that's popped off at multiple points in this. Today, he's had some lackluster performances, but this is his opportunity on the duelist with a hot start in the pistol there to take over.
Exactly. He got enough kills, still got enough money that he's happy to just buy up the Phantom straight away, look towards an ult point or something. They're going to get aggressive over towards A. If they can secure the ult point, then Kaderi is going to be in a extremely strong position for this round.
Yeah, there's a scan on towards main. They know that Doksha is running around over there. Man has got himself light armor and a Bucky, minus the light armor out now. There goes the relay bolt. It is going to be an art split. He's going to slide into a big crossfire, and the Nano Swarm keeping the art players back for now, but that is a filthy shot from Bonobo.
Yep.
2 tap to the head through the side of the wall with a classic, loses the Bulldog and loses control of the middle of the map.
And now Feta is getting a little bit curious about what's happening in towards B main, because he actually had a great angle on B link. He probably could have had a kill.
No, I think he needs to push here. He's got no support from the rest of the team. He needs to just kind of play that process of elimination, keep himself safe on B long while the rest of the team rotates in.
Well, praying that he doesn't get completely crushed in. But in fact, he has the angle. He's going to work through this easy, no issues. They'll try and take him down. At least 1 kill would be nice. An extra kill, I should say, because they already had a kill earlier. Myth is doing a lot here. This has been the Bulldog he picked up from earlier, by the way.
This is winnable.
So this is beyond winnable, because now Ace has also dropped the Phantom, given, oh, rather, Kaderi has lost his ultimate as well.
Yeah, there's the kill for Kaderi. Still keeping things alive. A 3k and a 4k back-to-back, but that is significant damage inflicted by Focus.
Yeah.
Plant comes down as well, and the run-it-back was forced out already.
So this is probably not going to be the bonus that AIC really want, because they're going to have to buy into this round, which means, yeah, I mean, this is not a bonus anymore, realistically speaking. You also talk about the fact that the ultimate did get used. They were forced into that, given how dire the situation became eventually. The fact that they just ran down Feta in this position, I really respect that. You got to get an extra play down. Bonobo is no fair. But the Bulldog that got dropped,
it kind of works both ways. They're running away from Kaderi's run it back at the same time as chasing the jet down. So it's kind of win-win at the end of the day. Great stuff.
It's that Bulldog though. It's the Bulldog that they picked up, which then converted extra. That has been huge for them. So Sinaway dropping that gun.
You know, here's the flash on B long. Focus once again, working their way to this part of the map. Phoenix ult orbs are being prioritized both sides. AIC with the fast flood to try to respond to this B pressure.
Visitor as well is just going to lay back, might get contacted by Feta in a hot moment here, but I said this was going to be, you know, a potential. The last round should have been the bonus, but here I maybe thought there would be a bit more of a buy from AIC, but they're not going to have a buy at all.
Look on the other side of the map from Vizsla. Spotted out by Feta. There's the turret up top. Focus are just going to kick off this B execute, I guess.
I'm going to go for it. Actually, are they? Because you have a little bit of movement back now. Myth is doing some curious movement where they're kind of just pushing in, pulling back a little bit.
Yeah.
It might be a situation where, okay, they should kill this drone. There should be a situation where Visitors walked in deep enough that maybe they're considering elsewhere on the map.
There's the one-way thrown up in towards Art's side, and Vizsla is going to win that duel onto Feta. Focus with the cam on forward. They're still committing in towards B here. Stars placed. Flash through the smoke from Ace, but there's still so many players here for AIC. They haven't rotated at all, and Focus trying to run through a brick wall doesn't work at all.
They couldn't lock down a single player there. They were looking, trying to find anybody, flashing through the smoke, and ends up walking into the sightlines of everyone in the defense. And mind you, this is a gun round for Focus. AIC had not that much to work through, except for the fact that Kaderi brought over the rifle.
Yeah, here's the issue, right?
10 seconds left.
And this is what I was bringing up before. Think about how Double Enix plays the attacking side of this map. Think about how flexible Bobo was able to be. They're able to have multiple dogs. They can take push and pull map control. Pearl is a map where you need to lurk. You need to take links. You need to take map control or have some contingency plan. You can't just 1-4 and try to run into B every single time.
They were hoping that maybe
30
the
seconds
defending team here, AIC, was going to rotate some players over towards A. They were hoping that Vizsla causes some problems in mid, was going to pull away some defenders, but AIC were not going to fall for that at all, so they kept everyone around B. They were all over B, and you saw from the POV from Focus, they just couldn't, ironically, focus on any particular kill, on any particular member on the defense to actually get down.
But part of that's down to their comp. Like this double duelist, this is the issue with it, right? You know, you have the one dog that was used at like a minute 10. Oh, hold that thought. They're forcing their way through Link into the setup. A lot of pressure on Zork now. Relay Bolt hits him fully, and Doksha has ripped open the middle of the map.
Yeah, Kaderia wanted a little bit more out of that play. 3 versus 4 now. These pistols have been converted towards at least one rifle via Doksha. Is it possible? Myth needs to hit that shot. Doesn't.
Spike down mid.
You have a player really deep as well. Vizsla looking for a single player to be able to find, but the spike is on the floor in mid, so some help required. Vizsla's not going to find anybody here.
And push into shop. Smoked off inside the Nebula, though. The spike has unfortunately been left there, but that's where they can pinch it. Doksha trying to get out of dodge. Good shot from Bonobo, but traded well from Feta, who's got a very timely flank coming in through Art. Speaking of which, Vizsla on the flank up Link picks himself up a Vandal, and once again could potentially just pinch the spike here and get away.
I have the spike.
Oh my god, he's just got it. He's actually just nicked it. So now he's going to run away. They hear the footsteps. They know he's about to plant. Smokes are coming back online as well.
Ooh. Can't quite catch him on the cross. Fakes
he
it.
faked the plant. He's looking for timing, but he's not going to hit the shots. It's Feta. And Feta will lock in the round. That was tough. I mean, I could see the potential of a 1v2 win there, but
yeah,
decided not to go for the plant.
They're 4-0 for AIC, winning their bonus. Do have another run it back in as many rounds online for Kadiri. Brought on by a multi-frag yet again here. So he is really having a great game here on Pearl. Focus, that wasn't a full commitment to that round though. That was only a half buy with some rifles forced up. So here's their gun round. And it does seem like they're going to take some A main control early on.
This is basically like what we saw in the last map, by the way. So for Sunset, you had the 4-1. Focus got that one. They're going to need that one now. They don't want to be 0-5 down. Otherwise, they're going to be really kicking themselves for maybe choosing this map, which is something we already talked about. Feta would like to have a shot here.
Yeah, he does get one, but the jump spot on the Neon is way too good. Ultimate picked up by Doksha, courtesy of that A main control. As you mentioned, they have a couple of active lurks in play. Cam's keeping an eye on the middle of the map. They were anticipating maybe a push on B long, but they haven't found anything over there. Focus with this A main control. A minute on the clock, they're going to regroup and just meet up with the rest of A main. But again, with nothing pushing the player off the B info line and no one pressuring the turret or the alarm bot in middle, there's no reason for AIC to do anything other than stack A. The run it back is ready to flood the site with the Sober util.
Kaderi firing a few shots through the smoke, trying to get action. And here it is on A, run it back, been committed as well. Doksha even pulling through the overdrive. They really want to commit to this round. This is the round that Focus have got to be able to come through. It's Doksha for 2 so far, but those are the only 2 they got. They don't have a plan. It's only Myth. They're about to lose 0-5. That's such a disastrous start.
I got it. Did Focus really pick this map? Like, honestly, hold on, Myth.
He's got 30 HP.
Yeah, I don't think he can win it either. 15 seconds. I love Myth, but no chance, buddy. Feta's going to put him down. Focus.
You would love to self-heal there if you could. To be honest.
You just fundamentally.
Let's go.
I feel like there's a lack of understanding about how to play attacking side Pearl right now. We're taking B or A main control, then we're sitting and waiting, and we're not doing anything to force the other team to stack on the other side of the map, other than where we pressured, other than cut sound. Like, there's no pressure anywhere. You got to clear Killjoy utility. You got to get an active lurk in play. You got to take Link. You got to pressure Art. You can't just go B main, wait in B main, and expect the other team not to stack B.
It's funny because I think in the earlier rounds they were leaving Vizsla behind to like just lurk in mid a lot more, but that didn't really pay off for them.
Yeah, but that's very... that's very obvious, you know, because it's like the Astra's on the other side of the map. It's like, yeah, okay, the Astra's on the other side of the map. That's still, I can still see 4 people in B main with my drone, and your Astra's on the other side of the map. That's obviously a 1-4.
I think the worst round was when they had the 4 members in B long, and they were just kind of like going up and then back, and then a little bit forward, then back again. Seemed like they were a little unsure. Vizsla got the kill in mid, which is, you know, that does help a little bit, but they were potentially overconfident in that, giving them the opportunity to be, and didn't give them B at all.
This is where you're picking. If you picked this map as focus based on the fact that Bobo was very competitive, you have to do what Bobo was doing to win, and they're not doing that. Bobo, like I said, with the double E nits, was pressuring mid link. They were flexible. They were all around the map. They were pressuring everywhere on attack. Focus is not doing that. They're just going to mains, sitting in mains, and then trying to execute into 4 people.
Yet another round as well. I think one of the half-buy rounds where they try to get a little aggressive around B-Link and just got shut down there by Kaderi. In this particular round, it's got to be Seekers from Myth. So, okay. They got some mid-control there. Vizsla's kind of just hanging around his own spawn. He tried to get something done around B, maybe show presence. 2 members from the defense now walking up in A main.
Yeah, Focus are responding to this.
Vizsla shoulder.
Yeah, Astra spotted out. Miss right here. Towards the middle of the map, the spike drop. Bonobo fighting hard to try to trade these kills back. Spike picked up now. Feta under pressure. Inside spawn side, gonna pop the knives. Big commitment to try to hold on to this map control. In the meanwhile, through the middle of the map, Ace has taken a lot of space over towards Art. And Kadiri will have been spotted out by that neural theft. Ace knows exactly where he is.
It's a good shutdown. Flash coming on through. Kadiri needs a couple of kills here. The flashes are going to slow things down significantly. That's just put Doctor into a weird spot. Kadiri now, he's been focused down. Bonobo.
Oh, he can't get out the stun. That was a team stun, Kev. Spike dropped. 2-on-2. There's the runner back being popped by Ace. Gets instantly eliminated by Sinaway. Backed up right now by Biggie Cheese. Both of them trying to hold on to the backside of the site. Spike going down now.
It'd be comedic if it wasn't for the fact that the focus are down so much on this map. It's just more disappointing than anything to see that situation with Doctor falling over. All up to Ace now.
How did he think he could get back to A main there? You know, there's multiple players in Flower.
Now the flash, or another flash. He's got a flash available. Just got to walk into the smoke into 2 places. He's got one of them, but damn. Just walks it. He had a flash. He didn't have a flash.
This has been a game.
Oh, no.
AIC 6-0. Okay. I just don't understand this veto from Focus. I really don't. If this is their pick, I got to go back and double check the veto process, because on this attacking side, like, I'm just not really seeing the level of comfortability, not only from individual players, but also like the macro
Look at the mollies
aspects
on
of the game.
Look at the mollies on the ground there. You feel bad for Nova. You're like, what is happening?
I don't understand, Kev.
Oh,
I don't
my
understand.
goodness.
I'm going to double check the veto, bro, because I feel like I'm being trolled right now.
Team kill is definitely, again, it's like a sad funny. It's one of those things where it's like the SpongeBob meme. This is absolutely awful, and that's hilarious at the same time. Kaderi looks over towards mid. He'll miss the timing on that entirely. Doesn't see anybody. This is now going to be a very aggressive move over towards B-Link, because short has been taken. Respect being given as our AIC pulling back. Playing the retake here. Big ultimates online for the defense, by the way, so it should be pretty comfortable retake given that situation.
Plant going down here for Myth. B main taken courtesy of the Cosmic. There's a Cosmic ready to be replied. Down comes the lockdown. And already Biggie Cheese has punished the aggressive push into spawn.
And with the lockdown in play, everyone vacates, and the Cosmic Divide is going to prevent them from comfortably being able to walk back in. And remember, they don't really have good weapons here either. Had to consider the scans. Myth did get scanned there a little bit. Ace doesn't realize there's a player right next to him, touching shoulder almost, and he's just going to walk straight into his death. This is looking like another comfortable AIC round win. Bonobo will at least be able to make it 1 kill. But what's the scoreline going to be at the end of this map? Because I'm not seeing I'm not seeing Focus winning anything out. I'm not seeing anything redeemable.
That's perfect from AIC. Like the Cosmic lockdown contingency, and at the same time for Focus, like I understand they went for B main control. They went and got the plant down early. They tried to force their way into spawn, but it wasn't particularly coordinated, and it got picked apart pretty straightforwardly there by AIC. Like, Yeah.
Two of the best retaking ultimates available, and
I know.
nothing you can do if you're focused. I mean, again, they're not playing a Sova, right? So
And they needed a better plan to be able to deal with that, right? Like, they just had the Neon dive into spawn side, and then they had to respect
Well,
the ultimate.
they didn't really have a lot of money. I didn't really have ultimates either. Very brute forcey type of composition. Just flashes. A lot of flashes is really what they're banking on. Another massive B push coming on in. You have to kill this. Okay, Doctor's got it. So at least the Astra down, buying them something to work through. They don't have to fight up against two big ultimates this time. That's the only good news.
They've got a good entry, they've got good site control. This is the round you have to close. 5-on-4, AIC's taking the rest of the map. Cage going to get Fizzler some control into Link here, but he doesn't feel the need to push the issue. Don't need to overcook in the man advantage. Flanks coming through, you can updraft over the trip here, but you'd want to be breaking it because Kadiri's here with the jet, so it looks like it's going to be fed to bait, but further extending the advantage. Focus, this looks like their first round.
They need to be trying to see if Feta can get something done on the operator here. Time is going to run out super quickly. The molly is causing problems. Bonobo just gets cooked by his second molly he's died to now, this time by the other team. And with the time running out, you have to stick, right? No, there's no time. That's actually going to be the first round for Focus. Myth is going to come up big.
Yeah, good entry from Docksharp, 4K from Myth to close it out. Finally, this brute force approach into the site bears fruit here for Focus.
Well, they didn't run into the operator. There was no Cosmic Divide combo coming on through with the lockdown. Unfortunately, Zork was also one off his ultimate, so very difficult for the retake to happen. And time was the biggest problem because you had two members flanking from B main that just took a long time to actually activate.
Yeah, Focus do have the Seekers online. Last time they leveraged the Seekers to be able to go for mid to A split. But again, it seems like they're banking that they can break down this B site. This time, though, you have Sinaway with more utility committed to actually hold the site. A main control has once again been cleared. Out come the Seekers and the ultimate picked up for Ace.
Yeah, Ace might just want to pop it here as well. He wants to swing through a decent amount of this opportunity for Focus to be able to pull through something special. So multiple ultimates now being deployed by both teams, having to dodge out of this Hunter's Fury. Ace does lose a run it back, but now notices where Biggie is. It's Biggie and Kadiri up for 4 so far together. Can there be enough for AIC? Only Feta alive, and he is still far away. The good news is he's got time because the plant's late.
Yeah, took a long time for Focus to break that setup. The Killjoy, the Astra utility, the reactive Hunter's Fury. Luckily, they had the Seekers and the runner back to be able to make it all the way into the site and finally break through with the advantageous post plant. Open plant, Cams on the spike, 2-on-1, both playing for Pillar, and Feta wrapping around through spawn side, hoping that Focus is repositioned over here, but he won't be given that free kill. And look, Neon, jump spotting, and a cam on the spike is going to make it almost impossible to get a defuse.
Well, he's been cammed already. I was going to say he's got 2 smokes, but he knows he's got no time now, so this looks like he's just going to give it up. Time is the biggest factor here. He's got 2 plays to try and root out. I think 2 smokes is important, but just getting tagged by the cam, yeah, that's unfortunate. So 2 rounds in a row for Focus.
Yeah.
Take those.
Starting to break
They're
through a
both
little bit.
Aggressively on to B, though. I want to see what the response is from AIC. What are they going to put towards B this time around?
Well, you saw the response just there. They had full Killjoy set up, multiple stars, reactive Hunter's Fury. Look at how much they invested in trying to hold this site. They've got the flash out link. They're really trying to flood in multiple curveballs for Kadiri, and he still finds 2, but unfortunately with the run it back and the Seekers invested, like I said, the ults that Focus invested to try to break open the B site early on is what really makes the difference in that round. Because there was actually a pretty good setup and plan there from AIC. It just wasn't quite enough.
And now AIC is going to go for attack pause here. Okay, 2 rounds have gotten away from them. I don't want to say convincingly because Focus had to really work for all those, but at the same time, AIC, this is compared to the first 7 that we've seen, potentially starting to get a little bit concerning. Now, you still have AIC winning this half regardless of what happens, but they want to win this one. I think at minimum 8-4, but 9-3 I think would actually be probably more on the cards for AIC, and anything worse than that would probably be a disappointment.
Well, you called it. Kadiri on the Phoenix popping the hell off, 13-4. This is his 3rd run it back in 10 rounds. That's pretty insane, bro. Focus, see what they come up with. The attack pause is always a double-edged sword. Focus going to have the chance to prep themselves for another fast play here if they want to, and it seems like they're going towards B. They've got the Neon ult yet again.
Yeah, B again. It's been B 3 times in a row. 2 out of those 3 have been successful.
I think for AIC, you're seeing them heavily stack towards middle, leave the A site open. It's just going to be Sinaway left behind here. So AIC, this is where you need to test a retake plan. Dart has cleared out all of A. They've got multiple players taking mid control early on. What does their retake plan look like? Because they've got to be ready for this B hit.
Look at this, Dog's out already. Triple stars was dropped down there. Fast lane dropped through from Doctor as well.
It's trusting the retake, but you can see how tentative AIC is clearing map control. They've been caught out once or twice by Bonobo on the lurk in the middle of the map. It's not an open plant, it's a safe plant here for Focus, so they have to fight inside the site.
And you have a successful retake a few rounds ago now when they had both Lockdown and Cosmic Divide. Kadiri up first, run it back. He's got a good flash, but just not in position to kill Doctor. And now they're losing players, just walking in. Bonobo and Myth with the huge cleanup. 3 rounds in a row now.
Yeah.
The Focus are going to clean up B, and the retakes have not been it.
No, they haven't. AIC, without the Cosmic or the Lockdown, having issues dealing with this B-site post plant. A lot of the time, you're used to playing against a post plant that resembles an open plant, and a lot of players playing B long, and multiple players playing lineups with the Astra, but that's just not what the Focus comp does, especially against some of the ultimates that you're seeing from AIC. They're playing on-site, they're playing disruptive, and they're playing in your face, and AIC just don't seem to be able to deal with that.
And they have no money now. This time they're going to commit 3 players over towards B. And this is where Focus decided to head over towards A instead. And this was eventually going to happen. I think AIC thought it was going to be the last round when Focus going to start going towards A, but it just wasn't. 3 Bs in a row. AIC did not expect. This time they don't want to take that risk at all, but they know it's going to be A because all the utility is there. Overdrive from Doksha now pulling on through. No players being found, though. Going through Secret. They'll eventually see somebody, you'd think.
AIC once again preparing themselves for the retake, and once again, Focus looking to play disruptive, taking fights over onto spawn side. Trailblazer in towards Flowers.
This is the worst retake though because they have the least amount of equipment, the least weapons, no ultimates. We've gone from double ultimates, just the 1 ultimate of the Hunter's Fury, to absolutely nothing now. First contact finally being found. Players now walking on the side, but they're all walking into the gunfight. It's only Kadiri that's able to do any sort of damage. Damage she's done, but they're not going to win the round. Feta has just got nothing to play through. Okay, he's got an extra kill, but not much more than that.
Yeah, 4 for Focus. Wow. What a resurgence. They were looking lost on the attacking side, and AIC's site holds were fantastic, Kevin. Like, I was honestly thinking to myself, what is this map pick from Focus? And they were having a tough time, but it really feels like they've started to iron out some of the fighter details on this attacking side, and they're just trusting their style.
3 rounds ago, I was saying, you know, this needs to be an AIC 9-3 ideally, 8-4 minimum. Anything less than that, a 7-5 would, I think, be a bit of a disaster given how strong their lead was, and now it's kind of fallen away from them. This is a very important round. It is the last round, but it's a round they've been waiting for. They have an ultimate back online. They have weapons back online. No one's walking the operator, which is sad for Feta.
A main control wrangled there by Ace. Trailblazer going through Art side. Disruptive curveball from Kadiri. It's a setup inside of Art, but out comes the run it back to kick off the A execute.
And the run it back is, so far, being stopped pretty quickly. Doctor just sliding on through those. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and Zork on towards mid. This defense has finally got its legs on. Finally, it's starting to look like a defense is able to do something, and on top of that as well, Spike dropped on the floor, easily picked up by Doksha because he's the Neon, that's fine, but a 3v2 retake seems far more doable.
Yeah, still losable. You've got the wall and 1 flash there for Ace, so still more opportunities to be able to get back into this one. Operator makes things awkward, especially because it's a glass cannon operator from Feta, so he'll melt no problems at all. Out comes the rifle. Cosmic Divides there from Biggie Cheese, who's slowly working his way through main.
You see this Cosmic come down. This will be the round. Kadiri's just going to start shooting straight away. They're already contacted. I mean, where is the utility? Here we go. Finally, but before the Cosmic comes down, Kadiri falls. 2-2, Doksha on 3. 1 away from the ult pit. Probably won't need it, but we'll see what happens. Important kill from Feta as well. Important enough that they'll be able to secure the round off that one. Start to get slightly scared with Kadiri falling, but not going to end up being the case. That's the half confirmed for AIC, but not as comfortable as they would like. They still win it. Let's see if they can hold on to the lead after this break. Well, Pilski, this was looking like a bit of a write-off, 7 rounds deep, but in the last 5, Focus able to pull through something resembling a comeback.
That's some sick movement on the updraft from Feta around the Cosmic in towards Pit. And AIC on attacking side Pearl, if they've already found 8 on defense, you should be feeling pretty confident about your prospects closing out this series. A main aggression, multiple flashes going into A main, but they blinded the defense more than the offense. And AIC, after seeing that much utility committed into A main, will take the middle of the map and start running their way down Link.
Happy to play aggressively, even on the defense here for Focus, but unfortunately, as you said, they're on the wrong side of the map. Early stars to come through now, and let's see what Bonobo can do as the sole defender. Defensive cage. They know somebody is there, but it's actually Myth down first.
This time there, cleaned out at the back of the side is Bonobo. Dokja finally going to find some success, but not before Sinaway takes Ace out of the equation. Plant gets faked. 4-on-2 advantage, but it's starting to be evened up a little bit more because Vizsla's getting a couple of taps through the smoke here.
Let's come through. Crossfire set up now from the attackers with the final player in B main. Both defenders trying to walk through underneath. Just helping his way through. Ooh, unlucky for Dokja. Vizsla still gets an opportunity though. He really needs to pull through something large here.
Going up on backhaul, Dart as well. Really zoning where he can and can't be.
Close. Nearly had that shot.
Big 4K from Sinaway. That's 4 towards a lockdown early on, and a 9-4 here for AIC. Look, Focus. There were some nice executes in the latter half of that first half, but at the same time, you still concede a 4-8 on attacking side Pearl to your opponent. Them moving into the attacking side of Pearl, like, this map pick is looking like it's going to backfire.
Well, it'll be 4-10 in just a moment. I was going to ask as well whether this could be a forced situation, but I think defensively it just feels too awkward, and you have to sort of gamble on how aggressive you want to get here as well, because you might not be in the right place. And last round they just weren't in the right place. And speaking of being in the right place, it's mid control, but all on A, all on B rather.
They're playing. I mean, we'll take the anti-eco to discuss a little bit more, but they're playing no recon in it. They're playing Sky. And they're playing double duelists. So they have to be aggressive, especially on a map like Pearl, where you have so many lanes. It's all about push and pull of map control and little setups that can, get you advantages, which the flashes can do. But AIC, every single attacking side, these guys are slow, they're methodical, they will wait out your aggression.
It's okay. Action happening over towards the mid side. It's just all a complete blender of kills, but in favor of AIC, obviously, because they have the guns.
Focus, their comp necessitates them being aggressive, but the way that AIC plays is just so anti-aggro, like they just walk around the map. Sort of like watching paint dry sometimes. They just
Focus's entire retake here will be just like their attacking side, which is just force spam a bunch of flashes in there, hope for the best, nothing to clear through any of the killjoy utility because you're not running Sova, you don't have a raise, you're just having to...
It's going to be even harder because you're going to be attacking into Astra Stars on the spike, reactive util, and potentially the Killjoy chucking down some nanos. I would say it's going to be even harder to attempt the retakes than it would be to deal with the defensive setups.
It's a curious map choice, then doubled into a curious compositional choice as well, because if you are going to choose Pearl, it just seems like maybe they made the wrong choice in terms of what they're actually playing.
They're not going to play anything but this, bro. Like, this is their lineup. Literally, they play double duelist. On Ascent, they play bloody Neon Reyna. On Ascent, like this, they're all in on this approach.
Well, Doctor's only going to be playing Neon, and Ace is a duelist player, which means I guess you have to play a duelist plus Neon every single map, right? So
if that style works for you, fantastic. The second that style stops working for you, oh, we're screwed.
I think you're right. I think maybe Pearl just is the wrong choice for that style. You definitely want to get away. Bind seems like a better map, and we'll get there in a short moment because Focus do not look like they're winning this map. This is looking like it'll go to 3 for sure.
I don't know, bro. I don't know what read they had picking this map, but even like historically, like AIC has played this, the core of AIC has played this map more in officials than Focus would have. Like they actually were a competitive team in the Pearl era, like Nerd Punt in 23, Pearl was in the pool before that Ascension. So they're actually Pearl gamers. I don't know if Focus are Pearl gamers. Are you a Pearl gamer, Kev?
No, I don't. I can't say that I am.
Okay. Well,
this map came out just as I sort of stepped away, but
1-4 for AIC. Lurk's been left in the middle of the map, and Focus are really quite heavily fighting for the middle of the map and just trying to get info over on A main. Doksha's already lost 100 HP. But at least he's got info. There's the one. That's the info. That's the only way you get hard info.
Literally
the one
use your body to
trailblazer.
check. Your body needs to look
and the
at it.
rest of the time, it's we have to flash and get the right timing. It's guiding light and trailblazer, and that's it.
Yeah, just the.
Right here.
I mean, what are you gonna? You're not gonna use your Cypher Cam to walk up. That's an attacking kind of situation. So
I mean, the Cypher
sad.
Cam already covers like half the map because that's where you put it. So that's about as good as you're gonna get.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Okay, here we go. It's time to run up. With the run it back, Kadiri up
30
first.
seconds left.
Okay.
And he is instantly taken down.
This is where we test your theory, Kev. Okay, that's great. They found the pick in the middle of the map, so even a 5-on-4 advantage. How does that work in the post plants?
Ace would love to have an ult to play through here, because if you want to brute force, run it back is one of the few ways you can certainly brute force in.
What does the post plant look like? Oh, I love Biggie Cheese's position here, by the way.
I'm out of here.
We'll see if they're going to hard clear pit.
Biggie Cheese is taking a decent
Yeah,
amount of
he's
damage. They
getting
see him, they got him.
Lovely.
Step one, taken down, but they can't do the rest, not just yet. They have numbers, it's 4 versus, 3 at the moment. Can they
Yeah.
get a little bit more work done? It's looking far better. This has a successful retake, I want to say.
Yeah, very nice. Diffuse coming through from Bonobo, and that was really well worked by Focus. Credit where credit's due. They isolate the lurk in middle, they clear out Biggie Cheese in pit, and then that 5-on-3 looks pretty routine, pretty easy.
And they just put the wall up if you're Kadiri, and that's all you really need to do.
Now, at the same time, though, AIC, we'll see if that post plant's a little harder for Focus to break through if the Astra and the KJ are alive and actually putting some util on the spike. Get a tech pause here again from AIC. I say again, I'm not sure if it was them on the tech pause last time or not. But they're going to need to iron out a few issues here. And Focus, that's a pretty nice anti-bonus. Very clean from them. Nice retake. One off the run it back here for Ace. Sinaway quite close to his lockdown. In fact, you might even want to give him an AWP or a plant because in a gun round like this, you need this gun round. Like, you need to win this gun round. If you win this gun round, you're getting pretty close to locking down the end of the game. So, AWP control could be huge here for AIC.
I also think this is a team that probably needs to win a lot of those early duels if they're going to use their bodies to literally check corners and do all of that kind of stuff. Then having situations where, Focus
Yeah,
for sure.
for sure.
Having a situation where, I believe, what was Sinaway dying in mid, I mean, you need those types of player advantages.
Funnily
Otherwise it gets
enough,
really awkward.
I was going back through Focus's stats, and they're some of the better rated players in this tournament. But it's actually one of the first times I've ever seen, Kev, a team that is winning the tournament losing first kill, first death percentage on every player. Like, literally losing all of the first tools, but still winning, like, 4-on-5s. I'd never seen that before.
Focus.
Yeah, Focus. So, like, literally...
It doesn't seem like, I mean, I'm not...
I'll show you,
this
ready?
map, in this map, it doesn't... was that maybe some of the other maps or some of the other matches? Because in this particular series so far...
Okay, Vizsla's dead even right now. Ace is 0.11 first kill per round to 0.17, so he's losing first kill, first death. Bonobo, slightly plus, but he's the Senti player. Myth, he's doesn't take many opening duels, but loses more than he wins. And Dokja was the last one. Why am I having a tough time finding Dokja? We have time for the stats deep dive. Yeah, Dokja is also losing most of his opening duels compared to winning them. So, both of the main duelist players from AIC, out of 40 attempts, both of them, lose about 15 to 25 so far in this tournament.
Alrighty, well, while we wait for this pause to be over, let's go to a quick break. Well, they're still 5 behind, but at least Focus are looking a little bit more alive now. Winning that third round, pretty damn important. As we walk into the gun round now, a lot of questions still need to be answered because I don't know how many times Focus can really string through that type of retake. Again, I said that they need to be winning a lot of these early duels if they're going to be forcing their bodies to check for positioning.
Yeah, I think Clearing out the lurk was fantastic, and then they also found the Astra lurking inside a pit. So those 2 kills pegged back from Focus were pretty huge. Being able to come back in on that retake, but they've got a lot more work to do for themselves, Kev.
30 seconds.
Got a few of the map highlights.
Yep.
A lot of them going the way of AIC. Kadiri in particular has been on a bit of a heat up, which is fantastic to see. I think for AIC, I really want to see if they could prioritize getting that Killjoy orb and set themselves up a pretty big fortress on a side. If they could get themselves a clean execute off and play the post plant a little bit better than the last round.
Yeah, I think in a full 5v5 retake situation, looking at Focus's comp, it's going to be quite the struggle. And then if you add in some extra ultimates on top of that, the lack of ability to clear outside of flashes could be quite troublesome. So
I think, honestly, the way these 2 comps interact, it's just execution-based, basically. If AIC use their superior util a little bit better, and they play around what Focus's comp does well enough, they should win. But if Focus can catch really good timings and stack the right sides of the map or win some duels, then they can win.
Well, they're stacking right now over towards B. It's going to end up being the wrong side of the map unless you have an overcommitment, which is not going to happen from Sinaway. He's just going to drop an alarm bot down, then walk away.
Yes, Sinaway... Oh, he wasn't as close to his lockdown as I thought, so the HUD trolling me a little bit there. Like you said, main control's been taken here. Shot going forward doesn't actually hit very many of the trips. The flash was good. None of these players caught by those trips that were still up inside of the site. Cam spotting out a couple of players here, but Plant going down nonetheless.
Bonobo's not challenged in pit so far. That could be problematic. Visser's first to die so far. Still holding pit is going to be 1 or 2 players. And reinforcements finally finding their way through Secret.
Man, disadvantage. Runner back's got to be huge here for Focus.
There's not been a plant yet.
Out of this round.
There's not been a plant yet, so this is Focus in position to get a lot of work done. And the tripwire causing issues there for Kadiri. Now this attack is starting to slip away a little bit.
50 seconds. AIC biding their time, cutting sound. Fedder's looking for a duel.
Fake
In
planning.
through the middle of the map. Yeah, they're just trying to bait out a mistake, but AIC, they want to go towards a contingency plan. Out comes the run-it back. That's going to get cleared by Zork, but he's all alone inside of Church. Sinaway trying to offer him some support. Doksha ready for that peek inside the middle of the map on his own. On the B site right now. Vicky Cheese is trying to pull one over on Focus while AIC tries to continue to sow seeds of doubt in the minds of Focus. They're winning the duels on the A side, but it's an open plant on B. This round is chaos.
This round is now moved heavily over towards B, given that Sinaway is now rushing over there as well. We had, I think it was Fedder taking a bit of a risk all the way in water. You can see his dead body, the X, thinking that he could find a timing there, but dying is just unfortunate. The fact that AIC started winning around A is super curious, but now they'll just drop off completely, play super far away.
Yeah, there's a nano there for Sinaway. I don't think there's any stars left over here for Biggie Cheese. A lot of time already ticked off. The spike here for Focus.
No cages either.
No cages. How are they going to make this work? They can't.
Yeah, well, Myth has to walk up. Myth is now exploring around the lane, but he's on the wrong side of the map. It might just up to Bonobo. Stick it through. You got to stick it through.
Last player standing.
No time. Kill him. Okay. All good.
I was going to say, you got to get that kill. You got to get that kill, because that was...
somehow
everyone died that round. Everybody died that
made
round.
it way harder than it needed to be. Yeah.
I don't...
Just put the nano on the spike. Just put the fries in the bag, bro. Jesus Christ.
It's crazy how long Bonobo lived in pit as well, by the way. He was there the whole time.
That was the limpest A execute I've ever seen. I've never seen something more flaccid in my life. And
they were like not even really committing to it. They fake planted twice, by the way. Fake planted twice. To be fair, off the fake plant, they got the molly out of the Phoenix on the offense. Sorry, on the defense. They got Ace's molly out. Then they also got the run it back out. They got a lot of stuff out of that situation.
Stop trying to analyze that round. That round was garbage. Yeah, make control here for AIC. They've got an orb. That's going to put Zork one closer to his ultimate.
It's one of those rounds you win, but you're not really proud of the win. You're not proud of winning that round at all, actually.
The only one who's proud about winning that round is Biggie Cheese, because he's walked through the middle of the map and got an open plan on B. Everyone else, you're trolling me. AIC, after taking that A main control, they've dropped off the Sova. They may try to fake that A site again. In fact, it will be a Cosmic just to fake the A site. It's a one-man fake with the Sova drone. Will it pull all of the rotations? Myths
not yet.
Left that B site, but both of the Flash agents are still not convinced. They hear the steps.
And now they retain the positioning as well. Ace is still here, but Myth is up first, and Myth has got a really good couple of frags. Looking for number 3. He'll get it easy via the light, guiding light, I should say. And Myth has just soloed this one entirely. Focus. I mean, we're talking about them winning some duels required. No one really fell for the fake. I think Ace was like on his way over to A, and he was like, no, it's actually not the play.
Focus are traumatized after the round previous, bro. They don't believe anything. They got trust issues about that A site for sure. It's just sitting inside the nebula. He says, "You're not gonna fool me twice, buddy. Not this time."
I mean, we don't have a lot of hope for Focus in terms of what they can bring out defensively on this comp, but yeah, pulling through a couple of rounds, they're not really pulling close enough because AIC one away from confirming map point to take us over to Bind.
Yeah.
But
it's
the
half buy for AIC.
well, it's a hero rifle for Feta, so this is looking like a good number 7 for Focus if they can clean it up.
Yeah, we'll see how heroic he's feeling. Out comes the Seekers to try to fight that mid control. Rifle hits the deck already. Inside a top mid, AIC push back into their own spawn. Zork, what a play. Takes out the cam, creeping out A main all on his lonesome. He's got a classic and light armor, Kev. What can this man do? Absolute madman. He's cleared all the trips, and the spike's still in spawn.
He's in a really funny spot here as well. They're burning a lot of utility on towards A. You can see the wall coming through as well.
Flowers.
Sit away! Oh my god, you actually got that kill! You take those. You actually do take those.
On,
Look at spawn right now. Check spawn right now. You got an extra player there.
Bro, what is going on in these rounds? Zork's in bloody defense spawn. Biggie Cheese, they're trying to run it back on the eco. Like, what is this? What are these rotations from AIC?
I think he's going to get a plant. I think for an eco, this is going to be a plant, and that's actually going to be pretty decent. Now, they can't really win this plant. You can't use your run-it-back ultimate here either. Your range is completely cooked. Somehow Biggie Cheese even gets that one long range. Just gets that classic tap from downtown.
All right. Well, that round's over, and I'm personally thankful for it. Let's get back into the gun rounds, Kev. Seekers were burned. So, honestly, anti-eco, Seekers getting burnt. You're probably happy with that as AIC. You also got yourself a nice little spike plan. As far as rounds go,
as well.
Yeah, look, that's not bad. Lockdown's there for Sinaway. That could be huge in the post.
That swing is hilarious.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Tack timeout. One of these teams looking to discuss how to break through here. AIC, tack timeout. They have many ultimates. They got all them ultimates. Hunter's Fury, run it back, and the lockdown. This round plays itself, Kev. You've got the ult to open up the round and an ult to close out the round.
There's really no way this shouldn't be 12 for AIC, but if it is somehow not an AIC round win, despite having all of this on board, which Focus should be aware of, obviously. If it is not an AIC round win, I think they've broken their economy and giving Focus like a real shot at closing the gap for real this time.
This is the power of the Focus comp, though. Like, you can talk about all these ults. You can talk about this should be a favorable round for the attack, but double duelists with million flashes, like you just get a timing, you get a good flood, everyone will melt.
If the lockdown gets played, Focus cannot back out. I think Focus is just, they might even have to fight the lockdown genuinely.
Pre or post plant?
That's a good question. I think
because you got to run it back, so you might want to use it in post. AIC is going to start this round off slowly. It is going to be a bit of a contest over B main here. There is the take back of the star. It's a cheeky little bait set up here for Focus. Out comes the relay bolt. The flash hits as well. That's a good start for Focus.
Good stun and good flash as well.
No smokes now. They get it out with the fast lane. Wow. Focus is what I'm saying, bro. If they get a good read, get a good cheeky little flash timing.
I mean, you just don't expect 2 players to be pushed up like that straight away.
It's one of the things you have to expect, Kev.
There's something interesting happening here, though. Focus are pulling members away really deep, and those extra B players are now mostly moving over towards A.
Trailblazer through the middle of the map sees nothing happening in art.
So that's 100% of their info gone now.
Yeah. It's an easier retake for Focus here, though. Actually committing the lockdown in a 4-on-5.
I think they give this one up, and then they retake, right, with the... What do they have again?
They have a Cosmic, yeah.
Not quite a run-it-back. You'd like to see them have a run-it-back for the situation.
That's fine. The Cosmic will get it done. In comes the site control. There is the run-it-back, actually looking to try to even up the numbers deficit, pushing into Link, but punished by Ace. Oh, Feta! In the back of the site, there was 2 players detained. How did they all get caught by the lockdown?
Just run, literally run. Why are they didn't challenge it. They didn't run away. What are they doing? Why are they just standing there?
I wasn't watching. I just assumed they would, Kev.
Why did they just stand there?
Why were they standing in the lockdown? Is there a replay? Please, someone in production, save me
Just having
for
a laugh.
not watching the round and assuming that they would respect the lockdown.
GG Hell right now are thinking, why are we not in this final?
Was
How
it
are
an
we not
Astra?
playing right now?
Wait, it was an Astra. I think it was an Astra Gravwell, Kev.
I have a look.
Wait,
I don't know if
please,
we'll
I
have it at
hope
all.
there's a replay, because I'm assuming they
Okay.
tried to hide in the corner of back halls and they got Gravwelled out of the corner. We don't see it on replay,
Nah.
but I'm assuming that's what happened.
Couldn't quite see
That's
it
the
here.
only...
Oh!
Either that, or is that it's a massive misplay from
No,
Focus?
it's too hard to tell. Too hard to
No,
tell.
I think it's a Gravwell, bro. I
that
think
makes
it's
the
a
most
really
sense.
nice
I think if
Gravwell.
you're gonna like do some detective work
Wait, no,
there, that
Civil
would...
Light... Biggie Cheese died off the rip, didn't he? He died off the rip. There wasn't even a Gravwell possible.
Well, let's just take a look at the whole round again. We need to go back the whole round and watch it front to back.
Two color casters, and neither one of them can break it down.
I was
Unfortunate.
too focused on everything else that happened. I just assumed, I think you and I both, we just assumed they would walk away, but they did not walk away, and now they're walking in. They being both teams here, both teams trying to coalesce over towards B. See where the plant comes down, Bonobo in that corner, looking good, looking even better. He's got a third on board, looking for number 4. Won't find it, but Ace has a run it back. Plant hasn't come through yet.
Yeah, 1 on 2 to save
If this
the map.
post-plant, actually they're not going to commit, are they?
They're
Wait.
slowing it
Ah!
down. Sinaway's going to close it out. 3K for him. 13-7 for AIC. And that really has to raise question marks about why you would pick Pearl into this grand final against a team that was clearly picking it and prepping it going into this series. There must be scrim results, there must be scrim bucks, there must be tarot cards. Someone's gone to a reading with the fortune teller last night and thought that was a good idea, and it really has not worked out.
Oh,
Kev.
they just looked at the Bobo game and were like, yeah, we'll pick that. Bobo won it. We'll just
Yeah.
pick that.
Yeah.
So
Little did they know Noz was calling an absolute masterclass on the
they
attacking
needed
sides.
Noz on their team, and they needed probably not a double duelist
Bro,
composition.
when will someone pick up Noz? Our favorite player, Kev.
I'm gonna be real. This is for them to at least string through 7. I think was a bit of a miracle because they were down 7-0 at the beginning of this
Yeah.
map, and at that point it was like, are we ready to call the map? Are we ready to just say this is done? It's a little hesitant because every other map is like, you know, you're behind a lot, and somehow you see the comeback happen. Focus had a comeback as well on Sunset, but this time around, when you really break down what the comp is and how they were going to address each situation, it was just so one-dimensional.
They got pumped, bro. They were not playing the info game on attack well at all. And the only times they
Had no
started to
info.
find success was when they were just sending it in and winning the entries.
This was the funniest map though, because so many things happened. The the self stun wasn't here. The team molly was here. Then you had that lockdown funny round, which is just ridiculous.
One enemy remaining.
Is there any
Yeah.
other funny rounds that happened? By funny, I mean like depressingly funny.
Yeah, funny, but not for a team potentially throwing away their chance to qualify overseas. Like, not that kind of funny. Focus. Still got one map to get it done, though. We will play a decider on Bind. It was a Phoenix Molly to force one player in through the back of the site, and the other player got detained on the other side of halls. So I don't know what happened to the other player, but the Phoenix Molly did force him out of the corner.
Okay, so we know one player has an alibi. The other one... I
What?
can't-
He has an alibi. I love that.
The other guy is
You're
caught
breaking it
red-handed.
down, bro. We're interrogating
The
these Valorant
other
players.
guy is like, caught emote? You got me caught
Coach
red-handed.
Coach Avril was just, what did you do in the corner of back halls? What are you doing?
Where were you on round 15? I don't even know what round that was, but it was
Oh,
it's a
Jesus
memorable one.
Christ.
Okay, so I'm going to say this though. Bind should be a much better double duelist map. Okay, we're getting back into more familiar territory where you start abusing a bunch of the old tactics. They're focused. They're
Yeah.
not going to be too pleased about, or rather, they're not going to be too pleased about how that map went. Maybe they can be a little bit more pleased as we come back after this break for the decider. It's the last map in the BO3 for the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Be right back after this.
Too slow.
But a long day of games so far, 2 best of 3s, but all comes down to this, the final map of the grand finals here. It's a Predator League Valorant Oceanic Qualifiers, and we have got ourselves a very interesting situation where extremely close map 1 into what was a bit of a floundering performance coming through on map number 2. Focus were not in position at all, I think, to really be able to win Pearl. They did some damage and made a bit of a showing of it, but really, this one is a map that you probably want to forget about if you Focus. Yeah,
for sure. I think that veto has kind of backfired a little bit. Bind being a map that will decide who heads through over to the Asia Pacific Finals in KL and be the Oceanic representative, and it's a map that haven't seen too much play for either one of these teams. 1 rep for Focus up against not even that fantastic of a team, which they didn't even put them away that cleanly, to be honest. It's not even a top 8 team inside of Oceania, and they're not putting them away super cleanly on Bind. As for AIC, you were diving into the stats a little bit. How long's it been since they played Bind?
Yeah, I mean, just checking stuff here on Predator Helios, it's been, what was it, July almost? It was stage 2. Stage 2 for AIC was the last time they played.
Yeah, wow. That's
stage 2 VCL.
Quite a while. I think that was the decider. No, that was the second map, maybe, against
They played GG Hao. They won 13-8, but it was just so long ago.
Yeah, but I was coaching then, so that's probably
why they won.
They had a coach diff. Coach Eno diffs me in and out of the server, you know.
Sorry, you were coaching AIC?
No, I was coaching GG Hao.
I see. That's what. So they lost.
But the coach of AIC is, as you can
realize.
see over there on this other monitor, AIC Eno. He's a guy from the Singapore. He's cracked. He's jacked. And he
eats at the best restaurants, etc.
Yeah, it's going to be a big trip for him from Malaysia, from Singapore to Malaysia, if he makes it to the Predator League finals. So I dare say that he's going to be looking forward to that if they win.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one here because we don't have a lot of recent history, maybe slightly more recent on the Focus side as far as Bind goes, but what we can say is, look, the Neon's going to be back, but joined by a Raze from Ace, so double duelists here, probably a slightly better look and a map where, you know, we're focused on, interestingly enough, it's obviously not going to end up being the Viper coming through for Focus, but most likely a Viper coming through, plus the Brimstone on the AIC side.
Yeah, I think Bind is a map that I agree with you. I'm not necessarily agreeing that the double duelist is amazing, but I think it's a map where, like, having a recon in it is less important. You can definitely get away with playing the single in it. A lot of teams do, like, double controller, maybe like Brim Viper has been stylistically quite popular for a long time. You know, you often do just have the singular duelist as well. Double in it, you will often see, instead of a recon in it, like a Fade or something like that, you usually see, like, Gecko, Sky, those kind of, you sometimes will see a Fade, things like that. So if you are playing that double in-ear, double controller style, that's probably what you'd be getting.
Yeah, we saw some, just looking at the recent results as well, it's definitely the Sky, Gecko sort of situation for AIC.
That's pretty much like the meta comp, you know, double controller, double in-ear with a single duelist. Over there on the side of Focus, I find it interesting that, you know, double duelists, fair enough, they're going to jam that every map, but still playing the Senti, like, Cypher is not core on this map. They don't play Viper, do they? So it's like single controller, I'm assuming, once we head into Asia Select, but just talking about what they were playing before, I mean, I have it on my Predator Helios, so I can just answer that question myself. Yeah, single controller. They did play Cypher. We'll get into Asian Select here and see if both of these teams back themselves with their comps. Indeed, Focus. It is going to be Raze Neon, pretty much their Sunset comp. But instead of the Breach, you do have a Sky, and instead of an Omen, a Brim. Similar kind of style. But Arena Internet Cafe, they're playing pretty much the meta comp on this map. Double init, double controller. You can do a lot of pretty powerful attacking side executes with this comp.
So both teams playing exactly, you know, what they showed previously in their previous games. So no surprises here, I think, if you're looking over towards the compositions. And a situation where I don't think either team's going to get caught out by something weird. Both looking pretty reasonable to play through. The lack of a Viper is an interesting one. I do think Viper is so strong, has been so strong. Even years ago, Viper was so meta on this map, and nothing's really changed since then.
It definitely has a bit more popularity. And it's not like 1-for-1 with Cypher. Like, Cypher Viper is definitely a popular choice as well. That's more of the second init being the substitute for that Viper for that Cypher slot. You know, you see the Gen G comp, for example, where they do play Viper Cypher single init.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, this is the qualifying map to Acer Predator League. One of these teams, to remind you guys, we'll be going over to KL in Malaysia to play against some of APAC's best.
Here it is. First round, the pistol for map number 3, the decider of the grand finals here. All to play for. Early contacts being found over towards A. Just seeing the attackers rush on in. AIC are looking for players that can find a couple, one for one. So far as utility gets traded, everyone now got to come through from the link.
Yeah,
I'm
four
sure.
players stuck behind these smokes. 4-on-4, U-Haul has been taken and held onto by AIC in a crossfire with Bench and Pocket.
Trying to just clear this bench right now. They've got it. Sinaway's fallen. Defense is looking strong at the moment. Myth and Doctor both looking pretty heavy.
Great
With
retake.
Fed it down, the retake is successful. So, 2 alive. And see with the ultimate situation, I think it was pretty even kills. No one really got a huge string.
AIC, that's exactly what you can expect from them a lot more on this map. Just
If you
walking
say
up
one
behind the
of my
Viper wall,
features, it's a good
pretty
thing,
explosive A-side execute, getting themselves into a very quick post plant there with the Gecko and forcing their way into U-Haul. But what was more impressive was how easily Focus dismantled their retake. I love the way they approached that as well. They made sure to intentionally wrap back through triple, clear out bench before they started to try and take duels on towards the players in Pocket and U-Haul, just clearing the site from left to right. Very nice stuff.
Big lean this time from AIC over towards the B side.
They're waiting out that Skybird, but none came through because, as we can see, Sky's playing in the back of the site for now, and there is a cam on B-Long that will give a little bit of info, perhaps, if it does get popped. There's a bird over short, but that doesn't see anything, so they actually are not going to be ready for this B-Long push. It's Zorg throwing a one-man fake on that A side of the map behind the Viper wall.
It's throwing a lot now. It's a decent amount of util gone from the Sky, but realistically, we're all talking about B at this stage. They're just going to walk up. Paint Shell's out. Bonobo in a great spot, and he'll get the opening frag, the secondary as well. And that's going to be basically the entire round done for. They did not clear Hookah. They were banking on the entire push from B-Long to be successful, just walking up and down.
Zorg tickles the trip, reveals his position inside of Hookah, and he gets absolutely smoked. 4K from Bonobo, 1 off the neural theft now, and a flawless anti-eco.
And actually on a third round here where you're playing a bonus, you could think about a situation where you get a kill for Bonobo, you pick up a gun, play the neural theft, maybe in a really low numbers clutch situation. We've seen these Cyphers clutch so many times today.
Yeah, totally agree.
Especially when his light armors across the board for AIC as well.
AIC going to be heavily leaning over towards that A side of the map, maybe looking for some bathrooms control early on here. Is going to be, looks like the snake bite into bathrooms, as well as the Dizzy coming through and the guiding light. So throwing everything at the bathrooms there.
Double flashing, not quite picking up the orb.
No, he will pick it up. I mean, this is going to be pretty standard. I'm very surprised about that, though. Orb given over to the Sky when the Geckos 4 off Thrash. Prioritizing the Sky ult. Interesting stuff. Cypher setups on this A side of the map. AIC prepping themselves for an A execute. You'll see this a lot. Again, walking up behind a Viper wall. Trailblazer going forward.
A split. Here we go. Smokes drop down. Cage in play. Ace is first up and he's first dead. Kadari clean shots to open things up through. Now the defense needs to start running in, but the Dizzy causes issues. Oh, Doctor just can't see anything. Bonobo, we talked about him having an ultimate. He's got that now. Can he find himself a gun? He finds himself in the grave instead. Still a couple of players alive, but waiting for the cage to fall. Spike is now down the default. 2 versus 4. Not looking great.
Ooh, Vizsla with the judge in a position like this, though, could make things even more costly. Biding his time to take this first duel onto the Viper. That's an easy one for him. He's just pumping through all of the attackers right now. This is getting very troublesome. Swing for Kadiri is good for it. Molotov zoning Vizsla back. He starts to walk through the end of it, losing most of his HP, and a high-low is going to close it, but it got tricky for a second there.
Yeah. Couldn't clean up everyone, though. There was a huge stack into U-Haul. Obviously gets 2, and that's honestly 2 more than I mean, maybe at least 1 more than you'd expect. He gets the opening one. Maybe surprising he gets a secondary, but once every other post-runner gets out of U-Haul, starts playing short again, high-low can't quite get past that. I mean, this is crazy.
I mean, you'll see the different variations of executes, the A executes that you're going to see from the attacking team, especially with this comp, but that's the perfect round to throw deep smokes there. You can see the Neon playing back of triple is anticipating mid-site smokes and wants to try to slide through the smokes and find a duel with the Stinger.
Check this out. Outlaw in play. Doesn't quite get the kill. Feta was one of the few members that actually had the heavy armor.
Yeah, now he can heal. Ooh, paint shells. They're going to TP. Ace forcing his way through B long off the back of maybe a guiding light or maybe just dry. He's now got another paint shells. There's a guiding light to try to support him to set him up for another kill or even just apply. He's naded himself. He's naded himself inside the TP. He's naded mid as well. Another nade goes into the TP and they're still alive. How are they still alive in the corner?
Well, they just have so much. They have so much backup. Their players are coming through from showers to rescue them. They have a TP out here as well. And unfortunately for Focus, they're stuck on this side of the map. The defensive, or rather AIC is stuck on the side of the map because Focus actually rotated a bunch of members deep over towards the A shower side. And
yeah, I mean,
AIC may have had an opportunity to go B, but just couldn't quite make it their way.
This is just jiggling the middle of the map on the info line from Hookah. They've got a cam on short A. So yeah, Focus have got most of these info lines just taken right from the get-go, and they can direct all of their attention to holding bathrooms, and that's exactly what they did. That thing's got a little goofy with the paint shells inside of the TP there. But
it looks like they're waiting out the round. This is an offensive save. You got 10 HP on Feder. Spike's got nowhere. Time's about to run out here. I think they're just going to do an offensive save here, which is kind of rare. Maybe Blind's one of the few maps that you can kind of do that, just kind of chill in the cave.
Yeah. I guess so. So AIC,
10 seconds left.
things not really going the way that they would have wanted in round 4, and allowing Focus to survive with 5 alive here is really going to buff up this defensive side economy. It's going to be quite a task to work your way into the attacking side of this round now for AIC.
Ace has worked his way up as well in terms of ult charge. Look at that. So 2 away now from Showstopper is going to be very interesting moving forward.
Yeah. Zork now 1 off the Seekers off the back of farming some of those orbs. You're getting pretty close for Kadiri as well as Biggie Cheese. That double from Ace, that's a collapse off the paint shells, which forces those players out of position backside of bathroom. That's perfect timing from him as well. You can see on the replay there, there's no supportive utility. That's just Ace saying, hold my beer, I'm going to take over this round. Yeah. If Ace is even old enough to drink, I'm not sure how old some of these up-and-coming duelists are.
Just walks through the teleporter, makes it happen. Well, Dizzy up nice and early, but look at the 4 stack on the defense here as well. Nate is not bad. Oh, that's a core player. Mem stunned up. Can't do anything.
Beautiful mosh. That's a pretty standard mosh as well over towards B long there. So forcing Myth forward. Out comes the Seekers from Zork trying to read the setup of the defense here. And that's going to allow the lurk to come into play now. Sim even trying to speed things up for AIC. It's just Vizsla holding onto this A side of the map. He gets forced off the line by a nice guiding light from Zork, but re-peeking onto the line, punishing Biggie Cheese.
Molly slowing things down significantly now. Sinaway trying to make his way through. At least U-Haul's been covered by the Toxin Screen, but can't keep it up for too much longer. They got a TP. Oh, no, he's just going to walk through very slowly. Oh, this attack has fallen to pieces, honestly.
Yeah, it's just great anchoring work from U-Haul, courtesy of Vizsla. Spam through the smoke, though, for Kadiri. He's now 1 off the orbital. This is still very winnable.
TP? I mean, yeah, this is what I've been thinking of. They just got to TP through. I thought about it like 10 seconds earlier, but AIC weren't really committing to it. You are right. There are trips, but it's going to be
well, they could both be seen, I think.
Bit of a long retake coming on through.
1 kill for Kadiri could be huge here. He can get his orbital online and win this round. There it is.
Oh, and another one to follow through. Now they can really win the round.
Wow.
Especially if Sinaway just pops out on top of the tube and cleans up. No ultimate required. I was surprised they took that long to make the TP play. Noticing how hard it was to break on towards A, I'm like, dude, TP available. Think about it.
All right, think about it some more. Okay, think about it some more. All right, hit the TP. Win that 2-on-3. Let's go. Oh, man. Good opener. Mosh lineup.
I like that Mosh lineup a lot. That's a big one.
Yeah. That's a pretty standard one.
It's a dirty trip as well.
1 off the Thrash now. Orbital's there for AIC as well. Money could be broken either which way this round here, Kev. This could be a big one for both teams.
Yeah, it's a really interesting start. 3-2. There we go. Trailblazer in, spots 2.
Yeah, it's just Zork on this side of the map by himself inside a Hookah. Mitt's got the judge. You guys have been on the other end of this in all of your ranked games. See if it goes the same way. This should be a 3k for the judge player in Hookah, no?
I mean, Bonobo could also just really support here as well. It's going to at least be the 1k. The reload could be an issue here, but as I say, the backup just arrived. Bonobo all the way from Tube is going to get an extra kill. That's going to force the Spike away.
Yeah, Nate to trade. Gecko's gone down as well as the Brimstone, so no access to very important ultimates. In fact, the ultimates that are going to do a lot of impact are on the side of Focus. They are very much still inside of the game. Orbital is there. Full trip setup on this B site. They're trying to contact their way in. Bonobo repositioning, but almost caught on the cross by Zork and isolated by Feder. The trips are down. Orbital trying to keep Vizsla safe, but he's forced out by the paint shells. AIC, how do they keep breaking through?
They just forced their way in, and Ace is going to have to do the same now. Doesn't see anything, gets a single kill. That's not bad. He needed that. Needed to be able to make his way in, but doesn't quite get sent away, who's taken down by Doctor. 1 versus 1. Now the plant didn't come on through, which means the TP play is in.
Yeah, Feda's going to make his way over towards A. Off the plant, he will get access to the paint shells. The Neon has a quicker rotation timing towards A.
He's got the ultimate off the
Yeah,
plant.
that's what I said. He's got the showstopper. Ready to go?
He said paint shell.
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, neither of those matter.
It won't be required.
Doesn't matter.
Literally not
Doesn't
even
matter. Doctor one taps him.
Yeah. You take that.
Easy one tap. He was one off the paint shells with a kill as well, by the way, Kev. The round would have been over by then, of course, but it was still factually correct.
Yeah, I won't. I'll give it to you.
4-2 for Focus.
You win it on a technicality.
Yeah, all very back and forth action in this round.
I was looking a little rough here for Myth, but obviously we talk about the fact that Bonobo was there to be able to support.
Yeah.
But the fact that you, even beyond that, AIC forced their way in, the orbital strike defensively, just like, okay.
It's been a messy game.
Didn't really do too much.
Good
And then just a single tap. I don't know if Feda, I think Feda was obviously trying to like fall off into A short, like way deeper in A short, but just missed out the timing.
Is a set A execute. Mosh and Trailblazer, so AIC going to pick up the pace. They do have the Thrash, as well as the Orbital and a Showstopper, so they have everything they need to
CV!
break into the site. Wow! Laser beamed by a bloody Stinger at that range? Unbelievable.
I walked through the Thrash. Now Feda being guided in, escorted in. The Thrash is just going to get collected up again. No issues very soon, you'd imagine. There's a plan as well. Showstopper now coming on through. Feda clearing out that corner. And a pit on top. This is going to be tough. This is super hard to retake into. And the Brimstone has no ultimate. Vizsla has got no. He's got an outlaw. I mean, what?
Bro, they've thrown the kitchen sink at this round. Inside of the pit, trying to keep himself alive. Sinaway going to drop the spit. Wow, Myth, how has he found a way back in there? Kadiri's going to pick one up on the flank. Feda clearing out Myth, and as well as Doctor. Paint shells to zone back Bonobo. I mean, the Seeker's retake was a nice attempt. Maybe a little nicer than walking straight into a paint shell. This is another 3k for Feda, but that many ults, like they just threw the bloody kitchen sink in that round, Kev.
Yeah, no orbital strike used, thankfully, but they did throw a lot in. To be fair, they didn't really have a lot to work through there outside of the ultimates. That important kill into TP, I'm glad they actually got that, because losing to that same TP twice in a row would have been, not twice in a row, but twice in this half so far would have been really annoying.
Focus tack time out here. This has been a pretty nervy game from both teams, it feels like, right? A lot of weird rounds, a lot of individual timings, people really trying to push and pull. But AIC have still found a way to come up on top here. Kadiri is having another phenomenal game, and this time it's on the controller roll. This man is flexible as hell. 8-3 on Brimstone. He's got an Orbital online, and Focus's money is cooked. Good news for them is they have the Neon ult online, though, so anything's possible. 5 classics and a Neon ult, I'll believe. You can win.
If they make the right read, it would probably require a gamble here as well, but they crunch the right position on Bind, TP play, get your overdrive in there as well from Doctor, and suddenly you're in to win. So I can definitely see it, but their opening here has to be brilliant and it has to be aggressive. It's the way Focus like to play, though.
It is. And AIC, resilient as ever, man. Some of these rounds, they've been down, they've been out, but they're still finding ways to keep themselves in it. Good use of the TPs. And here is, as I mentioned, the half bite with the overdrive for Doctor. Just a handful of sheriffs. Guiding Light going to confirm that there's players inside the bathroom. Trip going to be invested there by Bonobo, but immediately removed, which is info in and of itself for the Cypher that there's players waiting outside bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, AIC are definitely not committed any which way at the moment, so just looking to see what they can find.
They're just going to group up and hit A, man. Like this comp is just way too good at executing A.
Especially that's where, obviously, defaulting the Viper utility. There we go, Trailblazer out. He's used that very early on. Previously, Orbital Strike to clear out U-Haul, and that has got to kill Ace. Very unfortunate. The Trap is going to, Triple is going to slow things down. Doctor needs at least one off this, and Overdrive is not going to deliver anything. This is just going to be a killing spree for Feda, who's looking for, I believe, a second showstopper for this half.
I mean, there's just too many variations of A execute. Like, look at that one, Kev. Deep smokes, Orbital Strike on bathroom, and then Dizzy on anybody backside. Like, it's just GG. You can't hold that with pistols.
No, I mean, it's hard enough to hold that even with rifles, but the kill into U-Haul, pretty fancy.
There. There.
Yeah, you invest an ultimate into this round. It'll put you up 4-4.
Yeah, we'll spam with the
Player
sheriffs.
standing.
Sinaway doing a little bit of anti-eco bashing. It's just Vizsla. And Feta
Chase him
is
down,
the player.
chase him down.
This is the player you want to get the kill. He's 2 off the showstopper, so that is the player that you want to send in for sure. And that's, I feel like Feta's got a 3K in literally every single round for the last 3 or 4 rounds.
Yeah, well, he's got at least got 1 ult so far in this half. This will be his second showstopper, I believe.
Player standing.
But overdrive in hand, unfortunately, just you got no one to zap. Everyone's coming in from multiple different directions. Smoke's covering your exits in terms of not, I mean, you could just leave the site, but you're on a pistol here. You just want to get something done.
All right, let's see what Focus have come up with. Finally back into another gun round. Neural Theft's online, guiding light into bathrooms. This is just AIC running their attacking side default every single time.
You can see they're very concerned about A as well. They're definitely putting a lot more into this A defense. You got Odin up online for Myth as well, playing in this U-Hole. Trying to find some information off the guiding light in short.
Means it's the same start to the round every time for AIC.
You also have, for what it's worth, Doctor in a position where he could go for a TP play if they spotted something in showers, but at the moment,
I mean,
mostly just checking.
They weren't ready to pinch. Like, they're playing a U-Haul setup. If you fight for bathrooms, you're going to take control of that, then yeah, you might pinch through the TP. It is going to be a re-hit back towards B, leaving the Viper on the lurk.
I saw a bunch of pings out from the attackers. I don't know if AIC maybe know that he's there. Doctor is making plenty of noise, so they got to know that he's there.
They're going to clear it. There's the guiding light. Their paint shells
He's just
flushes him out.
He's got to run past.
Ah, you're a Neon. You're invincible, bro. You don't know how that works. You can't be hit while you're sliding. It's too easy. Forces out the Sky Smoke, and they forced off that B info line. Now the Viper Wall going to get cycled and focus. Just that pressure off the B long line is enough to stack 4 people on B. And AIC is just going to walk into A for free, bro.
Yep, okay, here we go. Dizzy's in. Clear that side out.
Feta 1 off the showstopper, 1 kill, and this retake's going to be impossible. He's going to be the one to plant. They're giving him the showstopper, Kev.
Yeah, that'll be tough. You want to see Feta
There it
get
is.
something big out of that one, and Ace is not bad. It's at least a kill. Zork taking a little bit of damage there, but that's realistically it. Myth tried to spam on through the Odin, but just couldn't find any purchase whatsoever. U-Haul's entirely compromised at this stage. This retake is just so rough.
Ooh, hold on.
Slide in.
Oh,
Okay.
Stunned, and still one
Zork.
tap by Zork. He goes absolutely nuclear inside a U-Haul. And Vizsla in an
Save.
untenable 1-on-4 is going to save the Vandal. Focus are not disrupting this default at all. AIC is just walking around the map. Take some bathrooms control. I'm going to push you off the B-long info line.
Oh, he's being
Focus-
hunted!
Bro, I mean,
Can't even get out alive.
That-
Try to save.
like Focus, they need to do something on defense, bro. They're like playing for a retake that's unwinnable every time.
Can't ask for much more in terms of cleanliness from the attacking side, though. Feta getting the showstopper, preventing the save at the end there. Did they lose? I think they might have lost 1 player, but other than that, was that a flawless or not? I can't even remember if they lost a player. It felt like they did.
They lost like 1.
Yeah, well, look at the money. It's just gross how much money that AIC have.
Yeah. Focus need an op, honestly. Well, Sinaway can't pick up that orb anymore, folks. That was a change a little while ago. So that orb is forever at the backside of that short A. Honestly, it's about time AIC played with the handicap, though, the way some of these rounds are going.
They spotted a couple players. Yeah, this is the aggression that you wanted to see, but it's been challenged. Unfortunately, this time, sliding does not get you where you want. Sometimes you slide and you're good, other times,
Yeah,
not
look.
at all. Do they know that there's a player around the corner, though? We saw that Myth kill for what it's worth. Oh,
No.
that's a bait. Ace is good. Ace is good. Is he? Please? Okay. Thank God. That was way harder than it should have been.
That's winnable now. Neural Theft going to reveal that all of AIC are inside the A side. Rotation coming through from Myth in through spawn side, and the rest of Focus on the flank hit. This is a tricky round for AIC to navigate. Trip dealt with, Cam spotted out as well.
Careful.
All coming through from Showers. Got it all to play through. Sinaway gets the first. Sinaway looking for more. Can't quite get it. Opportunity now found for Focus. 2 players in U-Haul. That's what you have to be able to get through. Hearing some shots. Time is running out. You have to start pushing in. Have to start getting really, really deep now. Flash is not going to clear Zork out, but they got to get him down.
They got it.
do. Myth actually killed 2 that round off a Sheriff, for what it's worth.
Nicely done. Focus. A half buy. They didn't have much business winning, especially after losing the first pick there. They put the Thrifty together. And like I said, they got to do something. They got to have some input in the early to mid round. They can't just let AIC have these sites for free and set up an impenetrable post plant. You've got to start to have some input into the round, start to get things a little bit messy. You're playing double duelist, like make some plays.
Myth getting the kills that he got. I think that red X all the way into B short on Sand. That looked like the kill that Myth got early on potentially. So
yeah, I think might have been a pick down hookah. Yeah, one off a Showstopper and a Seekers here for focus, so that this could be pretty huge. It's going to be another B set play. Mosh flushing them out of Octagon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same Mosh that we saw a little bit earlier on.
It is the Cypher setup on this side of the map, though, with the Sky.
I haven't seen the B come through in a while. I think the A side has been so strong so far for AIC that they just haven't bothered with B, but
Seekers
coming on and Cage will slow things down. They want to use everything here in terms of utility. All the animals of the zoo have been released. The cages, in terms of the zoo analogy, have been unlocked. Speaking of the cages in the game, the cage is down. TP's available. They also just might want to walk down, which is what they're doing as well. They haven't really drawn in that many rotators.
I mean, they got the man advantage here. And Focus really haven't gathered any information in the mid-round, despite the fact that there's been so much pressure on this B site. You've seen at least 3 or 4 players. No one's taken space elsewhere. You're scared of the lurk over on short A. Trailblazer going forward. And AIC just cutting sound and contacting into the site.
Sinaway has to go through a lot of tripwires here, though, which might be uncomfortable.
I don't think he's ever going to jump out.
Okay, here we go. Orbital strike. That's going to force everyone backwards. And with that, actually, Vissel somehow dies to it. And Sinaway would love to be able to land better shots than that.
Ace probably needs to about ace in this situation. 1 on 4. All of these players coming outside a bathroom. And 1 for 1 is not good enough.
Couldn't transfer onto the secondary player. Maybe a Phantom would have done the job there, but he gets the 1. But as you say, 1 on 1 in this kind of a situation where Bonobo's left alone 1 versus 3 doesn't really look winnable. You're a retaking Cypher with no utility.
It's done. Dunsky's another impossible post plant to navigate for Focus.
No HP either.
But he's got a camera. Can take some pictures, memorialize this fantastic
Remember
moment.
his final moment on the map.
Yeah.
No.
Look, one more round here for Focus. AIC's had a fantastic attacking side of Bind, though, it has to be said.
Don't save anything.
Despite that, they only have 6. I mean, a really good attacking half. You'd really want to see 7, 8, something like that. For a team that has been really good at this attack, and I do agree with you, especially that A. The A splits they've been doing are very hard to stop, but well, it's still only a 6 and 5, which
at the same time, there's no Senti here for AIC. They're not playing the Cypher comp, so they're going to be quite flood heavy. They're going to be spamming that in util and running into the site, kind of similar to what you saw from Focus on their defense. So, look, Focus are going to get their exes off more than likely.
And they really want to be able to get that 1 ult orb as well that collects Myth Seekers.
Yeah, it's a 1-4 for AIC. Just leaving Kadiri with a little bit of a look over onto that B side of the map. Trailblazer coming through. They're just trying to bait out the trap through the TP here, AIC. They're really taking their time.
You would think that A would be the spot again for AIC, given how good it's been for them, but right now pretty uncommitted.
That guiding light's a bit of a false sense of security, though. It came in from Focus, scanned someone outside of the bathrooms, which is actually just the Viper Lurker, and they're already on their way out.
Yeah, Seekers.
Seek them out.
That's going to give good information. Oh yeah, lots of shots being heard, and now everyone starts to rotate over. They got to know it's over towards B, and it certainly is. They're fully committed now. Showstopper available for Ace. Nice shot from Mid. This is a freebie on the better, who doesn't realize the player was tucked behind. Bonobo and Doctor onto good frags as well. 3-2 now, 2-2. Showstopper to make the difference here. What can we find? Nothing. Doesn't even get to take the shot. And now a single player left on both ends. Spots him out, but can't land the shot. It's going to be Kadari. On AIC's side, 7-5. You said it was a good offense, so at least win the offense. And with that, we'll swap sides, go to a break, and come back after this. Feels like it was a good offense for AIC, but I don't know if the scoreline really represents that one. Particularly that final round, Mitch, was way more competitive than AIC would have have wanted a pretty tough approach onto B that left it into a 1v1.
I think that they're feeling pretty comfortable moving over to defense side. Bind with a round lead though. We'll see how the pistol goes. It's going to be a skirmish over on B long, but denied the aggression by the relay bolt, and a pain shells to follow up forces 2 players into the TP. Perfect reactive utility from Focus.
I mean, Myth has just been a gunslinger. It doesn't matter what pistol he's had. That one was the classic long range as well. I believe a stun also came through from Doctor. So AIC, the aggressive play down B long entirely shut down. Now Sinoway's been shut out of Hookah. This is a post plant that looks really, really nice with only 3 players remaining.
Yeah, every angle smoked off. CT, elbow, Hookah. You're not getting back in anywhere. Dizzy coming through over on spawn side. A huge crossfire to break through.
Yeah, just can't quite find any sort of opening here. Sinoway, the last one, they already know where he is. They knew he was over in Hookah the entire time. And a flawless starting things out.
Like I said, it's perfect reactive utility from Focus. They saw that, they heard the stim, they saw the aggression straight down B long, and that's where you're probably not used to playing a Neon on Bind, but in a choke point like that, a relay bolt hits your whole team.
Yep.
The round's over, bro.
Yeah, really destroy them. And again, long range shots coming on through. Myth at any range on a pistol is just deadly. Thought about the Bucky there as well coming on Sinoway. That is not going to be the case as they just opt for some upgraded pistols and heavily save on this one. The rounds are close enough.
Anyone's game now with Focus winning that pistol.
This is sniping.
And B long control taken by Focus early on here.
AIC heavy stack on B. Smell this one out. First bit of util is being shot out here as well. Keen for just the orb for now.
Yeah, they want that Neon ult sooner rather than later. So many of those as you can get access to, you'll take them. Bonobo on the lurk towards short. Going to meet up with the rest of the team. Myth actually on the entry.
Oh my god, his first Bloods has been phenomenal so far.
Yeah, farming himself up an early Seekers here. And look, Focus are not in a rush yet.
No, they have a player over on the other side of the map as well to try and slow things down and cause some issues. Can also TP play in, but Bonobo is just chilling right now.
Just walked up short for free. I mean, not much on risk there.
Oh,
Shooting the player through the double stack really makes it feel like a B stack there, and footsteps can be heard here from Bonobo. How has Kadiri cottoned onto that one?
Wow.
That is incredible game sense.
That's a big catch. This is an insane catch. So the fact that they managed to get that kill, to be honest with you, I thought Focus would maybe, after spotting, I don't know if they really spotted, but I didn't realize that AIC had backed out of B that heavily. In either case, they did manage to get the site planted. Gotcha. Big long flank coming through from Zork. Now finding the Marshal will find its mark, but not versus Kadiri, who right now might actually be the pistol master. It's going to have to be. Good amount of HP left to play through. Knows that there's a Neon, there's a play inside of the tube. Just wants to spam through a little bit here. Needs a little bit of help on the opposite side of the map, but not enough help. Can he do it? A 1 versus 2. 2 rifles on the other side. He's got limited ammo. It's going to slid on by Doctor. Even if he got the kill on Ace, it wouldn't have been enough.
Great damage. 3 kills for Kadiri. Gets himself close to an orbital and takes a lot of guns away from Focus in a round that they should have been winning every day of the week. It's a double entry from Myth. The perfect lurk timing from Bonobo here, predicted by Kadiri. I don't know how he gotten onto that one, but he is looking really switched on here on Bind.
I think they could have had a call coming through from the A1A anchor. I'm forgetting who it might have been there, but just saying that they completely lost control short and anything could have happened. Obviously didn't even see, through all of the different exchanges they had on B, didn't see the Cypher one time on the attack, so.
Stim going through. They want to try to take a fight with this B-long player jump spotting or picking up the orb. Won't get the entry. Trailblazer going to try to create more space. There's the reactive Sky Smoke coming in from the defense. Going to spot out at least one player. Paint shells zoning any of these players out of Hookah. AIC wanting to hold on to control of that. And in the meanwhile, Focus going to respect that. But the double peek on a short, isolating the Cypher.
They knew that he's been playing there for multiple rounds in a row now. Finally, they'll be able to get the jump on him. I was going to say punish, but they actually got the punish last round already. This time around, it feels a bit worse.
I mean, Myth picks up the rifle. More aggression from Biggie Cheese. He hasn't had the best of games so far. And on the light armor, he's a bit of a liability there.
Only 2 shots in the Outlaw, and the second one connects. You only need 1.
Man going down. It's open on triple. Going to be hard for AIC
Vizsla's
to attempt this retake. There's another kill on the Outlaw for Vizsla. This is falling apart for AIC now.
Yeah, Vizsla's managed to get so many kills on the extremities of the maps. Sinaway will at least return the favor at least one time around. Vizsla up for 3. This long range outlaw game and sniping coming out through the Brimstone. Up for the ace now, looks for it. And maybe in the post plant we'll find it because we're not expecting much more. Sinaway taken down by ace. And it's all over. And a 3-gun upgrade as well. You love that.
Yeah, that outlaw has never looked scarier. So many players with light armor. I don't know. I think Vizsla had a Marshal before that, so he intentionally bought that outlaw coming into the bonus. He recognized how many players on AIC would have light armor, and he has punished them so heavily for that.
And he gets a free upgrade too, which is like the absolute most ideal outcome that you can get from a round like this. So.
Hats off to Vizsla, bro. What a read. What a read on the economy from that man. And look at the position that's put them in economically. Going into an anti-eco, almost everyone with 3+K. This is looking great for Focus.
Bit of an embarrassment on Pearl, but you got to say Focus on Bind, as predicted. Suddenly looking a lot better, and even this play here, Bonobo, he was about to get run down by 3 players, and he'll get 2 of them before he dies. He gives over a rifle, which is going to be a little bit annoying to deal with, but the fact that he killed 2 there is huge.
Seeker chasing down Sinaway, reveals the fact that he's got a Bucky. He wanted to wait to reveal his trap card there, using the classic with the right click to clear the boom bot. But now Focus are aware of it.
One enemy
Kill for Ace, Doksha cleaning up Zork. In the meanwhile, it's just Kadiri. Whether he gets a kill or dies here, it's not really relevant. He'll get access to his orbital anyway, but 4 people alive for Focus.
Yep.
Their economy is looking impenetrable on this attacking side of Bind, and that bodes very well for their prospects going overseas.
Extremely important round now. I wouldn't be surprised if AIC go for tacticals here because they really need to win this round. They have to. I mean, realistically, looking at where we are in the game, you're about to see double digits come through out of Focus. This is their first gun round, they being AIC, in quite some time, and they'll use this tactical time now to figure out what they want to do. You mentioned, I think you said Op might be on board at some point. Actually, that might have been the last
I wanted it for Focus because AIC was playing quite slowly.
Yeah.
To be fair, Focus is playing a similar kind of pacing on the default working control on the extremities of the map. I expected them to play with this very fast pacing. Look at this performance from Focus, by the way,
4
Kev.
in a row. 4 in a row.
No, but look at the individual performance. They're all within 2 kills of each other. Like, everybody is turning up to this game of Bind for Focus right now. Ops come out here for AIC. Kadiri's been having a fantastic game so far. Orbital is a great tool to take into a round like this, but regardless of the outcome of this round, Kev, how many gun rounds in a row is it going to take for them to get back into this game? 2-3 gun rounds to break the money of Focus? That's not going to be easy, bro.
This is the round that I think decides the grand final. I'm not exactly calling it, but what I am saying is that if AIC don't win this one, they'll be so significantly behind on this map that I don't know if they'll realistically be able to do anything of significance. It would require them, in my opinion, honestly, to win a Thrifty to make it back in if they don't win this gun round right now. So a lot to play for on number 17.
Guiding Light puts Feta onto this big info line. That's going to allow the rotation to come back across through spawn side. In the meanwhile, Focus force their way straight up short A. It's an A split with the Cypher lagging behind inside bathrooms. And that is why you see them dive straight into bathrooms. AIC isolating the lurk and giving control of the site to Focus, delaying the plant with an orbital.
And that's going to allow them to get these rotators back in. And what they don't realize is they've actually trapped Focus on A. At least until they decide to go for a TP, maybe.
Crash is there too, and in it comes, straight through bathroom side, gonna catch
at
least the Raze. So they know that the Raze is isolated inside bathroom, spammed through by Zork from Heaven's side. This is a fantastic gun round from AIC.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't hear any TPs, they just decided, they realized that Focus was still stuck on A, and they had such a great re-entry into it, delayed the plant, now down to only 1 member. Myth was good for first bloods before, he's gonna have to get 4 in a row now, which is definitely not gonna happen. Run him down. It's just way too much to do here if you're Myth.
Took a while to clean him up, but they get it done. 3 alive for AIC. Seekers secured for Zork. Defuse comes through for Sinaway there. Yeah. He's now 2 off the pit. Op has been retained as well. But with the plant and plenty of money to go through into the next round for Focus, they will definitely be putting together more gun rounds.
I think that was the kill, right? The opening onto Bonobo, just catching him outside of showers. They've caught Bonobo a couple times now, which is what you need.
It's split-second decision-making there for AIC. Like, they recognize the situation straight away, and instead of being in 2 minds, they make the split-second decision, okay, we're fighting backside of bathroom while they're wrapping us short. We're going to push and leave the attackers behind on site, and it's perfect decision-making.
The Thrash as well, getting the extra catch on the Ace is just the cherry on top, so really everything you need to see out of AIC now for them to be able to equalize this one 9-9. I mean, look, they did win the last gun round, but if they want to keep their economy competitive for the rest of this map, maybe take us to an OT, they're going to have to ring through 2 in a row.
Once again, it's 1-4 here for Focus, who are kicking off an A-site execute, committing all the smokes. Bonobo's on the lurk in through Hookah, looking to cut rotations here. A lot of ults online here for Focus. The Neon ult's there. Orbital Strike's ready to go. They can test control of U-Haul, but it's all a fake. They're going to meet up with the Cypher on the lurk. But look at Feta inside of B-Long right now.
He's got the op though, so we'll see what he can do with this one. Has to find the correct angle. He is the only player there. Orbital Strike now coming through offensively. Incinerate finding opportunity to pick up 2 now. That's really decent. Doctor's able to get the return frag. The spike still needs to be planted. Waiting for that opportunity now. Hookah is being watched. Vizza has an angle.
Feta's flanking Hookah with the operator, so slowly but surely working his way in here. Trailblazers coming on through, 2 players forcing their way through Elbow, and this is all just pressure from Feta. He's not committing to anything. Kadiri has found a kill in the meanwhile. Over from Elbow's side, the swing, the slide is not good enough. Ace in a 1-on-3 now.
Surely not. He's not going to get it. Yeah, I was going to say as well, Feta, he got that angle, had a little bit of support to be able to win the duel inside of Hookah that allows him such a nice long angle to work through on that operator. So return the op again. Just staying alive the whole time for as long as he did. Feta did a decent job, but Cinerway with the early 2 I thought was really decent.
And another plant for Focus there. There is so much money in the bank account. They still have probably 2 buys in the back pocket here, Kev, especially given the fact that they just mixed in the Neon ult, so they didn't even have to buy anything but Stinger and Armor on Doksha there. Look, still money in the back pocket, still a showstopper to lean back on. That is how hard it is to fight back into this game for AIC, but they are still doing it.
But Vizsla and Doctor spent ultimates there. They tried to really slow things down, but it just wasn't going to be the case. And slow things down in terms of AIC's retake. Sinaway looking over towards a Viper's Pit. Defensively, this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah,
is it still the case that you just see a Viper's Rip defensively pop straight away?
Short A, yeah. Or B long is potential. Very rarely in bathrooms. Yes, it's usually straight away, but sometimes you will see it held until it's too late for the other team to be able to react to. And it's definitely a consideration that you do have Ace who has a showstopper online. So in these kind of situations for AIC, not only if you're going to put down the Viper's Pit on short per se, or long B, he's not there. He might do it inside a Hookah here actually, but if you're going to throw it down, you need to have a plan to deal with the showstopper in response.
Yeah, well, he might just have to walk away.
He might even not pop it in this round. Like, he might just hold it and Focus, you know, they might have a specific plan to deal with it, even if it comes out.
Obviously, the most ideal actually would be if you can get a retake with that, would be pretty sick, but we'll see how it plays out.
Hookah control taken by Focus early on, and the Pit in response inside of the site. So not disrupting any map control. And now Focus, they're going to be able to choose to play around that, because not only do they have control of Hookah, but the Pit doesn't really cover it. It only really covers Elbow and Long here.
Yep.
So this is a weird situation that you really don't end up in very often at all. And Focus are going to have to choose how they want to approach this one.
It comes down early enough that Focus certainly have the options to play through. Like you say, Showstopper is definitely going to have to be a bit of an ace in the hole here from Ace.
Raze has been seen in Hookah. They've seen the Boombot. They know that the Raze is in position to be able to try to flush the Viper out of the Pit.
Smokes fade.
Another one deployed. Mosh is ready reactively. They're anticipating this Focus B execute. This reminds me of those Pearl rounds.
They really want to play into the Viper's Pit here as well, and so everyone outside of the Cypher is going to be there. Here we go. Sinaway has to dodge out of the Showstopper. So far he's got the 1 kill. The Viper's Pit will now fade. Who's going to be winning out on top of that once the Viper's Pit is gone? So far it's all the attacking players. TP coming on through now from Bonobo. Only 2 left on the defender side. AIC have a lot of work here to do.
Exactly where.
And the Neural Theft is not going to help at all of your AIC. Have to be winning these duels, and the Operator will finally be dropped after being held on to for what feels like 3 to 4 rounds.
And AIC will finally have their money broken, Kev. Too many close rounds, too many XVXs. And like I said, with Focus, the start that they had to this half, they had so many gun rounds to get it done, and they finally break through. They finally break the defense's money. They see that Viper's Pit and they know, we have the showstopper. We know exactly how we want to break this setup, and they executed it perfectly.
2 rounds ago, I talked about that very important gun round online for AIC. If they weren't going to win that one, they were probably screwed for the rest of the map. And despite now winning a couple rounds in a row, like you said, because it's been pretty even trades, they haven't got away with too much. They just haven't been able to get enough members alive to keep their economy safe. With this one death now, you're not expecting much out of this Thrifty.
They found the op over to Vizsla as well, which it looks weird on a Brimstone, but make no mistake, like Vizsla loves opping on attack despite the agent.
It's a free op as well, because that was dropped from the opposite end. So.
Yeah, and I mean, he's putting it to good use. Like, it's something he's been doing for ages, well and truly within his comfort zone. There's the molly to try to delay the plant, and it will do that, but you're really just delaying the end of the round at this point unless Feta goes absolutely nuclear with a Guardian and rips a showstopper. Well, this round is done.
You need to either see that or you need to see some damage done here just to slow things down, maybe drop the operator. I don't think offensive op is that special anyway in the regular rounds, but in either case, yeah, 5 alive on FOC and AIC.
I'm telling you, you're underrating it. You're underrating it. It's pretty annoying to play against. He's just going to be posting on these deep, long info lines on attacking side behind bathrooms on B long. And if you jump spot or you look for info on the extremity, you just lose a pick if you're out of position.
If Vizsla's got the shot and he's got that ability to get that first pick, it's going to be bad news. Look how many players are close to ultimates here as well. Doctor in particular. 11-9. We are nearly at tournament point.
Yeah, Focus just riding the momentum and the economy built up by those early couple of rounds. And Biggie Cheese, this is not the time to go missing. Unfortunately, you're not going to have an alibi for a grand final decider map like this one, Kev. You are not allowed to go missing.
We've had some really good performances from Biggie Cheese, but right now on this map, currently not the case. Can they find a few players out of showers? Defensive mosh being deployed in. The showstopper for more than one. No, can't quite get it, but
what a trap.
Still manages to kill off the rifle regardless. So that was success. Brilliantly played by AIC.
Yeah, AIC just ready to pull the trigger on that trap off the back of the bathroom's contact. Feta once again coming up huge. TPing in with the showstopper and putting up another 3K to keep AIC alive here. And now this operator looking pretty useless on the attacking side in a 2-on-5.
What a round to come back, and if AIC can confirm this one. And
they need a clean one, bro. They can't just keep limping through these rounds and losing guns willy-nilly.
I think this round goes in a situation where they win it and they can get that operator back as well, which would be pretty damn huge. Feta now up first. Zork to swing off that, maybe actually the opposite of the pattern.
Ace for Feta!
Like that.
Does he want the op?
Surely.
Nah, they don't want it.
Oh my goodness.
Bro, he's just ace with the Phantom. He said, I don't need that thing, bro. I can't send it through the TP and save the boys.
I mean, look at this play again. The last pack came on through, but it didn't quite matter there. And the flash as well to secure it from the opposite end.
Yeah.
The team play, I mean, the crunch was so beautiful to see.
Yeah.
And you were thinking as well, potentially, I was thinking at least, look, Feta, he only got the one off the showstop. I thought maybe he could have gotten more, but doesn't matter. Everyone was flashing the shower. He just completely rips through them.
Focus, changing things up now. It's going to be a fast set play. Straight through Hookah. You've got the Neon ult here for Dockshed. It's going to be blistering pace onto the B site. There's 3 players here for AIC. Over onto B long. Trailblazer going to start things off, and there's the Neon ult.
Yep, gonna run straight in, follow the Trailblazer, get that ult in there. Zork, nothing to say about it at all. Plant will be confirmed in just a moment. You'll notice that Vizs's not the one planting either, by the way. He is one off of his ultimate, looking for it maybe in towards Spawn. There's a couple players in long that are uncontested. Spawn has been somewhat cleared. They're heavily respecting that one. Okay, here we go. 2 players on different sides of the map on the defensive right now.
Yeah, Focus just cutting sound, waiting for AIC to make a mistake right now. They've recognized that they're surrounded in through Spawn side. Great one tap from Sinaway to even up the numbers. And Smoke's starting to fade. There's still a fair bit of utility to try to get back in here for AIC.
It's a good player to kill as well, because that was, again, one off. Oh! Kadari has been sharp. He'll get meth. That's what you want to see if you're on the defense right now. Silver Lime, you want to see a little bit more out of Biggie Cheese, and he's done it for you. Feta as well on the opposite side, well, on the other side, finds himself on the site itself, and it's just a cleanup. My goodness, everywhere on different angles, but Kadari, how sharp were those shots?
Focus just got a freebie right off the start of the round, a 5-on-4. They were completely surrounded, and they just never found the right passage of play. They were too hesitant once they got control of the site. They didn't put the spike down early. They didn't go and take control of something. They kind of just made a non-decision and sat inside of the site, and then AIC picked them apart.
They tried to go into defender spawn, and then all they kind of did is push the other 2 guys on AIC all the way back into the actual spawn. but obviously you're not going to push that angle, so yeah, you're being annoying a little bit. They were patient about the plant, and then
Wow.
Sinaway all the way from long ends up finding the first pick, and amazing shots from Kadir. I mean, that was disgustingly good. Myth just had nothing to say at all.
This is so close. It's going to go all the way. Guiding Light with Feta to rip things open. Seekers in response. Orbital to try to keep them locked inside of Hookah, but they still make it out. 2 ults sent at the defense and nothing to show for it.
Still have to make their way in, still have to walk in. Showstopper now can't quite get the shot off, though. The Dizzy is going to make things a little bit awkward there, but Sinaway has a couple of kills now. Spike on the floor. Vizsla is 1 versus 4. AIC are about to find themselves a tournament point. AIC, they've been struggling on this half so far, but they are the first team to confirm 12. And remember, multiple rounds ago, Mitch, they were down in the dumps. They had no money. They had money broken for so many rounds. And now they could find themselves going to Malaysia. What an opening from Feta.
Yeah, him and Zork cracking that one wide open on the B side of the map. And despite Seekers, Orbital, and the kitchen sink thrown at everyone in Hookah, Focus cannot find the right angle.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but with these 3 rounds in a row for AIC, finally Focus's money has been broken. Focus's money has been so good in this half, you thought they'd never have their money broken. I saw a play on 9,000. I mean, Jesus, they had so much money, and
Bro,
now they
it
got
doesn't
nothing.
matter. It doesn't matter. It's the end of the game anyway.
I
Round
know.
24.
My point is like they don't have full armor. They don't have full, actually full buy.
Bonobo's got no
this last
armor,
round.
bro. He's glass
That's what I'm
cannon to
saying.
Vandal. That's crazy.
This is the worst time for their money to be broken. They're going to have to really
walk
come through
straight up
big.
short, bro. AIC just keeps making plays. They
Here we go.
walk
This should
straight
be
through the
catch.
middle of the map. They're stuck behind a trip.
Vizsla might even walk into this. Vizsla might even walk into this. The timing is everything. Vizsla, iPad
no
open.
smokes.
He had his iPad open. That is not it.
They've got no smokes. Bonobo's got to go huge with a glass cannon Vandal. He's outside of bathrooms, biding his time. Outside of B long, Ace is zoned behind a Viper wall. Focus are taking so long to re-clear the map. They had this game on a silver platter, attacking side of Bind. And AIC, the resilience has been incredible. Now Focus trying to force their way. Yeah, I mean, he's a dead man. The paint shells, the mosh, everything thrown at Bonobo. See you later, mate. 5-on-3 for AIC to confirm a spot at Malaysia.
AIC looking comfortable now. They're looking like they want to go overseas. Minimal time left to play through. This post-plant has to be it. Focus have only got 3 alive. There's no ultimates in play anymore. What do we have to say for this?
No taps from Myth. Oh, Doksha's found one on the off angle.
Could it be enough? Could we have more here? Is it going to be it? AIC 3 versus 1 Ace has to do so much here before AIC, they say no. Twice denied in VCL. Second place after second place. They couldn't make it to Ascension, but guess what? This time around, they'll book their tickets to Malaysia. They finally won themselves first place in a pivotal grand final versus Focus GG. Your Asia Pacific Premier League Oceanic Qualifier champions are Arena Internet Cafe.
Been waiting for so long to see these guys have a crack to take on some of the teams over in Asia. As you mentioned, they've missed out on multiple opportunities to do so, but showing so much grit, so much resilience today. 4 24-plus round games played today by AIC. How have they been able to come out on top time and time again to win themselves a spot overseas against JJH and Focus? Ran the gauntlet in this qualifier, and they've been able to do it despite the worst possible start to the defensive side of Bind.
You know, I mean, this was a map where, not even just this map, but multiple times that we've seen today, a comeback was required. They played so poorly in the opening rounds versus GG Hao, but then came through in the second half of those maps and in the OTs as well. Then you look over towards this grand final, Sunset map number 1. An extremely powerful start for Focus GG. The AIC was managed to, again, in that second half, pull their way through, pull their weight in. Pearl, okay, upsetting pick. That is going to be one that Focus has to really think about in terms of why that map made it through and why it was their pick. But when you went into the bind for the final decider, there was that one pivotal round. I'm trying to remember which one exactly it was, but they have to win it, Mitch. I said this on the broadcast. If AIC do not win this pivotal gun round, they have nothing to play through for potentially the rest of the map. They got that one done, and then they got 3 rounds in a row, which gave them momentum.
Yeah, I mean, they still had a rough run of things, even after winning those 2 gun rounds. Focus still had just such a good start to the half. AIC had their money broken. They were down and out, bro. They should have lost that game of bind despite being up at the half. Such a bad start to the second half, but such great resilience being shown. And the most impressive thing to me is when they're down and out in those critical moments, look at the plays that they were making. Like, they were fighting hookah, they were pushing up short A. They were not playing scared. They were not just letting the game come to them on the defensive side of bind. They were out there making plays and taking their fate into their own hands, and they made it happen, bro.
I don't think I've seen this type of resilience from, a team in OS for a long time. I mean, I mentioned this, but a couple of years back, teams would never be able to make comebacks this many times in a row, maybe for one map, maybe for one showing, but then you have 2 different best-of-3 series where you're down in different situations. The game is looking extremely dire. The situation is not good. And AIC, they pull themselves up by their bootstraps and they find a way back into the game every single time. It's really, really impressive to see.
Yeah, really, really well done for them. Commiserations to Focus, though. Another missed opportunity despite being the dominant team throughout this qualifier. 2 really strong maps against JJH. They looked really, really good. They dominated AIC in the best of 1 on Ascent, which didn't make it into the pool into this final. I'm not sure if it was available for them to pick rather than Pearl. That might have been a better go-to. But end of the day, the bind game, veto aside, the bind game was on a silver platter for them. They had everything they needed to close that game. They had infinite money glitch on attack side bind. They were finding some good opportunities. They were finding multiple rounds where even they had man advantages and AIC was able to pull off 4 on 5s.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking like Focus were going to be able to clean that one up, but just barely close enough with fine enough margins. I mean, AIC were behind, but only by a couple of rounds. It was really where the economy was. It was really a pain for them. But if we look at the history of how we ended up getting here for Arena Internet Cafe, I mean, the first time we saw them on broadcast was versus Hornswogglers in that lower bracket, but that wasn't a particularly interesting game. They rolled over their opponents. It was the unfortunate loss in the upper bracket. They lost to Focus GG 5-13 on Ascent, which, by the way, didn't make it through in this veto, which is important because, AIC probably want to dodge that map. But then they had to beat Bobo, they had to beat GG How, and then get a rematch versus Focus GG where they had to win. Yeah,
really, really good run through the bracket there for AIC. And as far as I'm concerned for the core 3 of this roster, about bloody time, Like I said, 2 runners-up results at Ascension, and I think particularly this year, the real kicker is losing that final to JFT, where they're the more practiced team. They're the more established core that has made it to the final in the year previous. In Split 1 this year, they went into the Split 2 final through the lower bracket against a JFT team that was kind of pugging it out. And I thought they were the favorites to win. They let that one slip away from them. I know that's going to be big spaghetti regretti from them, but it's a big dub today, and now's a chance for the boys to go overseas and test their mettle against some of the best in Asia, and this off-season event's a fantastic opportunity to do so, so I'm keen to see how they go.
And we got an opportunity to speak to one of the players here, Biggie Cheese on the line from our winning squad on AIC. How you doing, mate? That is a fantastic finish to the tournament. You guys have finally did it. The first thing I want to say to you guys, congratulations. And also, you have been second place as a team for so long, and you've finally done it. You finally won a grand final. You've qualified overseas. You missed out on Ascension twice, but you made it to Malaysia. So, first thoughts after that?
Bro, that whole day is probably the craziest day of, competing in Valorant that I've ever done. All the games just felt so close. Even that Pearl game, everyone, all the boys were it was pretty close. We got to keep the gas going. I'm so glad we were able to come back, bro. We had some really big rounds from our new player Kadiri, which is just so awesome. Just to see him playing so well, and yeah, it was all might, bro. It's amazing. I love it. I'm so glad.
Yeah, awesome. I'll ask you a couple questions. First of all, you already touched on it. So you guys changed your roster heading into the off-season a little bit. You had the same roster for a very, very long time. How are you going with the new additions? Obviously, Kadiri's been fantastic, but Zork is someone that I've been waiting for someone to pick up for a while. So how does that come about and how's it going?
Yeah, initially we were pretty worried because, like you said, we've been playing with our core team for quite some time, and yeah, we parted ways just after losing a couple of, coming second place, like you said, multiple times. A few of the boys' mental was down. some of us wanted to run it back, and we saw like new talent, like you said. This Kadiri guy is just insane. Like, we actually, when we played against him, like we felt it. We felt his aura, so we really wanted him a part of our team. And like you said, Zach's picked up the IGL role on our team, which
Okay.
is not an easy task. It's his first time calling, and he's doing so well at it. So I couldn't be happier with like the adjustments we made coming into these tournaments.
Yeah, awesome. I wanted to ask, how did you guys bring that bind game all the way back? Because Focus had the best start to the half. They had infinite money glitch, like 15 gun rounds in a row. And you guys are scraping your way through some of them. But, you guys have played these grand finals a couple of times, and sometimes, you don't make the right reads or you don't make as many plays sometimes. But this time you guys were like active, you're making plays, you're changing the setup, you're pushing short A, fighting outside a hookah and stuff. Is that something you've learned over time, or what was the approach to making it through some of those tough rounds today?
Yeah, that's definitely an experience thing. We obviously practice different play styles. We feel like our defense side is probably our weaker side. We're more of a attack heavy team. So when we're coming up with strategies on ways to counter the play style, we really got to get creative in how we want to accomplish those rounds. And yeah, like Feta said, bro, he said trust, everyone trust. Do the sky flash outside hookah, let me swing, let me get a pick, and it just works out. And then you have Zach calling for like the most beautiful A short push, which is like we found the gap and we exploited. So yeah, just really good reads in the end of the game to wrap that up.
Final question for you before we let you go here. You have had, as a team, a pretty interesting journey through this tournament. I think outside of one game, you've basically had to fight your way through. You ran through the gauntlet. Every single other top team, the Bobo game was super close as well. It seemed like up against the other top teams in this tournament, you could have been eliminated at any time. You even lost to, I think it was Focus in the upper bracket here as well. So, what's different about this team, aside from the fact that you had a roster change, but like how have you gone through this tournament in the position you have been, where every game looked both winnable and losable, but this ended up being the tournament that you guys win and qualify through while missing out on the Ascensions previously? So, like, how did you guys develop into where you were?
Yeah, so this was like the all or nothing tournament, really. Like, we really want to go for those. We, like, money aside, like with the split 3 tourney and then this tourney, we really want to like be represented overseas, and that just gave us the motivation to really step it up. And I feel like we have, and there's so much good talent in this region across teams where, like you said, it just becomes so close. It's really anyone's game, whoever's on the day. So I'm just glad today that was our day, and we were able to pull through even when we were down. Yeah.
Seems like the type of game where you guys, it looked like you guys wanted it more, because no matter what the situation was, you guys won. So congratulations once again. Best of luck in VCL Split 3, and most importantly, best of luck next year in 2025 for Predator League in Malaysia. Enjoy that trip, and we wish you guys the best. So thanks again.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the cast. That was awesome.
Well, Pilski, what an ending, huh? What a way to go through. Aside from Pearl, which had its moments, a bit of a meme, the entire day, the GG Hal 2-0 into what was like that bind finish. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a more beautiful map coming on through, where the stakes were so high, and the pressure must have been extremely high as well to be in a losing position to still pull on through when it looked like Focus was going to take it. As I said, AIC, the tenacity, how much they wanted, how badly they wanted that win, you could really see it.
Yeah, because that's been created by multiple times, as you mentioned, playing these tournaments, not getting the result that they would have wanted. He said it was an all or nothing in the off season. I totally agree about Split 3. Split 3 is Split 3, and it's the same in a lot of challenges regions. But the main thing that you play for as a player is a chance to play overseas, a chance to test your mettle up against some of the best in your region. And that's why off-season events just like this one are super important. Like this Asia Predator Asia Pacific tournament is absolute gold for a lot of the teams inside of Tier 2. And exactly like Biggie Cheese just said, it gave them the extra motivation to keep on in towards the off-season, make a couple of roster changes, and run it back to try to make another overseas qualifier. And they were due for a dub, and they finally, hard-earned, did secure that dub. And I can't wait, like you said, to see how they go overseas against some of the Asia teams.
They were due for it, and they had to work for it. No one can say they got it easily, but they all can say they deserved it at the end of the day. One last big shout-out to Asia Predator and also Intel for supporting this event. This is the qualifier done for Asia Pacific Predator League Oceanic. And the next step is going to be for most of these teams playing VCL Split 3, but for the Asia Predator League, it'll be 2025 in Malaysia. We'll see you then. We'll see how this team goes. Arena Internet Cafe, congratulations once again, and we'll see you on the other side. Got a lot of movement from GG Health to be able to running on through. They know it's going to come through at any moment. They're hearing all the utility flowing in, but Dragon's got it locked down. Takes on the back as well. Guardian singing through. Fine with this one, but the defense is ready to go, and this is where Tix is going to be able to get to.
It's on the clock, right up above him. Makata can't get it done. Massive play from Sinaway. Right up above him. Makata can't get it done. Massive.
Lyman Zork once more. The scan is going to be great. Zork will pick up an extra. Well, guess what? Free guns on the ground is going to be amazing.
But that's not where it's planted for. Sinaway had to get both there. It's not where it's planted for. Sinaway had to get both there. GG how thought.
He finds himself on Tix straight away. This could be it. The defense locked in. The defense is strong. Kill off the back of the Bucky. Possible player in spawn to be located as well. To minimize though. He can't finish the teleportation. I kind of locked in a little bit through the smoke. It's actually teleportation. I kind of locked in a little bit through the smoke. It's actually
fast lane trying to obscure the defense.
He's missing too many shots.
He's whipped all the Guardian shots, but
close as well. Flash coming in, dodge by Tix, and he'll get 1-2. Is it as well? Biggie Cheese and Sinaway both on Vandals. Just pinstripes on the kill feed so far. Big stunned up as Kadiri can't see anything. Rolling Thunder.
Trying to clear a potential shot, trip that was trip that wasn't there. Good shot to complete a 1-on-3. Lou on the off angle. It's
I completely lied about that one. Sinaway's actually potentially got this one locked in. He does have a lock. He's the one that's going to make the play. 14 shots left to go. He reads it. 14 shots left to go. He reads it. He wins it.
We're on this mid trap.
And the trap has been sprung. Ace this time. Hunter's Fury offensively. Can we find something? Showstopper surely gets one here. Misses actually. Only gets a single lick of damage. It's not enough to
numbers. Aggression into spawn as well. Vizsla dropping down out of his one way. He's committed to it, but Myth, knowing that that's where he was TP'd last time.
Oh my god.
Knowing that that's where he was TP'd last time.
Oh my god.
How?
Sunned up player here. Better on the two so far. Looking good for the defender. There's nobody so far flanking them. I mean, Sinaway. Yeah, he might have a timing here. Oh, he does! He's got one, he's got two! They didn't. Kadiri has lost his ultimate as well.
Yeah, there's the kill for Kadiri. Still keeps... Fakes it.
Faked the plant. He's looking for timing, but he...
Fakes it.
Faked the plant. He's looking for timing.
Fakes it.
Faked the plant. He's looking for... Doctor into a weird spot. Kadiri now. He's been focused now. Bonobo. Doctor into a weird spot. Kadiri now. He's been focused now. Bonobo.
Good time. Kill him. Okay.
And now they retain the positioning as well. Ace is still here, but
Cosmic will get it done. In comes the site control. There is the runner back, actually looking to try to even up the numbers deficit. Pushing into Link, but punished by Ace. Oh, pushing into Link, but punished by Ace. Oh, Feta! In the back of the site, there was 2 players detained. Punished by Ace. Oh, Feta! In the back of the site, there was 2 players detained. Take this first duel onto the Viper. That's an easy one for him. And win this round. There it is.
Oh, and another one to follow through. Now they can really win the round. He said take shot.
Did I?
Yeah. Well, he said take shot.
Did I?
Yeah. Well, showstopper to make the difference here. What can we find? Nothing. Doesn't even get this extra shot. And embarrassment on Pearl, but you got to say focus on Bind as predicted. Suddenly looking a lot better and even
has found a kill in the meanwhile. Over from elbow side, the swing, the slide is not good enough. Ace in a 1-on-3.
Showers, defensive mosh being deployed in. The showstopper for more than one. No, can't quite get it, but what a first. Zork to Zork to swing off that, maybe actually the opposite of the pattern as well, because that was again one off. Oh, Kadari has been sharp. He'll get met. That's what you want to see if you're on the defense right now. Civil line, he'll get met. That's what you want to see if you're on the defense right now. Civil line, so much here, but for AIC, they say no. Twice denied in VCL. Second place versus Focus GG. Your Asia Pacific Predator League Oceanic Qualifier champions are Arena Internet Cafe.
Been waiting for